destiny we shine, for we are meant to be the stars that shine. In a flash before our eyes, then the best together. The valley ahead, don't fade away. It's time to shine. Bright, bright. Reach out for the stars.
I've been waking up feeling like nothing you know. I've been running in a dream, but my legs have nowhere to go. There's a welcome sign on your doorstep, sunny but it's cold inside. I will melt away, 'cause I'm noticed all alone. There's something I gotta know. Would you walk alone? Would you sell your soul? Would you wake up the voices for someone you love? Would you let them know? Or would you break your fall? I wanna know. We're not like other people. We revel in our pain and soak up the sadness. We're not like other people. We're never gonna change our turn up the darkness. I only go to weddings just to dance on my own. Give me all your small talk, 'cause I just make it up as I go. There's a welcome sign on your doorstep, sunny but it's cold inside. I will melt away, 'cause I noticed all along. We're not like other people. We revel in our pain and soak up the sadness. We're not like other people. We're never gonna change our turn up the darkness. I turn down the light to feel what it's like to be honest, like the edge of the night. Can you take it? Something I got. We're not like other people. We revel in our pain and soak up the sadness. We're not like other people. We're never gonna change or turn up the darkness. We're not like other people. We revel in our pain and soak up the sadness. We're not like other people. We're never gonna change or turn up the darkness.
Somehow you gotta make your way. Getting a little bit closer, getting a little bit closer. I've made the choices, feel the strongest voices. Never feel the same. Getting a little bit closer. I've made the choices, feel the strongest voices. Never feel the same. There's something in the atmosphere. There's something else been breathing on my air. And giants live in silence under all my scar. Anxiety creeps in on me, oh, only in the dark. Saying, hush little baby, don't you cry for me. It's just nightmares in reality. Shining light in the dark, I can tell. Demons don't know me so well. So hush little baby, don't you cry for me. Don't you cry, don't you cry, don't you cry, no. Don't you cry, don't you cry, don't you cry, no. Don't you cry, don't cry for me. Fighting back goes against my human nature. 100%, but I ain't always been an angel. Mama taught me silence is a weapon. Ignorance is bliss. Hush, little baby, don't you cry for me. It's just nightmares in reality. Shining light in the dark, I can tell. Demons don't know me so well. So hush, little baby, don't you cry for me. Don't you cry. Don't you cry. Don't you cry. Giants live in silence under all my scar. Anxiety creeps in on me, oh, only in the dark. Hush, little baby, don't you cry for me. It's just nightmares in reality.
Hey tacticians, wait, new set theme. Greetings, heroes! Welcome to the next season of Rising Legends. I'm Niberia, and I'll be your guide on this brand new journey. Today, we're going to announce the new competitive format for Monsters Attack. But there are plenty of updates, so please don't get distracted with the Uwu Urga. It's so cute. This said, we're going to have two different ways to qualify for finals. We'll have the Golden Spatula Cups and the ladder qualification. To qualify for the Golden Spatula Cups, the TFT regional competitions will take the main stage. 52 of the 128 players will qualify through those competitions. DACH, France, and Eastern Europe get 7 spots each. Poland and Turkey have 6, rest of EMEA has 5, Spain and Northern Europe get 4, and MENA and Italy will have 3 apiece. The remaining 76 tacticians will qualify in 2 ways. Lots of numbers, I know, bear with us. 32 will qualify through the open qualifier and 44 from ladder. So don't miss the opportunity to compete in your regional TRCs to have the chance at winning a spot in the next Golden Spatula Cup. This time around, we won't have a point reset when the mid-set update releases, so no more cramming for finals. Every game of Monsters Attack counts. All that in mind, only 32 players will qualify for the Rising Legends Finals. The 3 winners from the Golden Spatula Cups, 21 point leaders from those cups combined, and the top 8 point earners from the ladder snapshots.
Let's talk Super Brawl. Super Brawl is now a unique competition separate from the Rising Legends circuit, which means the winner won't automatically qualify for the Rising Legends Finals. 4 players from each TRC will compete to be crowned Best of EMEA and take home the trophy. Oh, you don't know? Oops. Well, you heard it right. This set, we're going to have a trophy for Super Brawl.
That's all for now. Thanks for watching, and remember, you could be the hero of Spatulopolis. We'll see you in Monsters Attack. TFT Rising Legends is back, baby!
It will be enough. Deluxe goes one
The
more.
healing is so big!
Oh, oh my gosh! Man!
Yes! He lives!
We're here to Teamfight Tactics with one of the top German players. Meg, are you ready for regional finals?
But the Yasuo looks like it's gonna take him down and ruin his chances as Lelouch survives!
Welcome back to our Golden Spatula Cup #1. And as we've been doing for every day of this cup, we do have a new special guest that I want to welcome here on our virtual desk. It is no one other than the Barry Batten. How are you doing, Barry?
I'm super excited to be here. Obviously, it's my first time appearing on the desk. I think we've seen some crazy stuff over the first few days. And I thought, actually, this was probably my best chance to make it to a day 3, actually. So, took the opportunity.
Oh, Barry, you've already been taking some flack. We even come into this one, but I know people are super excited to see you. Every time we even see your name mentioned, I mean, much like Maisie, the Twitch chat always goes absolutely mad.
Yeah,
I mean,
and rightfully so. I mean, honestly, come on. It's the Barry Batten.
I mean, the amount of support I get, it's surprising to be sure, but I'm grateful for it every time.
So, with that, Barry, as a former competitor, why don't you talk us through what Rising Legends actually is for anybody that's new and might just now be tuning in?
So for all those joining us for maybe the first time today, Rising Legends is Europe's EMEA's premier circuit, This is the first step in a long road ahead for these players, which could end up with them going to the World Championship. So there's a lot on the line today for these players.
Absolutely. And I mean, you've been watching. I know Peter and I, of course, have been casting the past 2 days as well. I want to say we've seen some crazy board nodding towards that Urgot 3, but what are you most looking forward to, Peter?
I mean, as you said, I think we've really seen as the days have gone on. I think this has been true for other competitions as well. Our players really getting a grip on not just how to get the most out of their boards, but how to play best against each other. I love the fact that as the days are going on, these boards, as you exactly say, are just getting more and more ludicrous and over the top. I don't know if there's anywhere further we can go than Urgot 3, but I'd like to find out.
I think we haven't seen a triple prismatic lobby yet, but I don't want to get ahead of myself. Barry, what are you looking forward to?
I think we are going to see some extra crazy stuff today. Obviously, in the first 2 days, people are playing for that top half cutoff, just trying to qualify. But today, all on the line, the points to qualify for Rising Legends, the chance at winning the first Spatula Cup. So I do think people are going to gamble and take those risks and pull out some crazy boards.
Oh, I sure hope so. But before we get into that, Peter, why don't you remind everybody of where they can follow the action if we're not currently live here?
Absolutely. Please do go check us out on TFT Esports EMEA on Twitter. Use the hashtag TFT Rising Legends to be able to drop in your comments, maybe about how much you love Barry and how much you want to see Barry everywhere, all the time, forever.
Yeah, thank you so much. I agree with that sentiment, so hopefully we can get that out there. But coming back to what was going on yesterday, of course, I already mentioned the craziest board and craziest matchup that I could think of. But was there anything that spoke out to you, Peter?
I think for me, we had some players, of course, who were incredibly consistent. Armashuk, TSW5, Ketzer, Tartman, all managed to put on an absolute shift. Their average placement across the 2 days is really, really high. So I think for me, seeing players who can pull off that level of consistency, those are the kind of players who I'm looking forward to seeing the most.
What about you, Barry? The most fun thing of day 2?
I mean, it has to be the Urgot 3, especially the fact it was up against probably the most capped Viego board you could imagine. Felios 2, Viego 3. When you're hitting all that, you expect to win the game, and then you have a look over and you see that, it's got to be soul-crushing for sure.
Yeah, for sure. It was Lumarpin who had built that Viego board, and the moment that wave came crashing, he was just smiling. He knew it was over. But let's have a look at how that day played out in our quick recap. Welcome back, everybody, here at our Golden Spatula Cup #1 of Set 8. My name is Mix, and I'm so happy to be here with you guys. Next to me, Uda and Morgan.
Natasha putting together
so
the
Mirror 2 is
competition.
huge. Belveth will now be sold, items transferred, and now it'll be what looks like a more standard sure shot board with just a strong front line. Could be defenders, as we see the ribbon and the poppy. But we do have a technical pause.
Of course, the Cho'Gath laser will cut through so much, and the Janna Whirlwind as well, buying just an absolute ocean of time to work with. The meteors drop, Snooty Moo gets blown to pieces.
Just maybe that's enough. The skylight comes
Dad, be
crashing
careful.
down onto
Dad,
that
be careful,
back
you're in
line,
the
but
wrong
EMF
place.
has him lasered out everything, lead that front line, take care of the Fiddlesticks, and now everything onto that Samira. He is going to take another win.
Theo got a little bit excited there. I think getting ready to fight.
Yeah, big
to
jump.
the next fight already.
Mom,
but
look, no
just
hands.
chill out, Diego.
And the Zoe still alive with the 6 laser corps coming from him, and King might just fall down because Ixala has already gotten his 4 hackers, keeping Zed alive for as long as he wants. The Talon is barely alive, able to do the final hit on that Belvis. The targeting is more than perfect for this one, Peter. And one more time, Lumarpin is gonna be the better Oxforce, getting one more Oxforce player away. Look at Natasha's reaction in disappointment. Doesn't get to get one more round against the Crab.
There it is!
And there it goes! The RC
Our god has arrived on the battle.
That major wave coming right across. There's no stopping to this Urgot. Look at how big he is. Lumarpin's smiling. He knows that he's gonna get the revenge from Urgot for hating crabs his entire life. And this is the revenge you get from the sea creatures.
I mean, I don't know, but I lost 2 crocs today too. So probably
It's a good
not.
luck charm.
Yeah.
That interview will go down as the most chaotic thing I've ever done. I just cannot. Our players are finding new buffs left and right. We have the Blanky buff, the losing to Crux buff. We do have an interview buff, and our chosen one is coming up in just a little bit. But before we go there, guys, I do want to talk about the list of qualified players. So let's look who is all here with us on day 3. And starting us off with that, Barry, why don't you speak about anyone that's looking interesting to you?
I'm really excited to see a British player on there, Kafuzzled representing the region. Obviously, it's normally Lalana or Tinker Tonka that comes through, so having some more representation there is great. But the amount of German players on shore, they've really stepped up this time, for sure.
Yeah, see, I do this thing where I try not to jinx them, so I talk about everyone besides the Germans, and keeping that motion going, I do want to mention Lumarpin, who could be our first back-to-back Golden Spatula Cup winner. He has one already in the books, could get in the second one. And of course, Brahe, who posted a really funny video on Twitter yesterday, talking about his day 2, where he basically bottomed for it for 2 games and then ran it back twice with a first place and managed to eke one out here. But Peter, let's hear a little bit about who you're looking forward to.
Well, I mean, we already talked about the consistent players, Armatrug, Ketsa Tutman, TSW5. We've also got the players who made absolutely massive leaps from day 1 to day 2. King Dan's going from 25th up to 3rd, Kevin Parker from 34th to 2nd, and of course Double 61, the largest representative of that, going from 52nd, barely making it into day 2 to 1st on that day 2, now heading into the final day.
Yeah, I mean, you could say it's calculated, right? There is this notion of day 1, day 2, you only have to be better than 4th to make it through. You only have to qualify. And like Barry said earlier, day 3 is where the stakes rise and players are really kind of going for that top 1st or bottom 8th kind of play style, which we are always looking for. I feel like I really like when players get it out, get risky, and try to just put everything into every game. That's when the most fun happens. But yeah, I think our interviewee is getting ready right now. Anyone else that you're looking forward to, Barry? Any other player that you maybe want to mention? Friends of you? I know a lot of friends of yours are playing right now.
Unfortunately, my dark horse and my pick for the winner overall did drop. But it's actually the interviewee we've got coming up, Kevin Parker. Such a positive influence.
The leak, Barry. Shame.
Well, I apologize for that. But of course, every time you pop up in his chat, he's so friendly. So I really do hope he has a great day today. So.
Oh. I love the sentiment, Barry. We've got to make a habit of really talking up our interviewee just before they come on, just so they can be maximally embarrassed the second they start talking to us.
The caster curse is real.
There is this thing where we said, like, okay, to help Kevin Parker get a really good head start today, we're going to bring him on the show just to make sure he wakes up just in time. Because he has this kind of, hello, Kat. Thank you so much for visiting me on desk today. So this is Ludwig. I know you guys love cats. I'm sure he's going to leave in just a second again. But with that, we do have another guest here, and it is going to be Kevin Parker. Kevin, hi, how are you today?
I'm great. How are you?
Great as well. Now, with this tournament today, of course, you're going to play to win it. What's your strategy to make that happen?
Well, I'm an AD player this set, or this patch especially. So, I'm just going to play Zed, Sure Shot, Belveth, those lines mostly. Maybe the occasional Viego game, but I don't think you guys are going to see anything too crazy by me today. Okay. I'm just going to play the meta comps.
No secret blanky buffs.
I don't have a blankie, but for Ixola, it's definitely working very well.
Kevin, so to follow up on what Barry was saying before, to try and attempt to embarrass you before you came on interview, saying you were very kind to your viewers and such, I would reverse this question and say, do you believe you've got the killer instinct to be able to take home the crown today?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think most of the players who made it to day 3 today have a pretty good shot. I have a lot of respect for most of the players who made it here today, and yeah, I think it's anyone's game, basically.
All right, Barry, what have you got for us?
And I think, Kevin, with obviously the incident with the first Spatula Cup last time, oversleeping and missing it, second time round you did manage to wake up in time. And then, obviously, at GSC 3 last time, you came fourth. So there's a clear progress there. You're going one step further every time. So I think, are you bringing it home today? Are you feeling confident?
Absolutely. I think last time I came really close, but then I don't think I was even that nervous last time, which I thought I was going to be a lot more nervous since the stakes are so high. But I think my tournament mentality has improved a lot over the last sets, basically over the last months. So I think I have a good chance for sure.
Well, that's good to hear, and I wish you the best of luck today. So.
Thank you so much.
Now, Kevin, I know that the German community has grown quite close in the past couple of months, and that you guys are all, hanging out on that Discord and helping each other. Can you kind of lay back to how this started? Like, how did this come together? Maybe for any people from regions like UK, like my fellow co-casters are from, that are still looking to get that community going and get that tournament competitive play all rounded up to practice.
I think, first of all, it's just because at this point we have a lot of German streamers with a decent viewer base, at least. So like we just all know each other. We're all in each other's chats, and then from that we're all in each other's discords as well. So we're always just looking in the discords if anyone's there, and then if anyone's there, a lot of people join, and then we just backseat each other. Talk about the game, talk about pivots, augments, everything really. And I'm really glad that it has paid out so well, because we're 8 players today. And I think I'm just happy for the German community that it's working so well.
I mean, I'm too. I've been holding back on jinxing people. I tried to go with Loris this time. I thought he was strong enough to uphold the curse. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. So I'll be very careful to to say what I'm saying, but I do want to wish you best of luck today. Is there anybody you want to shout out? Family, friends, your community, your stream? The stage is yours. Take it.
So first of all, I want to shout out my mom because she helped me pay for my computer that I now play with, and if I didn't have that computer, I wouldn't have followed TFT competitively. So shout out to my mom, and then shout out to the whole German community, especially Memo's Discord, and then Elia, Lusha, Zaza, Mark, Swagger, and then just the whole German community and everyone who's been supporting me in every way. It's great to see. Makes me happy.
Makes me happy as well. So we're going to let you get to it. Thank you so much for your time. Maybe you can pick up that interview buff that we've been talking about on broadcast in the past couple of days. And best of luck in your games today, Kevin. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
I love talking to our players. It always makes me so happy, especially this time around having a German on that interview. I'm secretly, I'm not going to say publicly, but I'm secretly really rooting for them to come through and get a win.
And that was such we'll never tell.
Yeah,
that was such a wholesome
secret
moment
between us and chat, right? It's just like nobody's going to tell anyone. We can keep this on the down low. But with that, let's talk a little bit about our tournament meta. And I believe, Peter, you're starting us off on early hero augments, something some people might get dizzy with.
Yes. Well, this is something we definitely saw be a major factor in our play yesterday in particular, especially when our players end up picking the same hero augment. Spirit of the Exile on the far left here is definitely our culprit for one of our on-stream games where we had, I believe, 3 different players choosing the Spirit of the Exile and one that's choosing the other Yasuo one. So these augments, particularly in the early game, can absolutely be very directional on where you're going for the rest of the game. There is a degree of drop-off possibility, especially with 1 cost and some of the 2 costs as well, so you discard them once their use has been done. For all the ones here, Endless Pizza, League of Dravens, Re-Energize, all going to push you down one particular route, so you're signaling very clearly to the rest of the lobby what you're going to be doing.
Yeah, and speaking about knowing what you're going to be doing, we have to talk about every Belwith, everywhere, all at once. She's just in every single board that you can somehow flex something into, right? Sometimes if you're going for 6 Laser Corps or for those 6 Duelists, which we are seeing from time to time, then it's usually not very possible to bring her in. But we've been seeing a lot of emblems being slammed on this little Stingray. Speaking of Renegade, speaking of Ox, Recon extremely strong. We've even seen Brawler and Hacker emblems, and I've seen some other really strange emblems as well. Duelist has to be an honorable mention here, but every time you pick up an emblem that is somehow offensive, I think you should go and find that Belveth. Just looking at the stats, we have in every post-screen lobby, there's at least 3 people running a Belveth 2 with an item on her, so making her somewhat relevant to their comps. She's just the best flexing in unit that you can find right now, so keep that noted for your own ranked games. I think that's going to be really important, and I personally am really happy to see her at the very beginning of set 8. There was an 80 scaling error on her, so 80 items were not performing like they should have. So if you tried her back then and you felt like, it's not really great, give her another try. I think you're going to find out that you might quite like it. Barry?
And finally going over to the legendary comps. Obviously, what caps out most of the boards is these legendaries. We've been seeing a lot of them over the first 2 days. We're going to be seeing even more, I feel, today, with people wanting to go for that first win out on the day. Urgot, especially cropping up with Fiddlesticks. Those threat units can be played in pretty much any comp, and I think we're seeing a lot of people go level 8 and 9 to splash them in. Aphelios 2 has to be the highest cap right now, other than Urgot 3, of course, but I doubt we'll be seeing much more of that. So there's a lot of legendaries that people are capping out their boards with, and we're going to see at least 1 or 2 games today on broadcast, I'm sure, where there's just a full legendary board, and it's just unbeatable.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think legendaries, just like Belveth, do have a lot of stage moments right now, and I'm looking forward to maybe see another 5-cost 3-star. I think that would be super, super fun, and I'd be here for it. If you could see another 5-cost 3-star, Peter, which one would you pick?
Oh, personally, I mean, Fortune's Favors kind of prepped me for this moment, which is definitely Leona. It doesn't say on her ability that she does, but at 3-star, she shoots lasers continuously at different targets on the board, so she is amazing.
Yeah, what about you, Barry?
I think for myself, it'd have to be Fiddlesticks. It's just so menacing seeing him standing there waiting. You know, as soon as he casts, that's it, the fight's over. But he just gives you that little bit of hope at the start, that false hope.
In day one, Hayden actually sold off his entire board to try and make that fiddle 3, and he was 1 fiddle short. Still came in 2nd place with the board that he had. So really, really great to see that Dark Harvest doing its thing. But with that, we do have an interview ready for you guys that was recorded a little while ago, but it's very interesting. It's with one of the Polish players, Kubixon, and we do have our Teamfight and tactics ready to tell you a little bit more.
Hello everyone and welcome to Teamfight and Tactics. I'm of course Impetuous Panda, part of the Rising Legends broadcast team, and joining me today is one of the younger top players in EMEA. It is of course Kubixon from Poland, won the last Ultra Liga, so already making waves in terms of what you're able to accomplish at such a young age. But Kubixon, how are you? How are you feeling? How's this set going for you?
I'm fine, but in the last couple of weeks I was participating in last Ultra Liga, and my scores isn't that good as I would want to, but yeah, it is what it is.
Were you playing League of Legends as well at a very competitive level? Was it more casual? What's your history in esports before TFT?
It's nothing, I guess. I just play for fun. I hit Platinum 1, I guess. That was my pick on US, so it's not that impressive.
And talking about outside of TFT, I imagine you're still studying at your age. How's that balance been between your studies and competing in TFT as well?
I guess it's hard for me because I don't have that much time that other players have, but I'm trying to just have fun of it, and if I have fun, I knew that I will play good, but if I don't, I know it's not that good.
But going back to the start of TFT, you started competing. What set was it that you started competing, and when that happened, were you already playing at a super high level, or did it slowly happen over time?
I think it was in set 5.5, but there was a tournament by a Polish, it's called Friendly Fire, and I couldn't play at it because I was too young. Only players with 15 years old or higher could play, and back then I was 14, so unfortunately, but like a couple of months later I qualified for the Ultra Liga, and it was my first tournament.
Do you think that's true? Do you think Ultra Liga has made it so that Poland is one of the powerhouse nations in TFT in Europe?
Yeah, I think so. Also, one of players, Simply Wojtek, make something like their own cup that players could play in many of them to qualify for Ultra Liga. Like it's, I guess, 6 of them, and you can play in everyone because it's open quali, and many people can just realize how it works, and I feel maybe feel a bit more comfortable or so on.
What were your initial impressions the moment the set 8 released and you started competing? Did you like it? Did you not like it? How was it like?
I told to my TFT friends that I think it would be a really nice set, but kinda hard to balance what we can see right now, that the meta is kinda not that good as I would to comparing, I hope. Also, I guess it was it. Just I feel like it's gonna be fun set, but not that fun in competition.
Best of luck for you in all the tournaments. We hope to see you. If you have any last thoughts you want to share with the viewers before we end the interview?
I think if they just wanted to start play TFT, just do it if you like it, but just stop if you didn't like it.
Yeah,
That's my tip for everyone.
You have to be passionate about playing TFT.
Yeah.
It needs a lot of hours, a lot of time, a lot of information to learn and to execute properly. But as you mentioned, if you're passionate about it, you can definitely continue improving as you have at the very beginning, just competing with friends, and now competing to be among some of the best players in Poland and in Europe, and hopefully this set, maybe the world as well, if EMEA finds a way to pop off in the international stage.
More like Rage.
But thanks so much, Kubixon, for your time, and best of luck this set.
Thank you.
And we are back after that lovely interview with Kubixon. I always enjoy these, even though they're quite lengthy, to kind of get an insight on what players are thinking, how they are approaching TFT as a competitive esport. And with Kubixon being as young as he is, that's definitely always very interesting to hear how they do. But with that, we do have a topic that is a little bit sour to Barry and I. I'm sorry, Barry, to spring this upon you, but unfortunately, there are not really players left over from our predictions. I will go ahead and I'll claim Drei. I can't claim Wet Jungler because he's German, and you know what happens when I predict Germans. But Drei, definitely one of my favorite players. He's really nice. He always helps us out on broadcast and is always very keen on sharing his perspectives. But Peter, I believe you still have Lyris in the race.
Yeah, and I know Lyris was raising some eyebrows considering that Lyris won the Open Qualifier, but just to kind of explain a little bit about why I'm considering Lyris a dark horse here, because while Lyris did well in the Fates Championship, he hasn't really been back on the international competitive scene since then in a major way. He's really been sticking more to the French side of things. So I think this is a great chance for Lyris to come and take the center stage. And, going 19th on day 2, 20th on day 1, I think Lyris has got a decent shot, though definitely not a lock.
I think Vita's pick as well, Wet Jungler, has done so well on ladder, but this is the first time we've really seen them pop off in a tournament. They've always been right at the top end of the ladder, and it's one of those players that you weren't sure if they could handle the pressure, maybe even if they were that interested in competing, but obviously they're doing really well, so...
Yeah, I mean, I think it kind of comes back to what Kevin said about the German community kind of sticking together. I saw them spam in stream earlier when we had Kevin on show. There is a massive support crew there, similar to the French one, I want to say. Of course, the French competitive meta is still a lot stronger and bigger, but Germany's eking up there, and I'm really happy to see that and see that community kind of grow up and do so well in this tournament here, which I think is a great sign going forward. But with that, I believe our in-game casters are getting ready for game number 1. The lobby's already been decided, and I think it's going to be super fun. We do have 32 players in the race. They're all going to fight for what's right, and Wida and Impetuous Panda are here for you guys to cast at game number 1, so why don't we hear from them?
Thank you, Makes Ready. We are, and 32 players remaining. We started at 128 2 days ago on Friday. Now, all these players are trying to win the tournament, yes, but also trying to accumulate as many points as possible for the GSC circuit. So every placement, even if you're, 20th place on game 6, it matters. You have to try and get the best placements possible throughout every single game.
Absolutely right. And I think that is what's really going to dictate the approach of the players today, right? Because some players might not think that they're going to have a chance to make it all the way around and be consistent throughout the next couple of GSCs and think that, you know what, this might be their greatest chance, they might be much more risk willing, whereas people that have been more consistent throughout circuits in the past will be like, okay, cool, I'm just going to take a chill pill here. I don't necessarily need to go all out today. And obviously everyone will want to go all out, but maybe not. For them it might be like, okay, cool, I'm just going to try to go for a top 4 instead of a top 1 to secure a 25th place overall instead of a 20th overall, right?
Yeah, you can be very confident coming into this day, but TFT, there is some variance involved. You can't guarantee a win, especially not with the field like the one we have today. So many top players have made it to this day 3. So as you said, I think consistency is key. We saw players last set that did not win GSCs, like Lelouch, for example, but he qualified through GSC points and ladder and Ultraliga and pretty much everything for Lelouch because he was consistent. He made it to day 3 every single tournament, and those are the players that are rewarded in the end. They might not get the initial glory of winning a GSC, but they are going to make it to Rising Legends finals. And in the case of Lelouch and in players like Daysig as well, making it to Worlds. But what a lobby we have here. The French dominance is expected. Half the lobby is going to be French, but then we have 4 other countries represented. And one of those is Spain with Lumarpin.
And also Lumarpin, one of our reigning champions, making it back. Actually, technically speaking, is our reigning Golden Spatula Cup champion.
You just jinxed him. We take it back. Let's forget about that. That's set 7, different set. Doesn't count for set 8.
I mean, but like again, like if it was like one of those like challenger trophies that you like kind of just bring on. Okay, next season they win the cup, they take it. Lumarpin would be the one handing that trophy over right now, right, to a certain extent. So a little bit of a fun one there. Double hasn't won a Golden Spatula Cup, but again, when you have won the World Championship and you played as a pirate yesterday, and you do what you do, he does him every day of the week, right? He's just that strong. Putt a ball, also a player that, I mean, this lobby is just really strong overall, right? Like it is, like the only like quote unquote unknown name here to most people is going to be Kerfuzzled.
And even then, he's been popping off in this tournament. He's made it to this day 3, which is, I'm going to say, a little bit rare for UK players. I'm sorry, Peter. It has to be said, stat-wise, not always the likeliest thing to happen, especially if Lallana is not on his top form. But in this case, Kerfuzzled takes that UK mantle, brings that country into day 3, and has a chance to maybe make history, becoming a player to have big success in the tournament. I think Joshi Chan was the one that was closest in, I believe, one of the open qualifiers in set 6, maybe all the way back to then, or maybe it started set 7. But overall, very excited for this lobby. I want to talk about Double 61 a little bit, Wida, because I think he had a very interesting approach to this tournament. We saw him so many times playing for a lose streak, understanding that 2-cost legendaries are incredibly important, and you normally need gold to get to that point. So he was very comfortable playing a lose streak, trying to be, 20 HP at Wolves pretty much every game, and then mounting an incredible comeback where you really need to have a good understanding of what a strong board it needs to have to be stable on stage 4. But one thing he mentioned in the interview yesterday is his hate for Yuumi, and I think this is not just a subjective hate. It's the fact that with his playstyle, it's incredibly dangerous to face one of these kind of coin flip players that if they hit their 3 stars with Draven or Yuumi in stage 4, you might just get a loss no matter how strong your board is. So very curious to see if that's Double's playstyle in this game, and if there are any players playing reroll.
Yes, for sure, right. I think that at the end of the day, that is something that you need to keep in mind, right? And again, that's kind of been the overall pattern of this patch, right? It has been just like the variety of game styles that are actually right now viable. You can play pretty much every kind of style. We're still yet to see 1-cost reroll really take off, but again, that requires...
What do you mean? Wukong 3 yesterday? That was a top 4, Wida.
But that's not taking over, okay?
You weren't convinced? I was pretty convinced.
I mean, sure, right, but again, even that has been taken down a notch, right? There's not that laser core Ash-centric reroll that we saw at the start of the set, for example, right? Or like going back to the Sire rerolls of Yonder, right? These types of things.
It's time. Jax reroll, slam the Rage Blade, hope for 2 more bows off the next 2 carousels, and start off the day hot with the comp we haven't seen on stream yet, but it is playable, Wida. I think to some extent, obviously not the same extent it was 2 patches ago, but if you have just a crazy start for it, you get a free Jax 2 somehow in stage 2, it's definitely worth considering still at this point, just for the tempo of it.
Yeah, I agree. I think it is a pretty strong combo overall, right? And the thing that is worth noting as well with Jax reroll is that it has a lot of strong supporting carries here, right? So let's say that this Brawler Crest emblem, ends up going on to the Soraka with a good admin, for example, right? At that point in time, that is a very good one. He has a good admin as well, because all admins are going to gain 50 AP at the start of the combat, which is a pretty good one for Soraka, right? Because you kind of offset that AP loss by only having 2 items on her, because again, her healing scales with her maximum HP, which makes her very powerful when you are centered around the Brawler vertical.
Draven is online for Lumarpin. Had the option for Triforce, possibly going for a Kaisa reroll game, but opts to not really gamble into someone contesting him and possibly having a bad result off of that contest. He's going to go for Electrocharge instead and slam an IE on a Draven. Looks like a very, very strong board here. Early Rammus as well, one of the strongest units to have in stage 2. Just huge health bulk, because he is a threat, and most of the power in this unit is in the unit itself and not in the traits. And also has a Renekton too, and just board that I expect to maybe win streak all of this stage 2 if he finds a few more upgrades.
Yeah, and also there's a lot of synergy to a certain extent between Draven and Talon, right? There's no Renegade or Oxforce or anything like that for the Talon, but Talon does put these cornered units quite low, which means that Draven will have an easier time picking those off and then kind of just being able to focus himself more on dealing the frontline damage. Again, it's like a nice little synergy. And again, that's a very important thing when you're navigating how to play the early game, is finding these small synergies between your units and figuring out what actually entails playing the strongest board. Is it going to be synergy-centric, or is it going to be like more like individual unit synergies?
Wanna right away trying to make 10, probably gonna sell the Vi if, well,
it's going 5.
Going 5 instead. Okay, yeah, I like this as well.
8 would level here, David. So
pushing the win streak even further. We talked about this looked like a board that wasn't a win streak. Queen agrees, goes to 5, and is going to try his best to defend this win streak. A risky play, similar to going on 6 right before Krugs, because if it does not work out, you end up griefing your econ just a tiny bit without getting that win streak gold in the next few rounds. But Laser Core start for Kerfuzzled, also not very surprising. It's one of the strongest starts in all of Stage 2. And we will be seeing many players, maybe not committing fully to Laser Core, all throughout the game and into Stage 4, but at least for Stage 2, 3 Laser is one of the strongest traits to have online.
Yeah, but again, worth noting, he has that Renegade Crust sitting on the bench right now, so he does have a lot of flexibility around what he wants to do in that regard. Lumopin here getting rewarded, has now a Viper on top of everything here. I'd be interested to see whether or not there's potential for him to, if he finds an Ashe 2 and like a straggler Yasuo, for example, to put in that free laser card that you're talking about here.
We don't see all the augments just yet, but it looks like most of the ones we have seen are fairly generic, other than Double's Brawler Crest that kind of locks you into playing Brawler to some extent throughout your comp in the final stage of the game. Everything else seems to be just pretty generic, makeshift armor. We have one metabolic brawler or metabolic accelerator for Padabol, so hoping to lose streak as we're seeing there, sitting last place in the HP at 82. And we have that Renegade Crest, as you mentioned, for Kerfuzzled, one of the highest comp or capped comps in the game. By far, if you hit Viego 2 in Stage 4, if you're able to stabilize to then go level 8 and find things like Leona and Aphelios, you have a pretty good chance, not just top 4ing, but maybe even just straight out winning the lobby.
Absolutely right. And I think that for Padabol, this is just an endemic thing to his playstyle, right? He really likes to go for these massive loss streaks. He was a massive fan of Fortune, of Mercenaries, of these like very loss streak, very combat heavy playstyles. So like Metabolic Accelerator is right up his alley just in general. So again, I'm not surprised. Also, Metabolic is just very strong. I think that it's hard for you to find an augment that steals more average placements just by the nature of how it works. Because when you get a 2-1 and you end up like getting like close to 20 HP from that all throughout a game, right? Like it's up there with Tiny Titans, but the big thing here is that it also gives you carousel priority.
To no surprise, Kerfuzzle does pick up the Spatula, had an open chain, so Oxforce emblem available for the Renegade player, hoping to hit that 4 Oxforce trait earlier, getting that power spike, especially if he has a Talon 2 with some items as well. But for now, it will be the Ashe 2. Gunblade has been built, I think the best item to build by far for, well, not just Renegades, but any comp in the game at the current moment. Gunblade can be used by AP, AD, absolutely every single carry likes to have Gunblade online, thanks to that extra 5% healing buff that it got in the last patch. Ashe has been sold, money is being made, straight 5 loss streak if possible.
Yeah, and the thing here is, right, you saw Ixalan as well, very briefly on the perspective, also going very deep on that. You see, and Padabol also going very heavily on there. I think Padabol might have full sold. Right, like, this is going to be really interesting because there is at least one player that is going to get incredibly grief right now, depending on the outcome of this next fight coming through. Meanwhile, this is also very important. Like, there's a lot of streaks being contested right now, and Enzo is going to lose his at the end of the day here, so a big one for Lumapin. I want to highlight something else for a second. You're talking about how it could be an Oxforce crest, but when you already have that early Renegade crest from the augments, you can make another Renegade crest, and you can get very easily to 6 Renegade, which is a very strong tempo spike. You can kind of see Enzo's reaction here. Had that been an Ashe 2 in the previous fight, he would have won.
Yeah, I think 6 Renegade and the Renegade emblem as a whole is much better for a higher cap because 6 Renegade is just incredibly strong, but it's not as good for stabilizing because it's very hard to hit that Leona anyway to reach 6 Renegade. So as you're mentioning, if you're able to make a second emblem, that way you skip the Leona altogether and you can very easily find 6 Renegade at level 7, for example. Whereas Oxforce emblem, it's much better for stabilizing. So you hit a higher with 4 or 6 Oxforce while still not finding Leona. So we'll see where it goes for Kerfuzzle, but any player that's loose streaking that plans to be 20, 30 HP at Wolves has to be careful with Kerfuzzle's spike because it will be massive if he's able to hit what he needs to, and if no one's contesting Renegades especially.
And it is going to be Kerfuzzle who is going to lose his lose streak here at the end of the day. And right now you're 70 HP, 0 streak. Did get that 4 streak goal for just a singular round, but Ixalan and Padabol fully opening up. Ixalan has already been angling for that Yumi, which is like one of his absolutely most preferred angles. We talked about this at length yesterday and on day 1. This is something that Ixla is incredibly comfortable with. Already has the early blue buff as well, going for himself, and double 61 just has that underground. There's a lot of things going on here. This game could spike incredibly hard with so many people having massive economic investments this early on.
I was kind of joking, but an RFC has been slammed. Jax is on the board. I think double 61 might actually be considering going for this Jax. Maybe if you don't natural a lot of Jaxes on a roll down, you might decide to, hey, I'm going to play Bel'Veth. And RFC is an okay item on Bel'Veth. And as we know, Bel'Veth has been completely taken over the meta throughout this entire tournament as a unit that you can play at any stage of the game and find success with. So curious to see if double 61 has the audacity to pull out a Jax reroll in game 1 of the State 3.
This spot is going to be super interesting, right? Because he was holding on to his underground units now, and with that Ezreal being an Ezreal too, all of a sudden, the lack of power to keep Renegade in, keep Underground in, sorry, is actually not that big. There is the issue though, because free to navigating of the board is going to be super important, and I like this a lot because it needs to have the brawler in, and that's going to be the biggest one here. Because if it gets evasion or if it gets relentless assault, right? Relentless assault is the bigger one in terms of just the pure carry aspect of it, because evasion is pretty much only really good in fully AD lobbies, and again, right now with how this lobby is scaling up, you're not sure where it's going just yet.
And of course, the changes to hero augments have not come in for this patch. It will be coming in next week. So players, as you mentioned, have to really consider how they're tailoring their options and how much a hero augment that they expect or don't expect can affect the entirety of their game, as we saw yesterday so many times as well at 4-2.
Yeah, and we see here now Kerfuzzle has slammed that Oxforce Crest we were talking about. They're just going to go for the more consistent spike with the heavier lean into the Oxforce that you were talking about. So no chance of a 6 underground spike, a 6 Renegade spike here. Has slammed that Archangel Staff, David. That's a bit of an interesting one for me, right? Because it's not a traditional Soraka item. Soraka, you very much would like to have that tier be a good old-fashioned blue buff. Oh,
Prismatic to start things off. High roller has been picked. The dice are on the bench, and as you mentioned, I think it's really just defending the win streak on this Ezreal, slamming something because obviously you don't want to wait having 4 components open for this long. There was a chance to save. Ooh, think fast happening here for Ketzer. Not sure if he's a high APM player or not. We're going to find out on this roll down. And what is he looking for exactly? 4 defenders in. I guess just Draven reroll is going to look like.
Skip,
but no supers.
No, but that's actually probably the weaker of the 2 lines. That sounds weird right now, but there's a lot more power in just having a stronger front line overall here. Really needs to hit at least 1 more Draven, 10 more seconds. This is going to be plenty of time. The issue here is that his economy was already in the gutter. Actually started here. 1 more. Okay. Time is running out here. Needs to just press that D key as fast as he can. Don't care about anything else, and he whiffs. The big thing here, though, doesn't get the mech online either. Okay, I mean, this is not
going to be fairly strong.
World.
The Think Fast spike, of course, this will be the round where you will have the most advantage over his opponents, and that will slowly decrease as the game goes on, and as other players are able to, again, 2-star and 3-star their units if they're trying to reroll. But playing Kerfuzzled here, the Vayne, again, just an item holder for now. You can continuously swap this Renegade item holder for whatever better things you get in their natural shops. But I imagine Kerfuzzled, do you think it'll be a 3-5 roll down, or he'll be able to greet it all the way past Wolves way down?
In which goal? Like, what goal are you rolling with?
Oh, okay, never mind. I take it back.
That's the issue right in the day here, and I think that the players like Kerfuzzle, Ixula, and Potterball, who was hoping for more of a lower tempo lobby to have more time to run it back, well, they are going to be struggling just a little bit more right now, right? Because when it's prismatic, the tempo spike is massive, and that's something that you need to keep an eye out for at the end of the day here. But again, Ketzer, he's fine, he's chilling right now. And again, another thing that's worth noting, you were talking about the supers, David. But when you know Ixla in the lobby is angling for that Yuumi, you know the supers are going to be contested, which immediately makes them worse.
And Ixla sticking to his kind of his archetype of being the Yuumi Forcer in this tournament. Going to start things off hot on day 1. And double 61 probably not happy to see that considering the interview we heard yesterday. But we'll have to check out how many different prismatic augments we got and how many are econ augments, and especially for players that are trying to spike in stage 4. We see Windfall here for at least 2 of these players. Potable also picks it up here. And a close fight, Draven contested to some extent here at Potable, but this will just be an item carrier for at this point. Won't be Draven reroll.
Yeah, it's not here Potable leveling just to save HP more so than to break the loss streak, right? Like he took the Windfall here. He didn't get a power spike in terms of combat power. So he's on double econ augment to a certain extent, right? which again is going to cost you when it comes to that. But again, he's banking on being able to spike that much harder, gonna get those extra natural shots here. And keep in mind, this should be 100% chance of a hero augment come around for 1 or for 2, sorry, even should I say, which means that for a player like Ixla, who's trying to reroll Yuumi, he's going to have to be a little more creative, because if it's going to be one of those 4-4-5 or something like that, he's going to be in trouble.
Spatula open, Carfuzzled not interested, has already 2 Emblem. I think he's good for now. Instead, going to try and probably work towards those Viego items instead. The chain could easily build in Titan's Resolve, which is not necessarily the best in slot Viego item, but he had Gunblade already built that we saw earlier on that Ashe. So should be pretty fine to have decent or best in slot Viego items even going to stage 4. Ketzer now, we saw the Draven roll down. He hit everything 2-star or most of the front line anyway, so I think he wasn't under any pressure to continue rolling, but now considers that maybe it's time to defend the win streak.
Yeah, and I think that's the big important one, because really, in reality, you really want to hit at least 4-1 the latest, because you are carrying a 2-star 2-cost, right? And you don't have the damage amp from the supers at the end of the day either. You would like to go level 7 as soon as possible, start rounding out the core here. And we have a high-end shopping here coming through for Dry, right, as well. So he's going to have a very high ceiling as well.
And for now, has built the Shiv and the Gunblade, though, so I'm going to assume this is just going to be temporary for now. You don't want to really go for Kai'Sa reroll with high-end shopping. Just kind of don't really, those 2 augments, or those 2 game plans kind of don't work really with each other. So going to opt to transition to something else later on. Gunblade is a very, very flexible item, as we mentioned earlier, so it doesn't commit you too much. The Shiv, though, a tiny bit. It's going to be best, obviously, in Kai'Sa and in Laser Core, but can work with any AP-based comp as well.
And it's just a stronger tempo item, right, in terms of saving HP, as you can see right now. And that's kind of all you want when you have high-end shopping, right? Saving HP is super important. It allows you to hit your spikes more consistently as well. The more HP you have, the less pressure you are feeling in that individual game situation here. But Ketzer, he is pretty close to a lot of the things. And you can kind of, like, again, we didn't have the full roll down. We had a lot of it, right? But you can kind of always ask the question when you are watching a thing fastboard, like, what are you prioritizing? Should you have been holding on to those rels? Because he had very little gold to work with right at the end of the day, right? And again, if you end up in a situation where you have to force yourself to make decisions when you are on that timer, you are more bound to make mistakes.
We want to be with the Wolves pre-level. You don't see it very often, but he had a lot of gold from that stage 2 win streak. And now, because he is on 2 losses, he doesn't really have that much pressure to continue trying to win this next few rounds. Just trying to get a little bit of extra gold to roll with at level 7 and spike this Laser Core Carb. Having to find both the Zed and the Sejuani, so needs to get some good hits.
He's 84 HP, right? Like, you could even argue for
can go 8, yeah.
He can go 8 for level 9 art, because he does have the high-end shopping as we're talking about, right? So, like, again, at the end of the day here, he does effectively have level 8 art, which means he probably is just going to be rolling down just to stabilize and then try to push level 8 afterwards, but
I think at least until 6 laser. That would be this. The moment you find 1 single Zed, I think you're happy with that and just go 8, as you mentioned.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Ixla is going 8th. I think that's going to be a big one here right now. Right. Again, we're talking about this. He was playing for an angle that is not necessarily the greatest thing in this type of lot. Right. You get that Jewel Lotus early on. Okay, cool. It's happy. I'm all good. But the thing is that this is not a very flexible line to play into. So when you get hit with that prismatic seconds and not a hero augment, you're kind of in not the greatest of a spot. Right? He's still on Yuumi 1 as well, right? Like, this is just a spot where you're trying to avoid that 8th.
Travis did mention it. It is a bit of a coin flip comp, and I've said it all throughout the weekend as well. This is, I think, why players like Double especially don't like Yuumi. It's because you do feel like the player that is going for Yuumi is just gambling almost for no reason, because if they don't hit, they're going to find themselves in a spot like this one. So it is a high-risk, high-reward playstyle, and in this case, you do find some upgrades here for Xula, but so far away from hitting that true spike with either Nihilith or Yuumi 3.
And Double hits Jax free, Ketzer hits the Draven free as well right now. So again, extra spike is just not as big as the rest of the lobby, and that's gonna feel rough, right? Because again, when you have these high-end shopping players as well that are just gonna spike with these high-cost units, like your Yuumi 2 has to do way too much work.
My opinion is that Double 61 saw that Xula was in the lobby. He's like, all right, I'm not lose streaking this game. No chance I'm going to gamble that. I'm going to go for a win streak instead. And currently sitting at the very top of the lobby, showcasing that Jax reroll is a very, very stable comp if you hit those upgrades. And especially if you're uncontested. It's the case now. Everyone thinks Jax is absolutely dead. No one is buying this unit other than Draven players. And that makes it much, much easier to 3-star.
Yeah, and Jax 2 in and of itself is actually a pretty stable unit. He does lose after hitting Jax 3, but we don't know what the matchup was looking like at the end of the day. And it's going to be 555, David? Okay. That's probably the best outcome for Ixalan because he gets the Syndra.
There's not enough gold to fill the bench. Oh, no. We'll have to see what other comps players are able to hit, because comps like Renegade, for example, benefit so much more from having these, well, as we're saying it does come up. Leona, we said it was hard to find, but not so much when it's given to you by your hero augment. 6 Renegade, 4 Aux Force is online. Should this be stable enough to go to 8 without having to get Viego 2? I do believe so. I'm not sure if you agree, and just have higher chances of finding things like the Aphelios later on.
You can argue that the true carry right now is going to be that 2-star Bel'Veth, right? Again, transferring over the Aux Force emblem to the Leona is massive. Again, pairing that with that Celestial Blessing free means that Leona will have a lot more uptime than under normal circumstances here. And again, compare the two boards, right? You have Ixalan's Yuumi board, and then you have the board from Kerfosselt. There's just like such a stark difference, right? At the end of the day, there's just so many different more outs to play from a flex perspective. And sure, the Yuumi can stay alive for a while, but it's just not going to be enough to kind of stifle the pressure. The really big question now is going to be, what is Part of Ball's situation, right? Because at the end of the day, Part of Ball is at low HP, does have that metabolic accelerator to work with, which might be the deciding factor between him and Ixalan. But it's still a big question. You can see Enzo is dancing right there. Glad to see that, I suppose.
Is in a good mood for the tournament today, it seems like, and is going well for now, sitting on that win streak especially. So I think that's the celebration there comes from that win streak and 76 HP. So very stable for this game one. Looking at Endzone, we're seeing the board here. Sure Shot, Samira 2 online. 3 very good items on the Samira as well. I think Glass Whisper and Gunblade pretty much best in the slot. With Guard Breaker, I think being one of the best flexible items to build, especially being able to use a tank component like a belt for an offensive item is so massive. It's really changed the way items function in this set especially.
Yeah, again, right now, look at Enzo's board here. He's going to get like a massive extra spike from the Windy Weather here with that augment from the Janna, right? So again, the Janna augments themselves are not doing that great when you look at the stats, but again, at the end of the day, Janna itself as a unit has a pretty wide swing because again, there's a big difference between that being something like the Mana one or being the Windy one. You can see Enzo, he's just having fun right now, realizes that he is incredibly stable right now, so has everything that he needs to work with and is sitting 50 gold and big chilling right now.
And Lumarpin with the Fiddle Augment as well has a chance to maybe hit an early Fiddle too, thanks to high-end shopping if he has a gold to roll, which you did see he did have coming into Wolves. So right now sitting at 30 gold, going to have a chance to definitely hit that spike maybe at the end of stage 4. A second Leona is on the carousel. Not as valuable as the first one would be for Kerfuzzle, just because of the spike from 6 Renegades. But still, if you're hoping to get a big spike from Lima 2, that might be an option. Never mind. Dry has taken that rod instead.
Yeah, that's always the big thing, right? Where it's like, okay, cool, I get a pair of legendaries in the carousel, and then like, okay, that's a good component, so that's not gonna happen, right? Yeah, but again, it can
haven't seen much of Dry's board. Also picked up high-end shopping. Curious what his board looks like coming into this half part of stage 4, and it will be also Sure Shots. So 2 players. Oh no, rather it's Lumarpin still. 2 players on Sure Shots, Lumarpin and Enzo we saw earlier. Janna online in the Fiddle, still just a Fiddle one here.
Still just a Fiddle one, but he's level 7, right? He does have the high-end shopping, but again, he's not rolling that deeply right now. I think he wants to go level 8 to find those better odds for legendaries. Meanwhile, Dry finds 2 copies of that Aphelios right now. He went level 8, he has the high-end shopping, has those better odds, but needs to make a lot of decisions here on the fly, and he's going to be running directly into this 3-star Draven board from Ketsa.
Let's see, not just the Draven has been 3-star, but also the Poppy and the Rel getting a little bit more HP, a little bit more stall for this Draven to do its thing. To really just 1v9 is what Draven is best at with this comp, with the reroll version of this. The Gunblade helping to heal up. The extra HP the Gunblade is healing is even more valuable because of the 4 Defender. So much more armor for the HP makes it so that it's harder to take the HP down in the process, and that will be another easy win for Ketzer. Knocking Try down to 17 HP. We talked about it. The danger of facing reroll players have spiked incredibly hard in stage 4 when you're trying to play greedy. You're trying to play for high-end shopping. You're trying to play for upgrades for your 5 cost. Doesn't always work out that well.
Ixalan's actually putting up a pretty valiant fight. Wait, is Ixalan winning a fight? Is it a tie?
And he's closer now to some upgrades, but yeah, still, I think realistically not going to hit Yuumi 3 in this game, considering he's at 15 HP and so many players are getting so strong now at the end of stage 4.
Yeah, and again, that's a big issue here as well, right? With the fact that he's still level 6, and like the units that he's pulling from that Syndra aren't necessarily the strongest type, because again, there's a big difference between him hitting a random Yuumi or hitting that Malphite 2, for example, like getting the utility of the threats on the left side of the board. So does have a direct knockout match here, almost potentially against Fry coming up. Potentially, no, it's going to be the catch-up one. This is going to be the one you're talking about, right? This is the reroll player that actually spiked and got a good Augment with the Prismatic, and then you have the reroll player that didn't really hit.
Silver lining is that if you play Draven in stage 4, stage 5, you're only really ever taking a 1-unit loss. So even if it goes to 15 HP...
Wait a second.
Okay, usually, but Draven has now passed away for this round at the very least. Yumi's still alive and kicking, doing her best with the blue buff and the gunblade to heal up the Nyla, the 1-2 carry tank, and damage carry with a Yuumi, and that will be a win for Xula, actually. Can this man actually do it? Is the blanket this strong, Weeda?
That's a big question. Maybe I've been underestimating this combination of what essentially is triple combat augments, right? With the Empowered Reserves, with that Battle Mage as well as the Jewel Lotus here. Right? Like, at the end of the day, that's a lot of damage, a lot of combat power. And again, I don't think he's ever going to top 4 from this spot. I don't think he's expecting that either. But he's just trying to figure out if there's a way for him to at least avoid the 8th place right now. And Potterbull's board situation here, it's not the greatest, right? He's down, doesn't have any combat augments. He does have the 4 race now online, as well as now Mordekaiser are going to get that continuous AP gain all throughout the fight.
Talking about the Yuumi board again, we saw someone in day 1 win a game with still Yuumi 2. Did not actually get the Yuumi 3 to win that game. So it is possible. There are chances, as you mentioned. There is an unusual amount of AP on that Yuumi because of Battle Mage, and then the JG critting off of all that AP is going to be massive for the damage. But Potterbull is on his last life, 4 HP now, 5 loss streak. Not a good sign at all coming into stage 5. Has to hit upgrades. Samira has been found as a dual carry with both NF and Samira, but the biggest problem is only a singular item on the mech. Especially considering how mechs work, this item is 3 times as important to have a 2nd and 3rd item on this front line.
And no Gunblade, right? There's no Gunblade to kind of help offset the loss of healing as well, which I think is an important one. And this is probably one of the worst matchups for Potterbull here, right? Like, again, at the end of the day, this Draven should be able to clean up house against these squishier backlines now. Again, the NF is going to get her first cast off and could take out a lot off the front line. Again, look at that. Stacked up Poppy as well, just tanking this Samira for ages.
And the ace will help with the execution if you get the Draven to glow enough, but it comes down to the angle of these axes. Samira down, the biggest damage carry. MF tries her best, and she does succeed. The Archangels stacking over this entire fight has helped for sure with the extra damage. And Ketzer taking down a little notch 2 times in a row now with the Yuumi fight and this one now as well. But more importantly, Potterbull stays alive.
Yes, that's a big one.
Down.
I mean, we were kind of like looking at the spot right here. He was ever so close to scamming his way to a 7th, but Potterbull got a good matchup for him to a certain extent, right? Had a good fight here, so that's a big one for Potterbull. At least starting his day off with at minimum 2 points. Now has a mountain to climb. Fry is still pretty far out from him, 2 fights at minimum, but
I love our top 3. All French players are like, Potterbull, what are you doing, bro? You should be 4th here. Come on, man. Climb up in the HP standings, please. That's the goal here for Potterbull, of course. Everything is on the line in this game 1. Facing off against Enzo. Zephyr on the Samira is not a good start to this fight. France on France action, but with a player like Enzo that was win streaking earlier and is one of the strongest, well, is the strongest player in the lobby in terms of HP, I think it's going to be a hard fight to win here for Potterbull, even with that Samira spike. The Mordekaiser damage comes through. Both backlines still up alive, but a little bit healthier on Enzo's side. Samira versus Sivir, and Potterbull taking down in 7th. So unfortunate. They're so close at the end.
Yeah, and he's also like, he's a little, you can understand him being annoyed, right? This Draven is kind of starting to struggle just a little bit. It's going to be juggling around here.
Blitz?
Blitz is a fun unit, but at the end of the day, this is not the line, right? But Double here, again, he's lacking a combat organ, right? He has high roller health and spike with the Jax, but he's still lacking an extra damage item on the Jax. There's no JG, there's no Rage Blade, for example, to start amplifying that damage. There's no combat augment for him to really help him out. Meanwhile, this Leona is still Leona 1, which is to be expected. He's rolling on level 8 with actual level 8 odds, with other people having contested the unit so far. But it does have a lot of carry aspects going on for it in of itself right now. So Fry here, again, he has a lot of positioning things to take a note of here. Has 3 different matchups in the pool, and every single fight matters a lot.
And the third item on this carousel could be so big of a spike for Double if he hits it. And of course, he will survive this fight. He is sitting at a pretty comfortable 45 HP, second in the standings. Jax doing his thing. RFC, by far and away, the most important item on Jax. It keeps him safe and protected. And Dry slowly trying to slam anything he gets off of that Urgot. But Jax is coming, and Jax is a very, very mad boy. Swinging around the Urgot is going to be huge here for the CC. Jax gets locked up and not able to finish off the fight there for Double.
Yeah, there's probably like the worst components he could have gotten there, right? Like, you know, another static shift when he's like lacking a frontline item, he's lacking another AD item or something like that potentially as well, right? Like, not looking too hot right now. But again, Fry does have the first priority here. Can take a frontline item if he wants to. He's going to be going for that Hand of Justice instead right now.
Kerfuzzle gets the Titan Resolve, steals it off of maybe Double, being able to get that Riven 3 if he was able to pick up that Titan Resolve, and still a good item to have on Riven 3 as well. She has the Bramble Redemption already, so unfortunate for Double for sure. I think that would have been a guaranteed pick for him. But we'll see if... Yeah, there's a little bit of gold to roll down, trying to get maybe the Leona, but it's going to be hard to hit.
Yeah, I'm interested to a certain extent, right? He prioritizes Rage Blade or something like a Godbreaker. I think both damage items are pretty good. I think that Rage Blade isn't necessarily the worst thing in the world. It's a pretty good item, but Godbreaker at this point in the game, when there are these massive frontliners that are, you know, going to get shielding from here and there, it could be a good one for sure. But again,
I mean, a Brawler, almost Riven 3, almost Riven 2, that's a lot of stalling where Rage Blade is able to really, you know, get you going. RFC is so important because it gives you right away immediate power as the fight starts, but Rage Blade is what guarantees you maybe win fights as we go into stage 6. And Nunu on a mission, but Nunu is already targeted by Draven, taken down. Unfortunately, Urgot farming gold, but not really. Oh, never mind. Component is also fine. The belt not going to do much here, though. Draven should be able to win, even with the Undertow coming through. A good angle for the axes means that should be a fight win. The Gunblade helping out, and the Last Whisper especially taking down so much of the armor that Draven has to chew through.
Yeah, and again, at the end of the day, like Fried Air, yes, you can get all the items you need from that Urgot, but you're just like, again, lacking a bit of combat power again at the end of the day. A lot of people actually have been lacking the combat power from their augments. This game has been a high emphasis on things to uncap boards and combat, and like, you know, we saw the metabolic and economy augments, like a lot of that going on here. Again, I kind of like this build for Kerfuzzle. I think that Silent Resolve is a slept-on item on Viego, is one of my prioritized items when I go for the unit. I think that you want to have BT or Gunblade, Silent Resolve, and then JG for the most part here. Obviously, he has a dual carry setup going on, triple carry even, you would argue, with that Renegade Fiddlesticks.
We'll see if Viego is able to dodge some of the CC coming his way. Undertow looks like it's going to hit him here, gets locked up there as well, jumps into the wave, but not really getting to see too much there, and gets some really good resets. Only Samira really left alive for Endzone. That should end very soon as well with Belveth and Viego. The dual carry is just doing so much work for this board for Kerfuzzled, and the cap with 6 Renegade as well. It means so that when only this Viego is left alive, he's going to be doing so much damage.
Double got 5th though. The board was just not strong enough to really push through that wall of the other boards that are just unbelievably high cap right now. You look at this board and you're like, okay, cool. He's needing Leona 2, Echo 2, and Fiddlesticks 2, and this board is unbelievably capped, right? Like, these boards are just, when you look at the lobby, you're like, okay, cool, these boards are just all over the place. Like, they are so strong right now.
No surprise. Gold into Prismatic into Hero Augment. We saw what that kind of game how it plays out yesterday with the Urgot 3 up against Viego 3. Maybe not going to reach that same heights for this game 1 in today's tournament day, but still, it's easy to understand why players are able to get so many 2-star 5 costs and end up with these very, very high cap boards.
There was like a Gunblade here as well. It also does have that Reforge, but again, Gunblade on Leona is such a big one. Again, just securing more healing for her is always going to be massive. Lumapine here, just trying to figure out a different way to uncap and recap this board. I think that the Vi, for example, could potentially be a different unit at the end of the day. Urgot 2 being the big one as well. Echo 2, I think, makes the board every day of the week over the Vi. Brawler is kind of irrelevant at this point in time, but it's all about figuring out the right things here.
Fully itemized Aphelios 2, a very scary sight, especially when the Urgot's on the wrong side, as we're seeing here. So Aphelios will be able... Oh, never mind. It's going to be Draven board instead. We have swapped. And Draven is not on the right side. The Undertow will be able to hit this Draven, lock up his damage for a few seconds at the very least. Will that be enough to turn the outcome of this fight? I'm not entirely sure. The Draven is really popping off here. Ketzer, of course, being the HP leader in the lobby at this point, having stabilized in stage 4 and never really, took his foot off of the gas pedal at that point. Another easy win for Ketzer, and it looks like an elimination for another French player, Enzo.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Ketzer is just taking his he's just taking down his countryman left, right, and center. But Lumapin's still in there right now, 10 HP. Next one on the chopping block. And Ketzer and Kafasel hasn't battled it out for a while. They are going to battle it out now. Or maybe they're not, actually. Lumapin is the one with Ketzer in the matchup pool as of right now. So we don't really know which of the two bots are the strongest. That's a big one for sure. And two is pairs to Johnny's. He's just looking for pretty much any upgrades here. Not going to find them right now. But all these boards are using incredibly capped. We've been talking about. Positioning here is going to be everything. So to understand as well, like you talk about this Urgot placement being incredibly important.
Sejuani as well. Draven on the right side for Ketzer, and the Urgots is not really on the right side, but Sejuani at the very least is. So her ult will come through and we'll be able to stun that Draven for a little tiny while. Some gold being farmed here, but really all you care about is winning this fight for Marpin. 10 HP in stage 6 means that really you're only at one fight. And it's only Draven that's alive. Can Draven commit the 1v9 here? One more Undertow from Urgot would be massive, and yeah, it's going to be an easy win here for Lumarpin in the end. Stays alive, but against Kerfuzzled, I'm not so sure he'll be able to do it.
No, right. We can kind of see that, but this board from Kerfuzzled, we were talking about like how hot this board came out even before the prismatics came through, right? Like we're talking about like the double spats and what you can do with those. Like you want to go for the incredible sleeping. He even found himself a third spat somewhere along the road, right? Like he's all over the place. Like, he has so many options right now. He still doesn't have Leona 2 because Leona has been contested by Ketzer as well.
Fiddle 2's found, and that's huge. Renegade Emblem and the Sunfire Cape as well on this Fiddle already. Gonna wait, possibly, or maybe just gonna wait. Yeah, I think he's good enough with the HP. Doesn't want to, ruin his chances of finding that Urgot 2 or Leona 2 later on, and the Felios 2 as well.
He also doesn't want to release the Aphelios into the pool, for example, by selling those off or like adding more Urgots to the pool. Like there's no reason right now with what he's holding on to that he doesn't want to release those back into the pool. And his board is just so strong that he should just be chilling most of the time here to Leona.
And Viego, though, it's pretty big. Viego trying to heal past the damage, can't do it in the end. Viego down, Draven still very much alive, though, and trying his best to win this. A good angle for the Axes. Never mind, the Belveth moves last second. The Undertow comes through, but the damage, I think, won't be enough to take on all the HP on this Draven. Urgot can't do it by himself. Kerfuzzled finally gets a loss.
So no pairs, I think.
No Leona, no Urgot.
Yeah, I don't believe Lumapin was holding on to a Nunu pair. I mean, it was putting a Nunu onto the board, but I don't think there was a pair in there with that. So Kerfuzzled now has to make a decision. Probably wants more frontline, or does he want another carry item to put onto another unit? Like, that's the big question here. He's going to be going for the Warmox. I think it's by far the best item here for him. Back to Ketzer's perspective.
On the Fiddle that had an item slot still open. And we see a Fiddle 2 has been found by Kerfuzzled, so also hitting more of those spikes at this point in time. Ketzer went 9 with all the gold he had a few rounds ago. Really only missing the Leona 2 at this point. And Kerfuzzled considering. Can't hit 5 Ox Force off of the Cephalios.
Yeah, I think it's just not figuring out like which unit is the best one for each individual match, right? And I think that the catch alliance of that is going to be that Urgot now. And again, look at the positioning here.
Perfect Zephyr onto the Viego, up into the air. Won't be dealing damage for the start of this fight. The Belveth will, though, and is trying to do her best on the left side of the board there. The Undertow comes through on the side of Lumarpin. And it's looking pretty doomed for that backline. Pretty much everyone dead. Only Samir left alive. And Lumarpin, I think, happy to go third in this game. He knows that the other two players have just higher caps on their boards altogether. Lumarpin couldn't really make it past the point where he was at there.
Yeah, it's again like when you are at that low HP total as well, just one bad fight is just gonna happen at some point all throughout the game. Now this opens up the Urgot 2 option for Kerfuzzled that he's kind of been holding on to, kind of been grasping the straws for, but no reason to roll for anything right now. One fight is guaranteed at least for stage 7 as well, so can get the goal, can get pretty much anything there as well. Again, there is always the X factor of what does the Urgot pull up from the deep. That is going to be the big question for sure right now. Trying to dodge the Draven as well. There are a lot of things here. Last second swaps all over the place. Good.
Actually, for Leona, incredibly important depending what target she latches onto. It could be an insta-kill on one of the most important units on the board, like this Fiddle, like this Viego as well. Both near the Eclipse target right now for Leona, but the Draven is obviously the main carry for Ketzer. The Undertow comes through, stopping some of that DPS for at least 1 or 2 seconds, but Draven left untouched. The angle is going to be incredibly important as well. Belveth and Urgot both taken down, and this should be a pretty big win for Ketzer, but not big enough just yet.
Yeah, we're still on stage 6, not stage 7, so these hits were guaranteed to at least stay alive for now. Okay, Aphelios 2 has been found, now is also going to be put into place, going to get that Renegade emblem just to provide that massive amount of backline damage coming through here, and it could be what is going to be needed here to turn it around. I think the bigger spike, though, is going to be ensuring, as you're talking about, dodging the Leona from Katsu and also find that Leona 2 upgrade for either player right now, right? Like, both of these players are trying to find Leona 2, and that could be a massive game changer.
I believe there isn't actually yet any MR shred on the board here for Kerfuzzle, so it could be an item he wants to look for off of this Urgot PvE drop. We'll see what the Anvil options are and what he ends up going for here.
Ketsu gets a Zephyr.
Second Gunblade is always going to be good. As I mentioned before, it's pretty much best in slot for every carry in the game.
Hey, Paris has the blue buff here. Does this just get the Urgot cast sooner, or am I missing something?
Maybe trying to pop off the Leo if he gets Leona 2 to pop off some of the items and have a blue buff on Leona, but you have to hit that in the shop. Not an easy thing to do at this point in time. And yeah, trying his best to do so, can't really find it.
But he already has double like mana item, because he's just going to be going for the quicker Urgot cast there. But again, I feel like a Zephyr would have a bigger one-fight impact instead, but it's going to potentially the last fight coming up right now.
You're going to see the Urgot is going to be on the right side for this Draven to get knocked up for at least a few seconds. Aphelios, though, completely untouched on the left there for Kerfuzzle. Could be massive, especially now that it has this Renegade emblem as well. And the outcome of the fight has changed radically. The Viego resetting, buying more and more time for Kerfuzzle. We will have at least one more fight to decide this game 1.
And get Leona 2 found here for Castro. That's I mean, it might be too late, but it could be a changer as well.
Maybe it isn't late enough. Okay, we're going to see a blue buff go on the Leona. You sell the Urgot in the process.
Nice.
You buy...
No Gunblade.
Did I miss something?
He's playing double Leona simply as instead. I think that's fine. Double Leona here could be the thinking, guys, because like there are so many MVP targets on Kerfuzzle's board that being able to take out 2 of them could be the big thing here. Good. Urgot again, David.
Yep, still on the right side for that Draven, just barely gonna get hit by the wave, but Leona is also a big one. Fiddle already taken down at this point, and Leona still left alive for a second cast onto, not quite the Viego just yet. Viego has been left untouched on the left there, but now the third laser comes down. Draven is the only unit left alive once again, and that should be a win for Kerfuzzled. Can't say I'm too surprised considering the level of play Kerfuzzled has showed in the first 2 days, but also the level of play that Viego and company has shown for the Renegade comp as well.
Yeah, I mean that these like gold prismatic 5-cost hero augment games they're just wild, because literally anything is possible outside of Ixolet being able to pull his Yumi through, which was very sad. But again, the start of the game was so wild. Like you had the win streak at the top that was like being contested, and then you had three-way contest for a full loss streak where people even were full opening their boards and just selling everything on them. Like these are wild. Again, Kerfuzzle was the one that lost that battle for the loss streak as well.
Yep.
That's also another thing that's worth noting, right? We're talking about like what goal would he have to roll for 3-5? Like he found everything on 4-1, but his economy was not in the strongest of spots.
And a good mix of comps as well. We saw Draven reroll, Yumi reroll, and Jax reroll in the very first broadcasted game of the day. So I think we have an interesting day 3 ahead of us. But first, we have a break coming up and an interview with the Bosnian player Yasu, who is not longer in day 3, but did make it for the first time with a Bosnian representative in GSC. So congrats to him. And we'll hear some words from him as well. And then, of course, the analyst desk with Counterfeit Makes and Barry Baden. So stay tuned.
Okay. Hello everyone, I'm Paris Hadjic, known as Jasu on the US ladder. I'm coming from Bosnia and Herzegovina and I'm 24 years old. I think this set is great. Like, feels very refreshing after the set 7, which I skipped for the most part. And I got really hooked on this one after the set 7. I think this set is very, very good. I think, like, Polish players are really tough to face, like Lelouch, Travis Siwat and such. On tournaments, it's kind of different story though. I think French players are way more feared at tournaments, like Double 61, Voltariux, and other French players. Oh, I think this batch is by far the best we had since the start. First batch was a little bit bad for me specifically because it wasn't really my playstyle, and it was kind of long because of holidays. But I think this current patch and the patch Golden Spatula Cup will be played on is like the most balanced patch we had for the entire set. I really like it. Okay, I want to shout out K6, I love you guys. I want to shout out Team Ambition, and I want to shout out Boises. I think Boises is one of the best organizers in the entire TFT community, and I think Riot gives him attention. He was organizing TFT Summit as well, and I think he should definitely get a chance in Riot.
Don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. You were staring at the window, and I said, I wanna take you to the sea. And when I'm better, we'll do everything. I gotta stop making promises I can't keep. But if I was gone.
When I say you, you say K. You!
K. I mean,
you!
What a K!
I'm not going to make it into a whole big chant which will just go on the whole desk long. Barry, I mean, what an incredible day it is for UK TFT.
It couldn't have started any better, really. We've got one representative and winning the first lobby on broadcast. What a start, really. It's some UK pride getting felt here on the desk for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. We know, of course, Maisie Marspan, of course, who was joining us the previous day, and all of like Lana and things, everyone from the UK coming and watching. This is such a big moment for us because, again, if you're in France, if now you're in Germany as well, you can be like, first place in the lobby, that's old hat. We don't even get players in these day 3 lobbies, let alone players in first place.
And we've got to cherish it while it's happening. History's been made before our very eyes, with witnessing a step forward for the UK TFT scene.
Of course, we did have to get rid of makes for this desk because we wanted to make it as UK as possible, but then we see the flag shining brightly. We don't really go in for that much patriotism because we don't tend to win things very often. But Kerfuzzled getting, of course, one of our, really ridiculous endgame boards to put together.
I mean, I think when you look at taking Renegade Spat straight away, and then seeing Prismatic and 5-cost Hero Augment, Kerfuzzled must have been so excited because Renegade's caps the highest, or the highest in this lobby, and one of the highest capping boards, just anyways. So to see a Prismatic lobby, those reroll players would have been a little bit more disappointed, but that Aphelios 2 winning out at the end was just too much for everyone else to handle.
Yes, of course, getting I think the 5% chance roll to see all of those Hero Augments, it really felt like it made a massive difference in the lobby. One of the things I did like, while it didn't ultimately work out in the end, I was seeing, for, I believe it was, part of Ball picking up the Morkaisers to try and get the aces online a little bit quicker and a bit more reliably than they would have been otherwise. I'm honestly a little disappointed that didn't work out, but this lobby was just completely off the charts.
I think with Paderball, he obviously started with Metabolic and then taking an Econ Augment, then taking Windfall. Obviously, he was hoping to hit everything a little bit sooner than he did, and he unfortunately didn't find that Samira 2 until it was really too late. You want to be hitting your upgrades much earlier and then pushing on to level 9, and it just didn't materialise for him. Obviously, still squeezing out a 7th, so I think he'll take that based on how the game state went.
And of course, we can't let it go without making note that we did see half of the lobby go for a Felios flavoured hero augments there, which honestly wasn't too much of a surprise based on how dominant Aphelios has been generally and how good just overall those augments have been performing in general.
Yeah, I think Aphelios augments have some of the highest win rates. They are the highest win rate 5-cost augments for sure. So obviously a lot of players thought, if I'm going to win a lobby today, this is my chance. I'll take that Aphelios. There's a couple of people re-rolling. Hopefully I can cap higher than them and really take opportunity. Obviously, the likes of Double dropping out with that Jax reroll, he'll have been one of the more players that's more disappointed to see the Prismatic come in, because Jax doesn't seem to cap as highly. So when he saw the Prismatic, he was probably thinking, I'm unlikely to make my way into the top 4 here. So.
I do want to take a moment, though, to shout out, of course, the Draven coming in. I think we were already surprised by just how well Draven was able to do in a lobby that was so, such a rarefied air there. We were operating at the bleeding edges of what was possible with compositions, but still Draven, performing very well to get to the top 2.
I mean, it's always a pleasure when any of our players that have made it this far get offered Think Fast, because just to see the very best players just rolling, hoping they find it. Obviously, you didn't find it, the 3-star in that turn, but you came very close. Didn't take too much longer afterwards to hit it, and then went on a really long win streak. And we actually saw himself and Kufuzzled winning, both win streaking for quite a while, avoiding each other. So I'm sure the rest of the lobby will have been a little bit disappointed for that.
So I guess this is a chance to pitch it to you, Barry, because of course you've got the you've got the competitive experience. If you were in that same kind of situation, what kind of choice would you have made?
I'm not the type of player to take Think Fast. I'd prefer playing late game comps, playing 4-cost carries. So I think I wouldn't have taken it in that scenario. But obviously that's why I'm only on the desk and I'm not playing, because I'm not willing to take that option when it's presented to me.
All right, guys, so as I say, this is a crazy way to open up day number 3. Of course, we've got our players fighting for that golden ticket, that one guaranteed spot in the EMEA regional finals. There will only be 3 Golden Spatula Cup champions across the entirety of this season, and today we will crown our first. So, Barry, to look at our standings, of course, we're looking forward to page number 1, but in page 2, where we are right now, what are your immediate thoughts?
I'm surprised to see Wet Jungler start off with an 8th. Obviously, we didn't have that lobby on broadcast, but being so consistent this season on ladder, especially. Ixula obviously committing to that Yuumi reroll and just not hitting anything really early enough and just bleeding out. So not so surprised with that one, but definitely seeing Wet Jungler down there. Not the best start to the day for sure.
And this is something we were talking about coming into today. Our players definitely, I think you put it really well, saying that they've gotten used to playing more in the top 4 starters to try and stay in position. But then we see up at the top of the table, along with TSW5, of course, who has done very, very well indeed. The UK flag mixed in amongst what we expected to see, which is a fair amount of French flags. I think there's less German flags towards the very, very top than we've gotten used to, but certainly I would be shocked that we didn't have a ton of French players still doing very, very well.
Obviously, got to shout out Kubik there over the first 2 days. So consistent, straight away kicking off day 3 the same way. So, and same with Kretzer as well, who's had a great showing so far. I'm sure the German players would have liked to see themselves a little bit higher, but not a bad start, picking up a few points. Obviously, throughout the day, you may end up having to play for those top 4s just to get a few more circuit points for the Rising Legends circuit to qualify for regionals. It's not just winning today on the line. Obviously, people will be wanting to get as many points as they can.
All right, guys, so I think we have got our next game pretty much ready to go. We'll be heading across to Lobby 2. Impetuous Panda, Witter, please take us in to our second of the day.
different group of players coming into this lobby too, and hopefully some different comps as well. We didn't see absolutely everything we expect today in that game one. We did see a lot though, with the different rerolls were all pretty much covered, I think, from what we expect to see today. We didn't really see vertical laser core though. I think it makes sense. That lobby was very high capped, so playing kind of these top 4 comps not the best idea. Being went off of that 6 laser core instead. But anything else you want to see in this game too?
How about no prosthetic augment? Just for
all right.
Because,
sign off on that.
Let our players, come down just a little bit, be able to play actual relevant TFT, or not relevant TFT. That's a bad way of phrasing it, but like a more like traditional game of TFT where the tempo doesn't get thrown out the window, stage 3-2, because you already know that you're seeing one of those high-cost hero augments towards the end of the game, right? So it's like a lot of people ended up getting caught out by that. More stable TFT, more traditional TFT.
And let's check out what kind of players we have, if they are traditional or not. And it seems to be a lot of big names that we've seen. So many different sets competing at the highest level. Snooty Boo, Lumanapin. Both Spanish players that are qualified to day 3 are playing in this lobby as well. We have Canbiz, Double's cousin, coming in. So we have maybe one of this family coming in every single game today. I don't want to jinx it.
I feel so bad for Canbiz every time, and he's won like Hex League and stuff, and he's still just it's Double's cousin.
Listen, I'm just filling in the narrative. I'm not trying to deny that Canbiz has had an incredible career of TFT as well, but it does, if you are Double's cousin, you are going to be kind of always compared to Double, and Double is a world champion, of course, so it's a hard comparison to really fill out, I think. But starting at the carousel, pretty good spread of items, nothing too crazy on the offensive or defensive side. Any items that you think over this tournament, Wida, has surprised you, that has been doing well off of the first carousel, or kind of just by the book, bow, rod is pretty much it?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like bow and rod, right, are just the catch-all ones. I was a little bit surprised to see tier being left open, but as we've been talking about for the last couple of days, tier openers do commit you to some pretty specific lines that's not as flexible, especially if you get dropped that second tier. You do have to play one of those blue buff lines, and if your name is not Exula, those blue buff lines might not be as enticing compared to a glove opener here, for example, right, where at least you'll have a TG to play from if you want to play tempo instead, for example. So
I was gonna say no Kubek, no Exula. I think probably less priority on the tiers in the first carousel. But looking at Snooty Boo, someone that had a truly epic comeback in Game 6 yesterday to make it, needed a top 3, was 8th place with 16 HP at Wolves, and somehow managed to turn that around into a first, playing Draven reroll. He has a glove on the bench right now. If he gets a bow and he finds a Draven in the shop, he might be enticed to rerun that strategy and try and play it again here in Game 2.
Yeah, absolutely. This is like one of the more rough component openers, right? Because you don't necessarily want to slam that TG unless you get like a really strong opener in of itself, and Guillotine opener potentially is okay. It's not bad by any stretch of the imagination for sure, but it's not an opener where you want to slam a TG, because if you end up hitting that Guillotine, you are going to be getting just a regular old-fashioned setup, like an extra item, right? So the advantage from the TG not as big potentially, and again then you're left to play around the cloak, which D-Claw is fine, Iotic Spark is okay, but it's not going to be something that's going to shape your direction of the game.
Vayne and Nyla, Duelist is an opening. You do have 2 gloves, which are okay for Duelist. No components for Locket just yet. Makeshift Armor, Celestial Blessing, and Ancient Archives. I believe only really the second and third options are viable at this point in the game, and both fairly generic and fairly okay. Nothing to get super excited about, but nothing that's too terrible either. I think you're happy to not take too big of a risk re-rolling here. I think would be, considering what we've seen with hero augments in the last game and yesterday as well, a big risk to re-roll here.
It is Snooty though, right?
It is Snooty. He rolled yesterday when we saw the same situation.
In a pretty similar spot, right? We know he doesn't have he doesn't like CB2, which I don't necessarily blame him for, him, because the power level up Celestial Blessing 2 is actually fairly low considering it's a gold combat augment. I think that something like the makeshift armor instead is super powerful.
Could this be a JG slam on the Ashe? It's possible.
This is Watch though. Holy moly.
3 underground combat training on the Draven. That's not an angle we've seen Draven reroll played from just yet, but it could be a very exciting one. I know combat training was really fun in set 7 with champs like Nidalee, in my case, I love playing for, but I haven't seen much of it in this set, and I think it's not an augment that has the greatest stats. But the players in this day 3, they know what they're doing. They know, how to snowball these augments into a very big lead going to stages 2 and 3.
I would really like to see what Ilya's other commitments were, like other augment options were, because as you're talking about, it's not necessarily the strongest, it doesn't have the best of stats. You have to be super familiar with what line you want to be playing for here, right? As well, because it's a combat augment that gives you power, but it scales. It's not something where you like make a transition on 4-1, and then you can kind of build that up, because at that point in time, you're effectively going to be down a combat augment. And again, if he's going to be going on the Graven reroll line, none of the underground units are going to be staying in that line, so he's not going to get that spillover effect from that. So very interesting to see where that spot will go. We saw Enzo again playing on these higher cap boards, but again, this is a very strong true twos.
How did he lose last round? Who did he fight? Did he fight Catcher's board at the end of the last game? How was he able to lose with this board right now? Yasuo 2, Guardbreaker slammed as well, the Kale 2, Fiora 2. 4 duels, one of the stronger traits in the game to have online at stage 2. I expect a 4 streak coming up from here, and Snooty Boo unfortunately faces Enzo here, despite having a strong board with the Ashe 2 in the veins.
Yeah, and that means like Snooty cannot build up a streak now, right? Like again, how is that going to impact him? Again, you're a player that you're much more familiar with Snooty's lines than I am, right? Like, does he really like that super win streak heavy style? Is he okay to try to make his board purposely weaker from this spot on and then play for a potential 4-loss streak?
Yeah, I think he's a very experienced player. He knows how to play both lines and also adapts to the game and his opponents are giving him. In this case, that loss from Enzo means that I think he will be moving into a line where he's going to try to loot streak a little bit more and then eventually stabilize at level 6 or level 7, ideally. Luan Pindo, Spanish player, also at the very bottom of the standings, is loot streaking as well, but only 90 HP, so fairly healthy for 2 losses at this point in time.
Yeah, I feel like about that, because again, we've seen some of the more explosive aspects as well. He's going to be on that preparation line, but doesn't have anything prepped on the bench, though. That's the big thing right now. He prioritizes econ over prepping something like a Cho'Gath, it seems, so might not be as interested in going for the Kaiser Fret line, which has been an interesting one to follow for, because I feel like if you are going for that line specifically, getting a fully prepped Cho'Gath working would probably be higher priority than getting that one econ breakpoint. But again, it's not just the one econ breakpoint though, right? I think that's something that we also need to consider, that it could also just be the fact that he wants to ensure that he's gonna hit that 10 into 20, potentially into 30, into 40, into 50. And if he picks up that Cho'Gath, that natural progression is going to be incredibly delayed.
We have 2 admins to talk about as we look at this carousel as well. Uko's admin is start of combat. All admins permanently gain 50 max health, which could be something you snowball out of control if you really go deep into that admin trait at the very beginning of the game, similar to really anything else that starts at 2-1, like Underground. You want to get that going as soon as possible, so could be a possible option for Uko. And Lusher has on kill, the killer will gain 25 AP for the rest of combat, which is one of the better admins to have for those LeBlanc Soraka boards in stage 4, either gaining AP or gaining mana. Both of these on kill effects, you can really play around with your board to make sure you get the maximum benefit from them.
Yeah, I feel like for Uko specifically, this was one of the lines, few spots where you could try to play for Camille if you got the hero augment coming free too, but I think that he's going to be playing for probably just Tempo with LeBlanc for now. I think LeBlanc and like a lot of free cost reroll spell single lines we haven't really seen a lot of in this tournament so far, and is kind of an unexplored tree in competitive play, because a lot of people have been trying to go for the Talia lines, but I feel like there's a much higher ceiling to the free cost reroll lines if you have the possibility to go for them. Lusher, you're just playing Tempo around the true twos.
Yeah, we saw the ones on the right there, pretty much all giving a lot of board chunks to these players. True Twos can be considered an econ augment to some extent if you want to sell your upgraded units, but for the most part, it gives you a lot of tempo on the board. Similarly to the rest of the augments we saw there, Thrill of the Hunt, Makeshift Armor for Snooty, of course, Sunfire board for Kevin, who is one of the win streak players right now, and Lusher as well here, trying to defend that 100 HP. He does so. Uko takes a hit, and now it's just Lusher that's able to defend that 4 win streak, hoping to make it 5 as we move into Krugs this next fight.
What's the cloak, though? Do you want this? You do, okay. I'm down with taking this. I quite like taking first cash out Underground quite a lot, actually. I think it's something that a lot of people, they don't do enough. It's just like saying, you know what, okay, even like keeping it in and then playing Underground for another 1 catcher can even be pretty okay, but getting these double Tang items rolling here is going to be pretty good for sure. Elias' economy, though, is not in the greatest of spots. Can make 20 here by selling the pair of Ezreals, however, so can at least make that breakpoint.
Yep, that will be the case there. That will be the decision that Ilya makes. You need to start snowballing his economy as soon as possible, as long as you're not losing out on too many options to strengthen your board with different pairs or the kind of the neck you're going to put in with the comp you already have established for now. But facing off against Lumarpin, who, as you mentioned before, has that prep, now is prepping the Vayne and the Ashe, could be considering playing for Recon. Of course, prep is an augment that synergizes with having multiple copies of your carry units on your bench and on your board, and of course rerolling for Kai'Sa and Vayne and maybe not Ashe does accomplish that with prep.
Could also just be a laser core angle, right? Because as a unit itself, Vayne slots very nicely in as a filler unit. That's worth noting as well, right? That she supplies the recon for the Ashe, she supplies the duelist for the Yasuo, and the set potentially as well. So it's a nice little gap stop of a unit to kind of have in there for a while until you find that set, etc. So a lot of openings still to be looked out for in that spot for sure. That is something that we need to keep an eye out for here. Elia now as well needs to figure out like what exactly he wants to do, because he doesn't have the greatest of Draven items as of right now. That belt is not going to help either. So a ton of options here now. And again, the free 2 Walkman is going to be super game defining for someone like Elia, because is he going to be able to stay on this Draven line, or does he have to go elsewhere?
Oh, Kambiz also seems to have a recon start, so might dissuade Luanpin from considering that. As we talked about, it's always going to be important to try and not get contested on recon. So Kambiz has, I think, a much more defined spot for recons. Now, even has the Belveth in case maybe there's a gold augment at 3-2, and he's able to get that recon emblem onto Belveth, which is incredibly strong for all of stages 3 and 4.
It is very strong indeed here. He's even going to Rod and start prioritizing the items off the Belveth, meaning that he might be looking for a way out of this specific angle to a certain extent, because I feel like most of the time you like to have that gunblade on the Kai'Sa instead here. But now if he slams the static shift, he is. Okay, cool. He might be committing to the line now. We are looking at Enzo Sport here as well. David now has slammed that Ionic Spark.
I think it's important to commit the Shiv here, because even for the mental game of, hey, Luanpin is having some recons maybe, I'm going to slam the Shiv, and that pretty much sends the message directly to Luanpin of, hey, I'm playing Kai'Sa this game, do not contest me, or we will both go bot 4, which I think is really important. I think at this time, every player is considering, how can I not get contested on my comp? How do I make sure I can really hit my high cap board? And players are going to be very respectful, I think, with the lines they have. And especially for Kambiz now, has the option for Armadillo and Spread Shot, chooses the Rammus augment instead, which is interesting. But I think when you're already committing for the Kai'Sa items instead, you're not really itemizing for that Vayne. It does make sense here. And you're one step closer to that Rammus too.
Yeah, I think that Armadillo is one of the strongest ones, especially if you are going to be expecting a lot of 80-centric comps in the line, right? And again, the thing is that a lot of the recon augments themselves are actually not necessarily needed for the units to carry. I think that the double shot thing from Kai'Sa is okay, but the Starcross one, not that great. Instant Knight is obviously pretty good as well, but if you are expecting someone like Lumapin who has picked that up already, you're not going to roll for that. And when you have a perfectly fine option, there's no point in wasting a reroll as well. So, and again, this is kind of because we're talking about, right, with this laser core emblem now coming into effect for Lumapin, how Vayne is just a nice little unit to fit into the comp.
Do you see Kambiz had a Spatula as well on his bench? Does it really work with either threats or recon, because you can't make the recon emblem itself, but you can hopefully get a Spatula on this next carousel. Kambiz is first pick for now, at the very least, 2 fights left to go. If he does, that's really, really big, because you never want to go 8 playing a reroll strat like Kai'Sa, but being able to get an extra unit in, something like a Fiddlesticks, a Zac, for example, is huge in allowing you to stabilize until you hit those 3 stars.
Absolutely. And a fun thing right there, Lumapin was still level 5. And won the fight. Right? It just kind of speaks volumes to how strong that tech itself could be. And Enzo is just going to start rearranging the items here, realizing that the Vayne Zoo is going to be the better holdover point for him for now.
Multiple players picked up that Vayne augment, though, so it could be a possible disruptive moment going to stage 4 once those roll downs commence.
Yeah, and I think that most people now, as they are going to be scouting around, realizing there are recon players, there are multiple people on Into the Night, realizing that Vayne free is never going to be an out here, even if you are going to try to play for vertical duelist, like it looks like Snooty is kind of trying to do right now. Just knowing that set 2 is going to be the big spike point that is going to be available most of the time next for these type of players. It's going to be a pretty interesting one to follow as well. These are games where there's 4 or 5-way contests on the same units. That's going to be a really big issue for some players.
Especially when it's not really a comp that you start up the game saying, oh yeah, this comp will be the one that's contested because it's so strong. It's more just the game puts you into this direction, and then suddenly you notice like, hey, why are we all playing this comp? Why are we all contesting each other on Vayne? It's not where most of these players want to be, I think. They want to have the full agency to win or lose fight depending on their own decisions, and not the shops they hit and the units they're able to upgrade. No spat on the carousel here for Kambiz, but does find a bow.
Why not just make the duelist spat and just go directly into that 3 and just start contesting people? right? Just a little bit of fun.
Some people just want to watch the world burn. I don't think Cambage is one of them. I think from what I've heard and what I've seen, he's a wholesome, positive dude that is not going to purposely contest 4 other players for absolutely no reason.
But think of the potential of duelist spat Belveth while you are in that vertical. Like, unironically, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if he wants to play this set alongside it as well, but Time to Assault, probably the better item for sure to work with, right? Even something like a mascot emblem can be a useful thing to look forward to in the future. I like to push to 7 here to try to spike that Rammus we've been talking about, right? Because again, pretty much every single free cost in the game right now does a lot of work on Campus's board, so just getting those higher odds, getting that better setup going, it's going to be a positive thing here. Can even slam the mascot spat if he wants to, if he plans on keeping this Alistar around.
And we can see the immediate effect of all these players going for Vayne. Not a single natural Vayne has been found yet for that 4 recon spike for Cambiz. Looking at the Manazine, though, it could just going straight into threats instead of relying on 3-starring recons and trying to find a top 4 board that way. Just going into threats and having this Manazine on ASOL could be a very, very big deal as well.
Definitely could be, and now we can kind of see that this Draven board is kind of started to come into its own right now. Again, doesn't have any of the Draven augments available to itself. Obviously, it was a triple free, so that's something to keep in mind. But it's gonna kill that. It's gonna win the fight against that level 7 player Spiked. So that's an interesting one for sure for follow. And I think that the ceiling here is, technically speaking, it's infinite with the combat training, which I think is super fun. And again, the double shield effect from the Riven as well is going to be a pretty interesting one. And if I recall correctly, the shielding effect of the targeted unit with Riven's shield scales off of that unit's health pool, right? So if that goes onto a Draven, for example, that HP shield scales with Draven's HP.
We know the problem sometimes with playing 2-cost rerolls where the hero augment might just completely ruin your game plan. In this case, the Riven fits in with the Defender and the Brawler from the Jax as well. So actually a very good fit. Doesn't really derail the initial plan that Elia had, especially when he's so committed to it. Combat training, once you start off scaling that combat training onto the Draven, you can't really pivot off of it. You'd be losing an augment in the process.
Yeah, and that's the issue, right? Because technically speaking, this is almost like a hero augment for this Draven, but again, it is just lacking in terms of pure combat power here. Now you can see that Lumapin went to level 7 as well, trying to play that tempo, has the laser core in, so that's going to be expected at the end of the day now. But again, there's no Last Whisper, there's no healing. So Elia has to make a decision. Does he want to go for that healing option, or is that Last Whisper going to be the most important item to look out for, right? Because has half of a Gunblade chilling on the bench, but is that going to be the case?
I haven't seen Uko's board yet, and we know his admin, we mentioned at the very start of stage 2, was that for, all admins actually gain 50 HP every single fight. So in this case, LeBlanc is the pickup with the aim assist as a second augment pick, and going to be going into this admin AP line we haven't seen too much of in this tournament up until now.
Very, very enticing Wolf situation here as well. Gets that Tome of Traits. Hacker Emblem is always nice. It's never a bad outcome. Civilian also kind of one of those that can go into everything. But getting that LeBlanc and giving that access into the backline essentially as well, he does have the Camille in, but free Hacker just applies a little bit of extra healing at the end of the day, right? And I think that is something you need to look out for as well here.
If Uko was watching that game 4 yesterday on stream with both Laser Core players, with 4 Hacker going first and second, maybe he learned something off of that. Hacker Emblem might be the way to go, and ends up picking it up here as well for the Sona. In this case now, it is a Sona 2 at the very least. Zed almost finds his way right into that backline. Maybe with a kill here on Lee Sin, he's able to navigate, but no, instead goes right onto the Blitz with that tankiness that's going to be very hard to have the Zed kill in time. But I don't think LeBlanc all by herself can do this. Maybe if she kills the Zed, yeah, will be possible. Samira, still 1 star, not able to do enough. And Rammus, a great tank, but not so good at dealing damage at this point in the fight.
No, that's going to be Kevin Parker's streak broken, has been streaking more or less since 2-2, 2-3, one of the two, right? So has been going on. We are going to be seeing just a silver augment here to get the tempo.
Our prayers have been answered, we know.
To bring the tempo down, nice back in line here. He's going to go for the hot, which is, yes, that's a real augment.
Oh, Urgot at 7. Well. That should be an insta-buy and an insta-slot into the comp, as we've seen Urgot performing fantastically all throughout the entirety of this tournament.
I'm just trying to figure out, is this Lisa? Again, it's a Lisa in 2 now, right? But again, you're floating a hot unit. You don't plan on going to level 8 either, right? Like, so the big one right now is trying to find a Soraka. That is going to be the natural slot in at level 8. That's going to be 4 hot, 4 admin coming through. And again, just to see whether or not that's going to be the case, if the Soraka is found, does the Urgot leave the board?
I mean, it is a big spike. Maybe you have a chance to again, you're win streaking here with 3 wins in a row. Maybe just go 8 and find that way to slaughter an extra unit instead. And just gives you a better chance at finding the Soraka's. But again, if you are rerolling LeBlanc, it is going to be better on 7, as you mentioned earlier.
I think it's being the odds are the same, right? That's the thing where, like, if you feel like LeBlanc 2 is stable enough.
It's just the goal that you lose going to 8 instead of rerolling, basically, just slows that down a bit. But the spike might be worth it with the Soraka and having the Urgot already.
And so one thing I want to talk about here is Uko's augment here, aim assist. It's actually a really fun augment because once you have a strong surrounding board around it that can kind of like put a lot of units to low HP, so like not Soraka, the LeBlanc will just kind of randomly catch out and kill like random carries because they're going to be caught low by random straggling damage. And that's something to keep an eye out for here because it does provide a lot of extra damage. That's also why I kind of like the fact there's no mana gain item. Right, like there's no need for it. The damage itself is going to come through. You're going to get a lot of extra damage from that augment itself. Just having that extra power from this more damage, I think, is much better. You're talking about this switch coming through, David. So why is this strong?
We're going to see now, the Manazane on the Acel is going to be big. And the Bel'Veth is still Bel'Veth 1, Acel 1 as well. So the upgrades are still missing for Kambiz, and he's at 0 gold. He's rolled all the way down trying to hit these upgrades, hasn't found them yet, and is sitting bottom of the HP standings. Maybe in a dangerous place. What do you think? Do you think this is strong enough to be able to go throughout this stage 4?
I don't know. That's why I asked you. Like, why is this strong? Why is this supposed to be strong? Right? I think that's the big thing. I feel like there's a lot of power level in the front lines themselves, right? And I think that Kambiz now has added an extra layer of like mental APM that he has to think about with that future side being picked from the augment. But again, when you have units that are as flexible as they are in positioning, like most of the threats are, it's just such a strong augment because they can just kind of do whatever you want them to do. Misses out on that set with a bow. That is a high priority unit combination for sure here.
Any laser core enjoyers who have not hit that 6 laser spike just yet might be interested in picking up this tier, or maybe just an AP player like Uko who has a LeBlanc who's trying to get that 3rd item onto the carry, also wants to try and hit that blue buff in the process.
Wants to that blue buff in the process for sure, but just some Mordekaiser being left straggling here is also something to keep an eye out for. At the end of the day, Lusha now starting to prioritize itemizing this, getting items onto this Viego here. Also has that random little Aphelio sitting at that back end of the board. Now again, only 2 Oxforce, 3 Renegade with that heart. The high tempo from the start of this game is kind of starting to fall off just a little bit, right? Evasion is a good augment in and of itself, but not a lot of support to it, and he's kind of just chilling with a 1-star set at the end of the day. It's not the strongest of front lines.
And definitely not the route that Lusha would take in a normal game, but we talked about the 3-cost hero augments, kind of you're going one direction, then it forces you to play completely different, having picked up that Jax. You want to play on your board, the best way to do so if you're not playing Jax reroll will be with a mecha frontline. That's why this set is now online. Redemption and the Vow. Not the absolute best item for the Vow, but still fairly good items to have here. Gonna give some amount of armor, and the healing for Redemption is obviously big with the HP pool for the mech. But the Aphelios one can't do it just yet. The TG, not the best items. Runans, yes, but Archangel's not ideal.
Also, the combination of that Ascension coming through for Uko, right, as well. It's just like so much power in that late stage in those longer drawn out fights here. And has to make a decision.
The wrong carry units on the wrong shops. We have Soraka for the player that wasn't that wasn't Uko. We see 2 Acels here that I believe Kambiz would love to see if he hasn't already upgraded that Acel. So unfortunate, and we hope players are able to hit all their upgrades. We saw Luanapin did hit Sejuani 2, I believe I saw on the right. So that's a big frontline stabilization, but still set 1 for Lusha, which is a big problem when you're playing with a mech frontline.
Yeah, and we've been told by our observer that the 4 admin spike has come through from Uko. It's going to be plus 50 AP for the rest of the combat for the admin. So that's a very good one here. That's just going to help everything just pop off.
And admin is a line I mentioned before, we didn't see much of in the tournament yet, at least not on the stream games. It's a hard line to navigate. You have to obviously hope that you have the right admin to start, and then that opens up the possibility of even playing the comp. But when everything goes right, it's a comp that surprisingly has a very high cap. We've seen, well, at least I've seen videos of Magarki farming 60 gold per round with 6 admin online. So I hope that, I think that's the only way we're going to top the Urgot 3 from yesterday. If we have some kind of crazy 6 admin game that produces gold as well and able to go fast 9 and get 3-cost legendaries.
It would be fun, but there's no admin that's going to be producing gold this game for sure, right? You have the 2 effects. There's just nothing else there to keep an eye out for here. Elia, however, has found that Riven Free. Is still struggling to find Draven Free, however, despite rolling on level 6, right? So not ideal, but again, the Riven here is a sort of a secondary carry, right? With that carry augment coming through, and the bigger shield is a 2-way upgrade for the rest of the board as well, right? So overall, not the worst thing in the world, but 5-1 with a Draven 2 is far from ideal.
That being said, the extra board power from the combat training might help you be able to just still produce results with just a Draven 2 and then buy you more time to eventually hit that Draven 3. Jackson also found extra HP for the Draven, and there's now the 6th Draven coming online. 3 more to go, 2 more to go at this point now, and still a little bit gold to roll with. That's the 8th, and now 1 more left. Not many rolls left, though.
Oh.
I guess I'm just the caster blessing on this very successful Draven player, Aaliyah. Very happy to hit this. The rest of the players that see this, not so happy. Draven 3, a menace throughout all of stage 5.
Maybe you should teach Mage your ways of caster blessing German players. I think you should be very interested in that skill, David, for sure. Right, again, look at this lineup here for the Draven. Just perfectly lined up for that Vayne. It has been the secondary carry, or the primary carry even in this composition so far from Lumarpin, but these laser core, laser drones, they are always so interesting to follow. Very close here at the end of the day, but that is going to be a win for Elliot with that spike you've been talking about. It's supposed to be a menace.
Big win here for Lusher as well. Player that was bleeding HP all throughout stage 4, had to find a way to stabilize. Possibly might have hit that set 2 already, which is the reason why he's been able to do so. Aphelios in the shop for Snooty, but he is playing 6 duelists, does not care. He immediately slots in that Aphelios with a Dust Wave. One of, I think, the strongest unit in the game right now, as we've seen throughout the entirety of this weekend. Also helps that he caps out 2 of the strongest traits in the game, Sure Shot with Samira, and then, of course, the Oxforce Renegade comp with Viego.
Yeah, and it's worth noting, right, when you are running 6 duelists, most of the time when you are not collecting 3 stars, you are running relatively underwhelming units a lot of the time, right? Like you're running GP, even Fiora is not the greatest unit in the later stage of the game, so just getting that Aphelios online is just going to be a much more reliable carry. Granted, you can't get 2-star, but just getting more power and just spreading out the damage from being fully melee into having more of a ranged approach as well is going to be a big help here for Snooty potentially, right? He has slots 3 in a row, so any sort of change to his approach might be what is needed. But again, this is such a tough match to play into because this LeBlanc is just going to catch out those backline carries every day of the week.
And we do see Uko went level 8 instead of staying on 7. I think that's a very good approach if you're thinking about not just top 4ing, but trying to actually win this lobby to cap out as high as possible. You want to have those level 8 natural shops to find 5 costs, eventually maybe go 9 as well once you're stable enough. And you can really decide if you want to go for LeBlanc 3 or if you want to continue leveling and just trying to fit in more legendaries.
Enzo, though, is struggling towards the lower ends of the lobby right now. 9 HP, him and Snooty kind of battling for 8th right now. And again, every single point is going to matter today. It's not just about winning, it's about securing as many Rising Legends points as possible as well, right at the end of the day. So, 2-star set has been found for Lumarpin at the top of your screen here. A bit of a Spanish battle, David.
Please do not kill Snooty here. That would be a bad start for the Spanish. Well, the only 2 Spanish players are here. It has to be friends at the very least for this day 3. It's looking a little bit grim, though. This Aphelios not going to be able to do enough. Can he get 1 more kill? He can. And does that snave Snooty? It does not. -1 in the HP. And Snooty goes down in 7th. Thank you, Enzo, for saving our country, at least a tiny bit.
But it's no longer the opportunity or the possibility, rather, should I say, of that Spanish sandwich you probably would have hoped for, right? With Lumarpin going first, now will be 1st and 7th instead. But
nice. What a cruel carousel. Sunfire Cape on Acel. That is just a bad joke from Mort Dog. Obviously, Acel has anti-heal in his own kit. You never want to have both on the board.
I mean, I wouldn't say never, right? Because at some point, so this is a bit of a misconception, right? Sure, it has diminishing returns to a certain extent, right? But there are going to be some units that carry a Morello that has a higher chance of reaching a backline, right? Whereas Sunfire will very often be focused around hitting the front liner. So, like, it's not ideal. You don't want to itemize double. You don't want to itemize double anti-healing on the same unit, even, or just in general at the end of the day. But it's not the end of the world.
Is so fed up with this Acel. Has not found the Acel too. He's like, all right, I'm selling you. I'm going to give these items to my boy Urgot instead, because he has proven that he has what it takes to carry some of these fights, even at 1-star at this point, with the Oxforce emblem helping with extra attack speed.
Wait a second here. Viego's going to get blocked here. Viego's going to get blocked. Might have to do the Tour de France here. Might have to run a marathon. Okay, gets lucky to a certain extent, right? But
she's trying to get closer to Draven's axis. Viego wants to, end his life as soon as possible. Jumps into the Leona, holds as well. This Viego is not on the team of Lusher, and Lusher needs all the help he can get. He's currently sitting at 8 HP, might be eliminated in this round, and it looks like it will be the case. Viego taken down, only Zerwani left alive, and that will be the fatal blow dealt to a German player. Germany, Spain, France, 1 from each country eliminated for now, and only the top 5 remains.
Yeah, and one from each remaining. Oh, two German players actually, technically speaking, remaining here. And then we have the Finnish representative in Uko, who is kind of making a big name for himself right now. Again, worth remembering here, these are the players that did finish top 4, top 3, even in their first game, most likely, right? You're looking at the numbers at just above the player cameras. And again, they are being matched by points. So again, the higher up you are from these lobbies, the higher of a chance you have to win the tournament, right? Because again, as long as you are in those top lobbies, come the end of the day, you are going to be in with a good shot at taking it all here. Again, double shroud makes it very hard to position against Lumapin, right? There's so many things to consider, right? There's the hacker, double shroud. Like,
you have a two-way threat, pretty
on?
much. Exactly. Every single part of the board is in danger, basically, by either the mana reap effect from the shroud or, the kill effect from the Zed jumping at you with the QSS, Attendant Resolve, and Edge of Night. And it will be enough to get the win there for Lumapin. We now go into Stage 6's PvE round, or at the end of Stage 5, rather, and we'll see what items are missing and what kind of maybe third damage items can come in onto some of these carries to really propel these boards forward.
Yeah, Canvas now looking more likely to take the 5th here as well. Again, even at the end of the day, there's also just an Urgot just holding down the middle of the board, right? Like there's just so many things here and so many disruptive effects for Lumapin to think about, or like his opponents to think about even. Wait a second. Oh, this is going to be the preparation stack. I was like, what's going on here for a second? I was like...
Yeah, he's selling his Vayne hero augment carry just into the shop.
I was like, I mean, I have seen weirder things occur, right? But again, at the end of the day, when you have that, again, it's good technical play. There's no two ways about that. Just guaranteeing you're going to get those final few buffs for that preparation for those ever so important units that haven't been able to get them all throughout the game so far. And again... Canvas, you're looking for a miracle in a bottle in the form of an anvil as well.
Could be redemption for that Rammus frontline. Not really an ideal item for that Acel that is currently missing, with both Belveth and Urgot really being fully itemized. It will be redemption, and I assume it will be slammed onto this Rammus, unless you maybe find somehow Leona 2 all of a sudden could be a different change. But Urgot pair is now found. A few more rolls. Finally, the Acel comes through with the Mana Zane. You've been chasing that since the very beginning of Stage 4, so it took 2 full stages to find that upgrade.
Stack 2 as well, but what does that make the way for? He's going to be the lack of that Aegis, just going to get that removed out of the way. No need for that. And still redemption on the bench, need to be put into place, but again, just ensuring that the positioning is correct before doing any of that nonsense is the correct way of going about it.
Of course, would be best on the Zac, but having already the Warmogs on the Rammus, you want to double down on that first item, make sure you get the most benefit with a bigger heal of redemption thanks to the extra HP from the Warmogs. The Belveth still alive, Urgot, finally taken down. Acel doing his best, and it looks like it'll be enough with both Belveth and Acel, the AD/AP dual carry, doing enough for Canvas to survive, and that's really all he wants. I think he can't really aspire to more than maybe a top 3 in this game.
Yeah, and the thing is, that's worth noting here as well, he was facing against Lumapin, which is one of the other players at the brink of elimination right now. Kevin Parker also taking a bit of a tumble down to 5th place in the standings here. Not ideal for sure for now, but...
And the Urgot 2 would be such a big spike with fully itemized Urgot already on the board. Can't find it. Positioning going to be quite relevant here for this Urgot especially.
He knows his matchup though. That's
exactly.
Knows the matchup, but he has to juke it just a little bit for now when there are still going to be 5 players alive. At the end of the day here, he has to go and scout, has to do his thing here. Gonna go for the frontline suffer here. Gonna try to hit that ribbon up into the air now. This Draven free at the bottom of on the top of your screen, sorry, should I say, it's gonna be the big deciding factor.
Ooh. Acel might be in trouble, but Fiddle taking the hit there for now. The axe is on a bad angle. Now at a much better angle for this Acel, or for the Draven rather, the Acel, quite the opposite. He will be killed off just by the extra damage coming through. Urgot stays alive, which is big for maybe one more cast if he gets it through. And he does. It looks like the Undertow comes through, but only Acel left alive. I don't think he has the damage, the DPS, the burst to kill those 2 units. Kevin Parker saves Cambiz though. Cambiz -3 takes a 4th place in Kevin Parker. The German player takes a 5th. Finland, Germany, and Spain remain in this top 3. Lumapin, of course, on 6 laser. Elia is on that Draven, and Uko playing, again, one of the lines we don't see very often. Vertical admin, LeBlanc as a carry, popping off in this game too.
Yeah, I'm so happy to see that, right? Because I just think that it's such an underrepresented line that is so hard to really fully approach, because a lot of people are just simply not open to playing free cost AP reroll, right? It doesn't have to be vertical admin even for the LeBlanc to do a lot of work when you have that support coming through from that aim assist here. Again, you can see the fully supported Soraka being put into the back line, right? Like, again, and this is going to be super relevant as well. We are going to be looking into some other matches, right? Something that's going to be pretty fun that we might keep an eye out for later on today. Could be Hacker Draven even in some matches where you would rather just have Draven just go directly onto the backline carries.
It's going to be a big enough win, it looks like, unless this Vayne can get some kind of a miracle. She can't. Lumarpine taken down in third. But again, I think Lumarpine, similar to Cambiz, two players that are happy to finish among the top four, considering how this game went and considering how their opponents are looking. Both Uko and Elia looking extremely strong. Elia especially had that combat training from the very beginning. The Draven is now 3-star, has been gaining so much AD. I think he's gained over 130 AD just from the combat training, and he's at over 500 AD when he gets into that mech form as the fight begins. So definitely a scary Draven to face.
There it is, LeBlanc free found now, so it's going to be 3-star carry versus 3-star carry. But there is that X factor of the 2 stars.
Oh, double Zeeks as well for this Draven. It's a 5, well, more than 5 items, because I don't know how much items combat training really gives in terms of AD, in terms of death plates, but that's a lot.
It is a lot of value, right? Especially with the change now for like add damage amplification when it comes for that as well. But this fight here could be big. It's going to be the LeBlanc that is going to be thrown directly onto Draven. At least attempted to do that to get that CC going instead.
It's very important to try and have a hacker change the axe angle of the Draven by having kind of perpendicular to him across the baseline of Uko's or Evelia's board instead of kind of that diagonal that we tend to see with Draven. But for now, the mega tank of Riven is now just about to go down. Only Draven left alive. Has a good angle to hit the LeBlanc here as well. Can't one-shot though, and Elia takes a pretty big loss for this point in the game. We're almost in stage 7, and now with 7 HP, that is just 1 loss to go here. And Elia will be taken down. And Uko, I don't want to say rightfully so, but it is nice to see a player playing kind of the more unusual line and being rewarded and being able to navigate it to maybe a first place.
Yeah, we have 2 reroll players here at the end of the day trying to getting their way and actually top 2 in the lobby, right? Again, just showcasing the flexibility of what is available to play on this patch, right? Again, we had the super high cap game in the previous game that also was a Draven, yes. Draven, I've been talking about how I want Draven rerolls to come in and show itself all throughout the weekend. Now it's finally really having a strong showcase from the right at the get-go here. Fantastic angle here from this Camille. It's going to lock down this Draven here for a while as well.
Urga on the wrong side, but not surprised considering Uko seems to have left his chair. Maybe it went for a quick bathroom break. Maybe needed some extra water to stay hydrated. But for now, the Draven is directly onto the LeBlanc now quite early, much earlier than the last fight. Could it be the difference maker? I don't think it will be the case. Elia taken down, and Uko are only... No, there's 2 Finnish players actually left today. Flumsy also here in day 3. But still, Finland overperforming compared to expectations. I believe it was only 2 players coming in on day 1, and they're both here in day 3 as well. Huge win for Uko.
And again, Uko is not a new name around the block. He has been around for a long time, going back to set 3, set 4. He was in there, one of the best players. And again, one of those players, much like Wet Jungler, that kind of is always at the top end of the ladder when they are playing. And again, he does have a little bit more international tournament pedigree compared to Wet Jungler, for example. But again, great performance from Uko here to start the day.
And that is going to be it for this game 2. We have the analyst that's coming up, but we also have an interview for this first break coming up. And it will be with Xula. So if you like Yumi or blankets or interview buffs, and this is the player to watch and hear from in this insight for this interview. So stay tuned and don't go anywhere.
So I'm Xula from Germany. I'm a German streamer and player. I've been playing TFT competitively since set 7, and I started playing TFT at all at set 1. But I think by now we have a really good set, and yeah, especially from the design side. Maybe the patches are a bit too swingy. Maybe a bit too much is done in terms of the patches. For example, when you had the Yumi checks meta, and the next patch just completely shifted that towards 4 costs, and both comps were, in my opinion, completely unplayable. So I competed in 2 Golden Spatula Cups so far. I missed the first one last set, but I started competing in set 7 Golden Spatula Cup 2, and I had to go through the Golden Spatula Cup Open Qualifier. But the Open Qualifier was pretty fine, and I think my placement was also quite good in the GC itself. I ended up as 21st. To be fair, the competition is pretty rough, and I feel like the games are really high quality when you play in the GC, and you have a lot of good players there. Always shout out to the German community, which really welcomed me last set when I wanted to join the competitive community. And of course also to my Twitch chat, which is always super supportive and yeah, I think one of the best Twitch chats out there.
Welcome back to our analyst desk. And after Peter yeeted me away, I have now come back to claim fame to a comp that I actually saw a lot of when I was doing data work, but we haven't really gotten around to see it on broadcast. And since everything still kind of goes up with Draven, we'll talk about that in a little bit as well. But for now, we do want to talk about our key feature, Peter, and that is going to be the LeBlanc. And you were, I think, particularly impressed with that aim assist augment, right?
Oh, for sure. I mean, we did know that the LeBlanc did start showing up a little bit before when everyone was running, the set front line and then all the carriers on the back line. But I mean, this is just, it's so amazing. In this case, we're not actually seeing the particular one, but just a basic ability. But the aim assist gives her an extra orb that she'll fire at the lowest health unit, not the lowest percentage health unit, the lowest health unit, which means that she's able to go through, and if she casts enough times, she will just start picking off backliners like nobody's business. It honestly feels deeply unfair, which is always a sign of a good augment.
Adding to that, Barry, you kind of wanted to talk about the admin here, right?
I think obviously Uko had the HP scaling admin online really early, which just helps you ramp up, keep that win streak going. We saw him actually keep pushing levels as well. His fourth admin ended up being on combat start AP, so that'll have really helped spike the board. But I thought it interesting, he went 9 and just kept leveling and didn't stop to roll for LeBlanc. He knew he'd hit it eventually. Kept that win streak going, hit the LeBlanc obviously right at the end to win out, and even stood up and walked away because he just knew he was winning that round, which is obviously great to see.
Is it? Peter was saying like cool guys don't look at explosions, but exactly. I kind of feel like you should stay until the end and watch yourself win. I think that's kind of, you take it in, right? But Draven was definitely in there as well, and we kind of have to talk about the League of Draven as it comes. A lot of access to go around inner lobbies now that we mentioned it 2 days on broadcast. I feel like the Draven's coming up more and more, Peter.
Oh yeah, I mean, in this case, having the combat training in place from the beginning of the game, it felt kind of similar to what we were seeing from the admin side, where you're encouraged to keep the same board for a long time. In this case, picking up the combat training from the very beginning, I think it ended up with around 135 AD being added on for that augment just to Draven alone. So the numbers were absolutely ridiculous.
I think we've got to give a shout. Oh, sorry. We've got to give a shout out to Lamparin as well. Obviously, playing Laser Corps, he opted for the defensive items on the Z. A lot of the damage in that comp does actually come from the drones themselves. So that survivability on the Z obviously guided him into a top 4, getting him that 3rd. So really good itemization there.
Yeah, we saw that board just now and saw the Draven. I want to say, I'm so in Draven mood. The Zet survived until the very end, and just those drones doing so much for the lasers. But Canvas also making it in with a board that we've seen kind of a lot in the middle of the pack. It's just a lot of threat flags. The ASOL was hit so late, which unfortunately then wasn't enough. We heard the casters talk about it, but still good to see him up there. And then unfortunately Kevin not making it in there, Lusher not making it in there, but I'm pretty confident that they will recover. They're just going to go into a lower lobby for now, and we're going to have a look at how our standings look like. I'm really curious to see how everything played out. You can see there's a little bit of a German wall building out. Potable taking a last place of right now. Ixula seems to need more of his Blanky buff, but nothing is decided yet. 4 more games to come.
Wow, that's really surprising. Of course, Palabol, our TFT land champion, really having a rough day of it so far. There is a little bit of time left, of course. We've still got 4 more games to go, but hitting up the top spot and taking home the ticket to our EMEA regional finals seems like it's probably out of reach for Palabol.
And I think if we just get a look at the top of the standings now as well, there's something, Peter, that we're both very excited about. And Kafuzzled going 1-1 in his first 2 games. This time opted,
the only player!
Opted for recon reroll.
Okay, rub it in. I think you can have this moment. It just comes so rarely for UK. I think you should totally enjoy it while it lasts. Because I don't think
I don't know if you're familiar with the country that Kafuzzle comes from, but UK, I don't know if you're familiar with what that stands for. It stands for unkillable. Kafuzzle, the god of TFT, has arrived. The UK rally behind him. I'll be so excited. I'll punch my microphone and I'll tear down the walls. I'm saying at this point, I don't think it's too early to call. We're going to be seeing an unbeaten run the whole way through, and UK will finally become the TFT country it should always have been.
See, Peter, I know you don't usually get that option, but casters like Panda and I, we do have quite a lot of experience with jinxing our own fellow players from the countries we're from. So you just did a fantastic run at that. And I'm just going to watch it play out. For now, we do have a break ready. We have an interview with Darkest, one of our Turkish players, lined up for you guys. And after that, we're going to have some more in-game action.
Hi, I am Darks1903. I am a competitive TFT player from Turkey. I am 24. But with this new format, with the TRCs, people can see the players they are watching in streams, they are supporting. I think it's a really good approach to the competitive TFT scene. I think Dasik, I want to say Dasik is great. He can play a lot of different angles that I could never see. Last set he was great. He made 2 words. Yeah, I like his play. This patch, I think Trico's role AP carries are really great with their carry augments. Sona, Zoe, and LeBlanc, that if you can 3-star them, they can easily win the lobbies. I want to thank Turkish community. We are not that many people, we are a small community, but most of the people love each other. We talk about the game with theorycraft. I think Turkey can achieve more. Also, I want to thank my viewers, my fans. They have always been there since set 7. Yeah, thanks.
Always on the outside, through a window looking in. Never the right time, so the chance goes by again. Lines begin to show, we feel broken. To move on, we have to
we are back here from our in-game casters. My name is Makes, and I'm here with Vida. Vida, you already had the pleasure of casting Game 1 and Game 2 with Impetuous Panda, of course. I feel like, I was talking to Peter, I feel like it's already so crazy and so intense. Like, so much going on in our first 2 games already. Can it be topped, or are we going to get like a low-impact silver lobby?
I mean, the stakes are getting higher and higher, right? So no matter what now, people have a much better view of like where are they actually at in terms of the overall standings. And the players that we are going to be watching are the players at the top of our standings as well, actually, right? So a couple of players on 11 points outside of Ketsa, but those are going to be in Lobby 2 and not in Lobby 1. So these are the players that right now can have a pretty clear expectation that they are playing for the tournament win already. That has to be at the forefront of their mind right now in terms of their gameplay.
Yeah, and we are seeing our lobby right now. Players are getting ready. Hayden is cuddling up in his cozy sweater, which I think looks really comfortable.
A lot of turtleneck going on here as well.
I mean, it is winter in most of EMEA's countries, so it does make sense.
We have a 25% turtleneck ratio right now.
All right, we're going to go into the game. Keep in mind, this is Game 3. After that, we'll be at the half checkpoint, and players are currently picking up their first item. A nice little selection here with some offensives and defensives going into the game.
And we see that the picture has been painted all over the weekend, right? Where it's going to be 2 people going for sword, 2 people going for bow, 2 people going for chain vest and sword, right? And then whatever that doesn't get picked up there gets picked up afterwards, and tier being left open if you're not open towards those lines, right? And as we saw, Uko played the lines that are kind of opening up with tier even without a tier start in the last game, right? So options are still aplenty.
Yeah, and I'm really curious to see what our first augment is going to be. That's always the big question in my head. Are we going to get like a very early 2-1 hero augment, or will it be something else? Highest chance stays the gold augment, so that's a 40% chance for you. But we're going to see how this one plays out after the PvE rounds commence. Lulu 2 in shop for Ketzer can pick it up here if he would so like to. Is going to do that and have that crit love be stuck on her for a little while.
Yeah, and Lulu has kind of turned into a bit of an item holder in the early game for more AP-centric lines, but also a thing here as well. It's actually quicker. You kill the units quicker by having a Lulu, like 2 Lulu ones.
Another one.
Yeah, but it's more so like a question of being more effective, right? Where it's like you kill the units quicker by having the 2 1-stars. So again, as we know, time can be of the essence in these PvE rounds very early on. Sometimes when the shop locks you out when you think that you have to click something. You just want to avoid those situations when you get those gold pickups. You got 2 items instead, so not really the same situation going on right there for now at least, but he's going to get a lot of gold here to work with potentially.
Yeah, we're hopping on over to Salvi, whose board is already looking a lot more stacked as we go in. It's going to be the gold augments, and you can see him thinking about it. We have seen some build different boards kind of focusing on Senna and Kaisa as carries. I'm curious to see if that's an option for him.
Yeah, I think that also the issue is here, it would really like another combat choice here that wasn't either BD or Double Trouble, right? Because Richard here is not really an option, because he has so much power in those high-cost units that are currently on his board and bench, right? He has a Senna, he has a very good Senna reroll opening, all things considered, right? With Severe already, with Galio already.
He also has a Kaisa, but it is going to be the Rich is Richer, taking a book out of Doubles, a page out of Doubles' book, who picked up the Rich is Richer yesterday or 2 days ago with a full open for it. Is not going to be the angle for Salvi, who is trying to make it to those 20 golds for now, and we'll see how that one goes, but definitely is missing out on combat power for now.
Yeah, and Salvi and Hayden here on our screen are 2 players that are kind of the same era of TFT to a certain extent, right? They both started competing very early on, playing a lot of those early third-party events, but Salvi is the one that has had the most sticking power to a certain extent, has found the most success, right? At the end of the day. But again, that doesn't make Hayden a bad player at all. Hayden is a very good player that has a lot of history in terms of competing overall throughout his entire life. Spent most of his early youth being a sponsored mountain bike rider in Sweden, right? Did that essentially full-time, as you kind of do when you are at an elite level in a sport at a young age, right? Like when you have those sponsored things, because again, at the end of the day, it's a massive economic investment to partake in a sport like mountain bike, you have to be incredibly dedicated to it. And even now, he still does a lot of orientation running, for example, at a somewhat competitive level as well. Like, he's a very overall super active person that does compete a lot of the time.
I'm wondering how many people can relate to that, because I know I can't. I mean, if I'm going outside, it's to usually grab food or work. But good for him. Love hearing that. We're going to meet up with Ketzer here, who has Orange Forge as augment. He's picked up the Zonias from that and procced it onto that Lulu we saw him pick up so early. We're going to see if that works out in Salvi's favor here, but it's looking pretty good with the Talon being targeted in the backline there.
Definitely is looking pretty good, right? And Sonia's Paradox is one of the things that one of those Orin items that we've seen a lot of over the course of the weekend have had pretty high impact, especially in some of those Yumi games, primarily piloted by Ixula, obviously, but it's a pretty interesting item to look at for sure. Still interested to see where this line is going to go from Salvi specifically, because I am very much a person that do enjoy me a good old-fashioned amount of center reroll, but we saw yesterday from Snooty, right, where it wasn't a traditional center reroll angle, but it didn't have success with that center free, so you have to hit the correct setups. But if you get some of those center carry augments, they are really strong at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think so too. I would have really liked to see that BD board, but it wasn't in the cards for Selvi for now. We're going to see another Orange Forge here is going to be Collector for Kerfuzzle, and I can feel Counterfeit and Barry right now wiggling around in their seats, seeing Kerfuzzle one more time, hoping that he's going to make it. Currently the only player in the tournament that has 2 wins back-to-back and is looking to get another one, which would put him at a pace and place in this tournament where it would be very hard to catch up to him. So we're going to see how that one plays out. Very close match here between Ketzer and Kerfuzzle, but that will be it. And we're going to move into the second carousel. Let's see if there's anything interesting here.
There's always something interesting here. That could be a potential severe 2 for Salvi, right? But again, the rod doesn't necessarily entice him in terms of his future item build. He really wants to have that Sivir on the board for as long as possible, actually, so does not want to remake that at some point. I think Glove is going to be high prior for him. Last Whisper, i.e. Hand of Justice, generally speaking, some of the items that you're looking for if you are playing Senna. Also, just in general, very good items overall, right? Strong AD flex items.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see where our win streakers are on to. We have checked out with kind of the bottom of the lobby is going to be Hayden's board for now, has a Rammus and a Cho'Gath on bench, but currently on a little bit of a duelist angle. Could turn that into recons in a second, though.
Can do that, right? And Lazarus was slammed here means he is looking for an AD line, right? The duelist line itself is okay. As we've seen before, it's not the strongest, right? Doesn't necessarily win lobbies, but Lazarus can go onto Samira, can go onto Aphelios, right? Depending on whatever top-end AD line you want to play for, there are plenty of options still.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see this one play out. Has sold off the Cho'Gath for now, but that doesn't mean anything too much. As we know, players like to move stuff around. On the other side is Kerfuzzle's board, taking another loss. He's going for that loss streak together with Uku. We can see them both go towards the bottom of the lobby leaderboard, and Elia is still fighting it out, trying to get another win and protect that win streak, which is looking like it's going to happen against Kubek here. Gonna see the Wukong being picked up for Elia. Really nice little upgrade in that front line, already looking very beefy. Would probably like to have an upgrade in the back line as well to get a little bit more of damage out there. But for now, that Warmox Winter Fiora is just going to be able to tank so much and allow that Vayne to get an opening.
Yeah, right now the big history here is going to be a big story, rather, sorry to say, is whether or not Elia is going to hit Sonny Lu, aka Hayden, right? Because that can be a big one in terms of the power spikes here. But he is going to hit Salvi's board instead, hit a Rich Get Richer. So Salvi is not too concerned with win streaks because he has that massive economic backing already, right? Again, has landed last week we were talking about. It's just one of the catch-all 80 item options right now. So again, should be a pretty good loss for Salvi at the end of the day. If it is a loss, even again, this Fiora is so strong as you were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, you can just see her in action. And the good thing is nothing's going to come to that vein, allowing her to just keep on shooting in the backline, even though she is 1-star right now. She's not gonna be targeted and therefore can get some damage out here against Salvi in a Germany against Germany matchup as we move to Crux. Now, the question is, somebody was posing this in chat as well. Has Double 61 lost to Crux yet today? I'd really like to know, because yesterday he was saying he lost to Crux day 1, day 2, and it's helped him to get where he is. So I really want to know if that buffs keeps on going.
Yeah, that's a big question, right? Again, we see Sonny Hayden here did lose, actually, right? So that's no streak for him. Ilya only won on a win streak on a 5-streak right now on this board. Can continue to do that for a big while, and I'm very interested to see whether or not he's going to go for a heavy 3-2 roll down to make this board even stronger, or if he's just going to try to see how long he can carry this win streak out for. That's going to be a big one here. Gets Rageblade plus Gunblade potentially as an option here. Yeah. That would be like the full-on tempo slam, right? Where again, pretty catch-all.
Leveling, picking up, rolling a tiny bit, checking if there's anything that you'd want to go for. Picks up another recon unit. There's the Kaisa. That's what he was probably looking for, is going to move her in. Doesn't have a statics just yet, but could definitely go for it. Roll some more, is going to sell off some of the bench, but we can see the Rageblade and the gun being slammed here instantly, like you said. So that Kaisa should do a lot more damage with this front line now.
Again, tailoring here is always going to be a big one, right? With a solid 45% chance of hitting a hero augment here, you are going to have to keep that at the forefront of your mind. Like we see Hayden now is going to take a loss here as well. Again, most of the time guaranteed, right? This board from Ilya is super strong, but he is going to be playing relatively a low econ for a while, depending on how heavy the spike is going to be in and around the lobby coming around 3-2.
Yeah, absolutely. And you said it already. The tailoring for the board is going to play a role here. You can see Hayden just laughing about the damage he is going to eat with this one. But players want to make sure that if it's a hero augment that rolls around, they have their boards laid out for that. We're going to see what it is in a second here as it comes up. It's going to be another golden augment and a recon crest that, yeah, Ilya is picking up right away. Really, really nice emblem. And I'd say we're going to carry that onto an Acel for now, but as soon as a Belveth pops up in this shop, that's probably going to be transferred.
It should be a pretty easy transfer here at the end of the day, right? I've seen people go for like recon Cho'Gath, stuff like that. But again, just having a flexible unit that you can pull in and out of the board here is going to be the big important one, right? Because again, at the end of the day, your front line is not going to consist of Riven. When you get towards that later stage of the game, you can play some of those lines for a while if you had like a stronger defender front line for a short, brief moment in time, but not your end game board here. Uko's position here is one of those relatively low tempo open for duelist lines now, but again, he does have that last stance. The potential for a comeback is going to be pretty big, but again, he's playing in a contest here with Hayden.
I love how production is bringing up the last stand augment card, because yesterday I got baited by one. I forgot that one player was running it. And I was so worried for them getting knocked out, but they only proc last stand. So thank you for reminding me, production, that Uko is on that last stand. That's definitely going to be impactful here as we move towards the round, and probably means he's going to continue to loss streak for as long as he can to really rack up that economy and then later profit off of that last stand buff.
Yeah, the big question here is now, is it going to be 3-5 or is it going to be 4-1, right? Because at the end of the day, like, how you sure you can play with that Hayden, with the with the last stand, right? Sorry, yeah, I'm getting Haydenception today apparently for some reason, but no, but like, so again, the thing is that last stand we saw it yesterday as well. Sure, it procs and you might win a couple of fights, but if no one is around you and your HP total. At the end of the day, how much are you gaining from that last stand, right? Because you're just still going 8th most of the time if you are opening too heavily.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. You have to keep in mind that right now it's a dead augment. It's not going to give you anything. But with 2 players on Rich Get Richer for now, that means they also don't have pure combat power. They're also going for a more economic angle, which makes it a little bit less terrible to have that non-impactful augment for now. We're going to see what everybody else is onto. I'm seeing some second wins being given through by our admins, but yeah, I really like that recon crest. I always love recon, and recon crest just makes it so much more fun.
It just frees you up because you're no longer forced to run Ashe, right?
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
You get to run an actual extra unit, and there are just so many units that just really benefit from that additional crit chance, like the Belvath, for example, right, being the biggest benefactor of that these days. We see, right, Fossil is on a win streak now. Ilya hasn't gotten his win streak broken as of yet right now. He can still have options in terms of which units they want to pick up here. But again, one of that defensive component in that cloak, but it's not going to get the option here as it was taken away by Hayden here. So the spots we're looking for here are going to be interesting. Fossil here has that executioner here, the gold collector, that is going to help his economy get relatively stable. Nasus is good for a couple of kills per round. I tend to prefer to have that on a ranged unit most of the time because I just think it just has more value. But this board overall is just fully upgraded, strong tempo, not a lot of synergies going on, but enough for that to be stable for now at least.
Yeah, is currently in third place, lined up to possibly fight Ilya though, and that could put an end to this win streak here. Is not going to be the case. On the other side of the board is Hayden. Hayden has picked up that duelist crest and is currently on a very strong duelist angle, and that's actually something I've been wondering about, just looking at what players have had it for. We've seen very little vertical duelists, so like strong going into the high duelist sport, there's usually always a little bit of a flex, but with that duelist emblem, it becomes a little bit more reliable, right?
It does. Again, it's kind of the concept we are talking about David and I in the previous game, where a lot of the other duelists are pretty low quality. That's a set too for Kubek now, but he did go for the 3-5 roll down we were talking about. Whether or not some other people are going to be going for that 3-5 roll down, Kubek has done that instead here, right? Just taking a page out of the right book here, trying to stabilize for as long as possible. Has a strong item on that set too. Has a Belvath 2 waiting on the bench as well, potentially, depending on what he hits and what he plays for. But that laser core angle now looking a lot more open than it did just a second ago.
Absolutely. Lasers are just so much fun, and once more it's going to be Hayden on the other side. Kubek was the other player that also picked up the Rich Get Richer together with Salvi, and I do think that with that Rich Get Richer and the full roll down, you're now effectively playing without an augment. So hopefully that investing has paid off, but it doesn't seem like it. The Senna is trying her best, is going to get knocked down. Kubek taking another loss. I'm curious to see what's going on with Salvi and whether or not he will continue to lose. And it seems like, yes, another loss for Salvi in the book is on an interesting angle. Okay, we're running some civilians. We have some Anima Squad units on the bench, but not much direction for now.
I mean, this is either going to be a 4 ace or just a pure Samira carry setup, right? Because he's holding on to the Draven, he's holding on to that Misfortune here. And I think that he might be playing it greedily enough to the fact that he's going to be going 4-2 instead of going 4-1 because he wants to go to level 8 first. Instead, he's 42 HP, so he's relatively stable. The big issue with that, right, is going to be the lack of any tailoring for the augment, potentially, right? Has to shirt it in, so will potentially get offered some of those Samira augments here. Now he has to make a big decision here. That stabilization with just the Lee Sin 2 might be enough to hold him over just for this last singular round. Again, doesn't want to slam any of the items now because depending on which units he ends up carrying coming around 4-2.
Yeah.
Okay, he's going to go for the catch-all item on that Godbreaker, however. Now has an open Giants there on the bench, so it's slowly but surely getting set up for that potential 4-ace carry line. That set, though, in the shop might need to be picked up if that's the line we want to go for.
I mean, he's just racking up the gold. We're on 99 gold. Salvi took that Rich Get Richer and made it his own. He is currently banking out a lot of money. Will probably, he's going to push for that level 8 here going
-2
into
gold,
the 4-2 augments,
But technically speaking, so this is kind of fun, right? Because it's -2 gold, but it's an extra shop refresh at level 8. So technically speaking, it's the same amount of gold. There's a fun little thing out there, like mathematically speaking. So you might say -2 gold, but not really -2 gold.
Okay, I'm just going to say yes because math doesn't work
Math
in
doesn't
my brain.
compute.
But augments coming through, and it is going to be the hero
let's add.
augments with a 75% chance. That's not what he was hoping for. We're going to have triple 3 costs, and that's not really what he wanted.
No, he was looking for at least one of the 4 costs to be able to play around that. He's going to be going for the Behemoth instead, but now time is off the essence here. Echo Pair's a good start. Misfortune as well now, potentially on the shop. Okay, he's going to be staying on a singular ace line here. does no longer have the option to go for the 4 A's potentially as well either. So finds that Aphelios though, that's a big one. That's a massive pickup here as well. Just putting those items on it. No rates paid for the extra ramp is going to be a bit of an issue, but should be fine at the end of the day. Set 2 being skipped around. He doesn't want it, just needs to find a Sejuani 2, potentially a random Urga 2. The options are still there. Samira, yes, but again, he wants a civilian in for the extra mana gain on that Aphelios to get those continuous casts going off.
Yeah, I mean, if it was Samira too, you can see he's 1 copy away from that. I think he probably would have slotted it in regardless due to the sheer power, but we're going to see how that one plays out against Uko here. Uko, with that LeBlanc in the previous game, is now getting a big hand from Salvi, who has put an end to his loss streak and will try to turn it around from here, has put in a little bit more bank back in the tank with 10 gold to go and a bunch of forecasts on the bench, but it is Kubek that we need to start worrying about now. Uko still has that last stand, as we have been reminded, but Kubek does not. So I kind of want to see what we're working with here. We saw a roll down earlier. Okay. Urgot pair for Salvi, Leona for Kubek. Interesting. Are we going to keep
Urgot 2 on 8? Okay, Salvi. But there's an issue here, right? Because this comes with a cost. He has to give up any of his like 4 cost pairs to do this. And this might just be giving fully up on that Sejuani 2 for now. Because it's a significant amount of CC that he has to give up on here.
It's the Sivir that's going to go out here. Sejuani going to be moved in, taking out the civilians. Totally going to go for that Urgot to make sure he has the power to push through here with the Undertow that's going to crash in a little bit. Still has an Aphelios in the shop. That would be an Aphelios pair, and I'm betting on him to pick it up. There is the cash out from the Undertow, and with that, he's able to buy it. Very, very nice for Salvi. Great position to be in. Even though he's a little bit low on HP, I don't think that's something we need to worry about. But Kubek once more losing 10 HP now. That is something we need to check on.
Yeah, again, it's not ideal, right? Kubek here, again, also was hoping for one of the cash outs. Or one of the bail. Wait a second. Kubek, how aware are you? How aware are you, Kubek? Because he also on the Aphelios, right? So
yeah, he knows.
But this is also a potential Aphelios 2 for Kubek, because he was running that just a second ago. So potentially be that Hail Mary play that Kubek was looking for.
I'm really happy to see Kubek pick that up, because Salvi would have had an Aphelios 2 just straight up handed to him. And we've seen situations like that previously. And you really want to make sure that that's not something you're giving up. On the other side, Kubek is not really in a position to try to play for other boards right now. But he is going to pick up that Aphelios 2 for himself. Has an Urgot in the shop, not something he can pick up right now. Or, I mean, maybe he can. He's going to put the Yasuo out. That was a 5 lasers anyway, and going to try and get some money back with that Urgot. I really like this angle, but is it going to be enough in comparison to the rest of the lobby?
So it's the mirror image line here with the LeBlanc, meaning that this could potentially it's going to be a double Urgot printing here. So again, more gold, potentially more items as well being an option here. And he just needs a little bit more help here at the end of the day. Now, this set has a perfect angle on to these backline carries of Uko that are benefiting from that knife set, so they are a little bit more exposed than normal.
Yeah, you can see the double undertows coming through, but there's not much that they can still hit. The board has already been cleaned off by the rest of the team, and that's really, really good for Kubek. Once again, reminder, Uko will fall on 1 HP if he ever loses all of the HP he has right now, and it's going to unlock that last stand buff, which will be something to look out for. But for now, let's head on over to Aaliyah and just quickly check in with how he's doing. He's been win streaking for nearly the entire lobby, had 1 loss in between, and is on 91 HP right now. This is the board that we saw at the very beginning. He picked up that Kaisa, he picked up that Recon Crest. You can see the Recon Crest being on the Ramos right now. Hasn't found a better unit to put that on for now, but really, really nicely to do that well with a board like this.
Again, it's worth noting he doesn't have to give up his Ramos at any point here. He does have an item remover on the bench, so should he find a random 2-star LVF we've been talking so much about, that could be transferred over very, very easily.
Yeah, Salvi on the other side. I'm curious to see who's going to take the kick here. I might think it could be Salvi who's going to eke out a win here. Undertow coming through. Not going to hit that Kaisa, though. Will hit everything else entirely. Now everybody's onto that Cho'Gath, and that Cho'Gath is so tanky. You kind of need something to take out the back line there, and it's not really happening. The Aphelios is trying his best. He's still standing, but the Urgot gets taken down, and now 2 units trying to fight that Kai'Sa, but the Rage Blade has stacked up. It's not going to be enough. Selvi losing once more, and that was not something he wanted.
That Rammus from downtown with the recon Rammus just like going one way then going the other way was like, that was one of the more fun things.
He's zooming.
Yeah, he was like all over the place. You were like, oh, you need me there, okay, there, okay, down, don't, you know? Just just going from end plate to end plate at the end of the day here. But again, Elia, we're talking about this so much. It's just been full streaking here. There's just nothing to really contest him right now, right? Selvi's ball is one of the stronger ones in the lobby, but not enough to take down Elia right now, right? The 4 recon spike is so strong at the end of the day. The amount of healing that this Kai'Sa produces for the rest of the team is massive, right? You get another utility item potentially here with a Zephyr as the worst case scenario. Like, there are so many good options here for Elia.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, we kind of need to... Oh, upgrade. Okay, Kubek hitting that Urgot 2. Ketzer and Lumarpin now also going to level 8. Keep in mind Uko down there. We kind of need to check his board at some point, but here is Lumarpin. We haven't seen too much of him just yet. There's an Anvil on the bench that still could be used. Is running a little bit of a beefy board, I want to say, all centered around that Belveth, but nothing in particular that would make this stand out. Is currently in the top 3, but will it be enough against Salvi's board here that's coming through?
Yeah, the team-wide shielding alongside that Randuin's Omen as well, right? So just a lot of extra hidden stats, quote-unquote, on that entire team due to the augment coming through from that Riven here. Then very good Belveth pathing here, goes directly onto that Aphelios, and that is the primary carry of Salvi here. So now it's all onto this 2-star Samira with no items really to kind of pick up these stragglers while this Belveth just dances around.
Yeah, but the Asol is going to be finished off, and now it's a battle of Samira and Belveth's going to take that one out. More items, more power, and Salvi really needs to find an angle now. 2 losses in the tank, 16 HP. Uko seems to have procced the last stand, so we kind of need to check in there. There it is, last stand procced. We're playing around that Vayne. We're playing around that Samira on Uko's side. He doesn't have any gold to roll with, so he is relying on the buff from last stand to get him at least a couple more wins. Will that be enough, though?
He has Elia in the pool as well, right? Like, that's kind of what we've been talking about conceptually. You just get one bad matchup, and speaking of the devil, right there it is. This could be the end of Uko right now.
Yeah, it could be Elia rolling around the corner. Keep your eyes on that Kai'Sa in the back left corner. There is a Fiddlesticks that's going to proc that Dark Harvest now, but it's not even going to take down the Cho'Gath. Eventually he dies, but not enough. The Kai'Sa keeps on going. She's onto that backline. She is going to take out the carries, and that will be it. I don't think there's coming back from this for Uko. Uko and Kubek both going down here, 8th and 7th. And the lobby that seems to be so high tempo, so high pace for being 2 gold augments and a 3-cost hero.
Yeah, but again, that's kind of the price of, like, again, the ups and downs for Uko, right? First place in the last game, now directed back to an 8th, right? So kind of been pretty much all of what he's been doing there has been kind of removed, right? The points gained to a certain extent at the end of the day. But now Salvi has another upgrade here, has a lot of the front line, but again, it's still an Aphelios 1 for the carry lines here, has the Aphelios pair, has been freed up by the fact that Kubek has gone out, but 1 hit might be all it takes here. Hayden finding that Vayne free as well now, just giving him a good option. Kerfuzzle recently found a Samira 2, I believe. Oh, this is a mirror matchup.
There is a Samira 2. There's also a Nunu that's going to run a rampage around. It's only a Nunu 1 without items, so maybe that Aphelios can take it out, but currently getting a little bit distracted by it. Oh, the cash out is big, and Salvi should survive this, so at least there is big money, but he's also taking a win with him. Kerfuzzle nearly going down 2 HP. Salvi should be very happy about that. That's what you wanted to see. Nicely done.
Oh, sure shot emblem on the carousel. That is in high priority as well. Kerfuzzle might have an additional layer to his composition he can spike out with here. He can find a severe add to the board for sure shot angle. Salvi picking up that thief stuff here. It's just a good one, right? Because it just gives you additional power. It's probably the best item present at all right now.
Ooh, Ketzer. Kind of the the pick of the litter. Not really what he wanted. Is going to go with mascots for now. But Viego 2 being found for him here with that. So nice.
Important spike, right? The Viego 2 tends to be a pretty good one here. There is the mascot emblem now as well, which just means that, you know, he has the mascot and he's playing around not the beam, he's playing around the smash here of Alistair, which is a good augment. It's an okay augment, right? But again, mascot, every little bit of healing ends up mattering, right? When you have these units that are just like relying on just getting a little bit more time out of the way. So Fossil couldn't find that sure shot power spike now, so this emblem has to be put into play, but it's gonna be on a Nunu, not a unit that is famous for its AD usage.
Yeah, I think at this point you just slam it and pray. He's up against Hayden, and Hayden is running that Vayne 3. She's going to get some support by the Undertow, and she is making her way onto the backline untargeted, unhit. She is going to take them out, and in what could only be described as the curse of counterfeit, Kerfuzzle takes the 6th place.
Yeah, now the big question is Salvi versus Lumapin, right? Lumapin takes a loss here to Elias board, now 2 versus 4 HP. Is the fight for 4th and 5th? And they have each other in the pool.
They're both not in a position where they can do much, right? Gold has been rolled. The main carriers have been equipped. It's kind of a decision on positioning and whether or not your board has been built out to be strong enough at that point. You can see Selvi is toggling stuff around, has still not hit that Aphelios 2, which he really would have liked for Power Spike, but the double Sejuani 2 is going strong. We're going to see how this one goes out. It is a matchup between Lumarpin and Salvi. They're facing off against each other. It might be Ghost Copy, but that means Salvi has much better chances here. We're going to see how it goes. The Samira and the Aphelios untouched. The Belveth is moving in the right direction, but gets stuck on the tanks. The Sejuanis are doing exactly what they're there for, giving out a lot of CC and pinning down that Belveth while the backline finishes the rest off. Asol gets out 1 cast, but it's not enough. The Belveth goes down, the Asol goes down, Lumarpin goes 5th, and Salvi makes it into those top 4.
Yeah, and Salvi, you know, another Golden Spatula Cup winner. You know, we talked a little bit about Lumarpin.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
This could be, Salvi could you know, go back-to-back GSG 1 wins, right? Like, that is also something that we need to keep an eye out for. There's so many storylines just to keep keep an eye out for today, right? I think that's the great thing about, you know, the fact that we now have this fully evolved circuit, right? Now we have 2 sets of full history to go look back on in terms of Golden Spatula Cups and this type of competition overall, right? I think that's fantastic. But Ketzer has had a decent day, I'd say, so far. Had a good game 1, a middling game number 2, but game number 3 right now looking mighty fine for him as well. Yeah. So a lot of options here right now. Like, what do you want? Do you want more frontline? Do you want more utility than the Zephyr, Chalice of Power? Even we've seen people work with that to get more of frontline power coming through, but Aphelios itemization being the priority here for Ketzer. Samira 2 again has been freed up by a lot of people dying. Earlier again, trying to chase down that Kai'Sa 3.
One Kai'Sa away from that Kai'Sa 3. You can see him rolling and he hits it. Finds that Kai'Sa 3, which is going to be massively
One more
strong.
Rammus as well.
Spike for this calm is still rolling, tries to find that Rammus that he would so like, but it's not gonna be in the cards, or is it? Either way, Elias still has so much HP to work with, and it seems like he's gonna be the one to knock out his fellow countryman. Salvi on the other side, he kind of knows what's in store for him with that Kai'Sa 3 being procced. The Recon Rammus is hitting the entire front line, and I'm not sure that Aphelios 1 can do anything here. Undertow proccing once more, getting a little bit of CC in, but just look at the Rammus. He is providing so much for this comp, and the Kai'Sa is ramping up. 50 stacks on that Rage Blade. There is only Aphelios left, and that's not going to be a problem for her. She knocks out Salvi. Salvi goes 4th, and it's Hayden, Ketzer, and Aaliyah in the top 3.
That's a Rammus and there as well. It is such a big spike. That is so big. Rammus 3 is such an animal, such a monster of a unit. It is so strong. And again, Hayden has been streaking in the other part of the lobby, right? Ketzer finds Aphelios 2. Now the fact that Salvi is out has freed that out of the pool, right? Like, these are like incredible strong boards all around, right? Sonny Lu, aka Hayden's board here, is going to be one of the stronger ones to look out for. But this is like as close to capped out recons as you can reasonably expect to be.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a huge fan of that Recon Ramos. At first, I thought it was going to be retransferred, but it's looking so fun. Just look at it
so
go.
dumb, man.
It's going to jump in and hat bonk anything in its path. It doesn't even care. It looks so fun. Good undertow from the side of Hayden is going to hit that Kaisa, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough. She moves that Zac is under, is going to produce some more copies to keep her busy, but the Rammus is still in play, and now it's a battle of the girl bosses. Kaisa takes this one down, and Hayden loses his win streak.
Yeah, and the big thing here is that Ketzer won against the ghost board, right? We don't know which ghost board Ketzer played against, right? Because that's also a pretty important one to keep an eye out for at the end of the day. But Hayden's saving grace would have been the fact that Ketzer had lost that, and then could have hopefully went and played for a second. And you even looked at the fight, right? It wasn't even like that much of a wash. It was a pretty close fight at the end of the day. So if Hayden finds like one more upgrade, potentially he has a chance against Elia now. But Elia is now much more concerned with Ketzer. That's a fight at hand here. It's going to be a non-ghost board as well. So Hayden now gets the ghost board.
Yeah, the Shroud of Stillness hitting the front line, but nothing in the back line for now. The Kaisa is trying to rack up those stacks, but there is something in her face. It's going to move away. The recon units are just jumping all over the board, but the Kaisa still being targeted. It has to be a big kicker here. The Dark Harvest comes in and takes her down. The Viego reigns supreme over the board of Elia, and Hayden gets knocked out third. So now it's about Viego and Kaisa, and who's going to hold the upper hand as we move into this carousel.
That's the thing, right? And Elia's board is still lacking a little bit of X factor to a certain extent, right? Like you would much rather have a Belvath hold that recon emblem and another frontline item on that Rammus. You can kind of see the priority here in terms of the items coming through now, and whether or not the switch is going to come through now, and I think that is 100% of the time the correct play to make. He is just a little bit of gold short of having the ability to go. Okay, moves the Titan's Resolve instead. He wants to keep the Recon emblem on the Rammus. That's fair enough.
Yeah.
I get behind that.
The Recon is really good. I really like it. I think it looks super fun and it works extremely well with Rammus's mobility. So I think that might just actually be a big brain
It's also
play.
just
But
spell
both
crit
players,
for the ability, right? Which just scales with the armor as well. So that's a massive one for sure.
Both players now meeting up. Keep in mind, Elia is still level 7, whereas Ketzer has leveled up to 8. Both still have some gold to play with here, and nobody is going to get knocked out based on this round, but it is a little bit of checking the power of each other. The Kaisa trying to chew through those units, but she is once more under attack, and Elia is going to find another loss here as we move towards the next round. Now, the question is, what do you do here? Do you level if you're Elia and try to put another unit in, or do you try to upgrade that front line?
You're waiting for another round here, right? Because there's no way that he's mathematically able to be eliminated right now, and therefore he can get a lot more gold to work with by leveling on 7-1 instead. Like he gets to build up a couple of rounds of econ gold as well as the interest, and then also he saves a little bit more gold in terms of buying EXP. So I like the fact that he's like trying to hold on for a while here, because there's no real expected spike here. I don't think Sack 2 by itself spikes you enough here. So I think that just holding on to the gold and then going for a stronger roll down once you hit level 8 here is going to be better.
Yeah, I think really the big kicker is that Viego, and how are you going to get it tied down? The Rammus can't do that for you. The Cho'Gath also doesn't supply enough frontline because the Viego just jumps around. And so your Kaisa is kind of unprotected in these fights since she doesn't move quickly enough away. The Zac 2 is going to be hit naturally by Elia here as we go into the PvE round.
Yeah, 6 out of 7 units right now, but again, should never be an issue for him trying to kill this giant crap.
No, I wasn't worried about that.
I mean, you never know, right? Like sometimes it's like, wait, I'm just gonna sell my Rammus for a second. I don't know. That's fine. Right?
No. It's just nice that he was able to hit it without rolling for it.
That is
I really
definitely
hope that's
a big
never going to be the case.
I mean, I've seen more and more people lose to the ASOL. Like I have heard. Yeah, honestly, like I have seen that happen. Yeah, a couple of times. I'm not gonna name any names, but
okay.
I have seen that happen.
Being popped here. Let's see.
I'm unsure if I like the fact that Ketzer popped it now, but
yeah, he has so much gold. He's gonna go 9.
Yeah, and
there it is.
sometimes
Level 9 from
Ketzer.
Level 8 from Aaliyah. So there continues to be a little bit of a power imbalance just by sheer units on the board, but both players are rolling right now. The Anvil remains unpopped. Aaliyah thinking about what he wants to put on that board is going to be the Sintra to try and pull in that Urgot, as the Anvil now getting popped. He has picked up what seems like... what is that? I can't see.
Yeah, it was a
Bramble?
Bramble.
Okay, yeah, Bramble. All right, there we go. In comes the Shroud of Stillness from the Ezreal onto the Aphelios. That is going to help a little bit, but eyes on the Viego now jumping into the backline. He is on to that Kai'Sa. The Kai'Sa needs to get away. She has done just that. Is trying to heal herself back up, but it's just too much damage. And Ketzer takes out Ilya here with that level 9 push and the sheer power of Viego. He is going to find the win in game number 3 and put Ilya into second place for now.
Yeah, and again, Ketzer with another strong performance here, right? Again, that's going to be 2 wins on the day for him, I believe, if I remember correctly, right? Had that massive Draven game in game number 1, and now comes through with a different line of approach here, playing the game out, and he could be one of the people we haven't really spoken too much about in terms of having a chance of winning the tournament, but right now he's putting himself in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, and speaking of pretty good spots, we're going to hear from our analyst desk in just a second. But first, there's an interview with the player Arrogante for you guys. And after that, we have game number 4, so don't go anywhere.
Hello guys, I'm Konstantinos Arrogante-Getzakis. I'm from Greece, I'm 28 years old, and I've been playing Teamfight Tactics for 3 years, since set 4. With the introduction of hero augments, I think it has a lot pros and cons, but overall it's a very good experience. The TRCs give access to more players, other than the actual ladder grinders, and I think it will be interesting to see how the actual tournament changes, but I think it's fair to say that it was harder to qualify through the ladder. There are a lot of great players, but getting to play against players like Daisy and KCW and the Try and Voltarix, all those great names is a challenge every time. I think KCW all around has to be the best tournament player in Europe, and I think Daisy all around has to be the best player both in ladder and in tournaments in Europe, because Daisy specifically, I think he has a very unique play style, and when he goes in a tournament he doesn't bring like 2 or 3 comps that he has practiced, but he adjusts and he just plays better TFT, I think, than the rest of us. I'd like to thank everyone for supporting me and watching my stream all these years. And I would like to thank personally the Greek TRC representatives that work very hard to organize the Greek TRC. And I hope we see such events in the future.
All right, guys, welcome back. And of course, as perhaps we should have expected based on our previous day's performance, we do live in the land of the Renegade Oxforce. So I want to kind of get from you guys, of course, for our players, they want to be playing it if they can, but what are the larger implications about this being the most dominant comp at the competition?
I think it just uses so many items. Obviously, you have Viego as a carry. If you get an Oxforce emblem, you can play Samira or Belveth. There's a lot of things you can do. If you get a Renegade emblem, you can go 6 Renegades. And then obviously Aphelios 2 is the highest cap carry right now. So you can use basically any item in the comp. So I think that's why a lot of people are favouring it.
We also have the chance of playing for Spats and playing for obviously Oxforce and Renegade emblems, but maybe we saw yesterday in day 2 where you might also just get a second Spat. You can even high roll even more and go for the Fawn, Tactician's Crown rather, to have an extra unit level 7 and help you stabilize to then just straight up level to 8 and 9 to find those 5 costs that are more expensive. So it's a comp that you have to know how to play into. Most players always playing for Lucia because you need so much gold to buy, to get an Aphelios 2, to get a Leona 2 to really cap out the board. But once you do, it's a comp that naturally has so many 5 costs that other comps usually don't. Usually they're flexing them in. This comp wants those 5 costs anyway, so it just works naturally to create one of the stronger boards you can make actually in TFT right now.
Well, so we've got another topic coming up, of course, off the back of that last one, is that we did see the Belveth, dancing her way completely into the backline, taking out the Aphelios in one of our rounds. Barry, in particular, talk to me a little bit about Belveth and how to get the most out of her as a unit.
I think she struggles a lot with a big tank on the front line. If there's a mech on the board, she just gets stuck on it. So I think our players have been doing a really good job of putting her on either side so that she can wrap around and get onto that carry, be it an Aphelios or Samira, etc. So you need that positioning to be able to get on top of those carries and really win the rounds.
And looking at Recon as well, one comp that we saw in second place in this case, but incredibly strong all throughout. Elia was win streaking since stage 2. We saw him roll level to 6 and roll to try and tailor that augment just in case it was a hero augment at 3-2. It wasn't, it was 4-2 in the end. But in terms of Recon games, it couldn't have gone better for Elia. He lost because the reason we stated earlier, where Renegade's caps out so highly, but in this game, he was able to go uncontested, was able to get Kai'Sa 3 fairly early on, had the perfect 4-2 hero augment into Rammus, even better, and had an unusual Recon emblem on Rammus. I always place it on Belveth and sometimes Leona if you get there. But interestingly enough, the Cho'Gath was already so tanky, hit it 3-star as well, had the tank items instead. And I think that gives you the chance to put the Recon emblem on Rammus, where maybe normally Rammus is your main tank, would kind of get out of position with the Recon emblem, and that might be a bad thing. In this case, Cho'Gath was the secondary tank in that case and allows you to have Recon for the extra crit chance on Rammus. So really fun game played from Elia. Couldn't win in the end because of the comp we saw assembled by Ketzer, but overall has to be very happy with the result.
Well, since we got the time to get into this one, David, you brought up the idea of turning augments, and of course that's coming up more and more on the cast itself. Barry, of course, we've seen our players be able to change around the boards to make sure they maximize the possibility of getting exactly what they want. But what do you do if you're in a position where you're already win streaking? You need to keep your board strong.
I think that's why we saw Elia actually rolling this time round, because a lot of players sacrifice the chance to get the tailored augment and just keep the streak going and know they might not get something that's ideal. But what he opted to do this game, I really liked. Obviously, he did end up getting a Recon emblem, even though it wasn't hero augment. So he did get a tailored augment still, but not hero. And leveling and actually rolling there to find a board that you want the augments for was a really good decision, I think, because the other players in the lobby are probably making themselves weaker and to get the augments they want, but he actually opted to roll to find the board he wanted to play.
Alright guys, so let's take a look at our standings after that one. Unfortunately, the UK had to take a little bit of a bow as the win streak was over. But David, looking at our second page, seeing ourselves a fair amount of German and French players.
Yeah, France and Germany are the two most represented countries coming into this day 3. Obviously, in sheer numbers, you're going to have players that are going to do well, but also players that are going to do badly. In this case, a pretty big clump, though, at the bottom there for France, especially players like Tardeman for France and Exula for Germany that have been so good in day 1 and 2, not finding their groove in this day 3. Still, obviously, half of the games remaining, but they have to really catch up now. And looking at this first page, though, Elia, who we just saw second place, able to win, and kerfuzzled, Peter. You jinxed him a little bit. You got 6th in this last game, but still sitting pretty comfortable at second place.
Harry, I think we are still entitled to at least a degree of a smug supply being that we've got a UK player tied at the top. Admittedly, is a 4-way tie, which is not the best, but I think we've still got a decent run here. Still a decent chance.
He's still doing well. Obviously, one game can go just a little bit off the route, and he's still doing really well for sure. Ketz has been the one that's standing out though in terms of over all 3 days, the consistency, having a 3.0 average in the first 2 days, and then just coming in and performing yet again, having a really impressive weekend.
All right, we'll be heading out to our next lobby soon. Of course, there will be some big names in there. I don't think, David, noted that we do also see some of our players, particularly, for Paderball, in particular, our TFT land champion, really struggling to pick up the pace in the back half of today. Very few games left for Paderball in particular to try and, better his fortunes.
Yeah, 7 points makes it, pretty much impossible to win this tournament. But I mentioned at the very start in game one, it's just not only about winning. This matters, I think, even more so for most of these players in terms of what's realistic, just to accumulate as many GSC points as possible, because a certain amount of top players will then qualify through the consistent performance in not just GSC 1, but GSC 2 and 3 as well. And the accumulation of those points is paramount to making it to the Rising Legends finals at the end of the set. And then, of course, that leads into Worlds. So if players like Paderball, who's a veteran player that has big aspirations, you look at the big picture, not just this one tournament, not just this one day. So I think he's not too sad, obviously. I think he still has a chance to make up those points in these next 3 games.
Absolutely. Of course, straight after DreamHack, Paderball did go on to win another tournament immediately afterwards. So I think you're right. If we're looking at the longer picture here, I don't think necessarily going to be super worried. But I believe we do have everything ready for our next game. We're getting close to the end of Golden Spatula Cup #1 here on day number 3. Makes and Witter ready to bring us into game number 4.
Thank you so much for that, Peter, and that lovely analyst segment. And I was just looking at our overall standings and trying to see if the players that we're now looking at our new lobby with if they're really going to go for that all or nothing kind of playstyle. Halftime has been cracked, and we're going to go with lobby 3. So out of 4 lobbies, that is the lobby that is right below that half checkpoint. And all of them need to basically have a bunch of first places to make it still.
Yeah, right, because the top players in our lobby right now, points-wise, is going to be Lusher, Snooty, and Orc, are all going to be 6 points behind Elier, Anchor, Foss, and Hayden, and Ketzer. All of them are at 19, right? So that's a 6-point gap that they'll have to close, but as well, keep in mind that the other players at the top end of the lobby can still generate those points, right? So instead of playing for a tournament win, these players are looking on very much in the outer brinks of trying to make it there. But as we've been talking about, higher placements means more prize money, means more GSC points in terms of being able to get a head start of trying to qualify for finals in one of the different routes that are available. So everything to play for still for these players.
I'm getting trolled, Wida. There is 3 Germans in the lobby that I'm casting. That's not fair.
I mean, there are just a lot of German players, mates.
I know, and I like that.
We can go to the bottom lobby. Well. There's only 1 German there, makes, right? Look at the bright side of life right now, okay? Like, the fact that we are seeing these German players is a good thing for any German fan out there. These German players are still in the running for a good performance, right, at the end of the day. And that is what is important. That's what matters.
Yeah, absolutely. I do kind of want to mention Auk, a player from Greece who is usually not as represented in our Golden Spatula Cup. He was in our tournaments in set 7 as well and has done well there, but not exceptional. So now making it to day 3 of that Golden Spatula Cup is really nice to see and definitely deserves a little shout out. But with that, we are moving into the game here and trying to see what players go for. We're hopping on the board with Lusher, another one of my fellow Germans who has started with a little Renekton.
I gotta say, he was very stoic as a person, and then I realized that his camera is just not really. It's not really gaming with the rest of us, but that doesn't impact his performance in game right now. Right, chain rest opening we're talking about here on this Renekton. That is going to be something to look out for here for sure. Just for a second, I guess that early brawler pair as well, with the Blitzcrank now being available to him as well. So options for sure.
Yeah, options are good. We like some options. Is going to pick up some units from that shop here. Obviously, still has everything available to him as we just move through these PvE rounds. And now time for one of my favorite questions as the sunny weather from Jenna comes in as weather forecast with a what's the augment you want to see that comes around 2-1.
That's the big one as well. I quite like a nice little gold or a silver opener, right? I think that's the big one, a good baseline. But I feel like we're still yet to see like a good hero opener in 2-1, just like give people the opportunity to play what they want. But again, at the end of the day, the 2-1 hero augment is very stressful for a lot of players because they end up feeling very limited in terms of their options when that happens. So I think that
you know what I feel like we should see.
Prismatic opener or what?
Oh, yes. We haven't seen a prismatic as first augment on broadcast yet. If I'm not mistaken, there was a triple prismatic, I think, somewhere in yesterday's games, but not on our broadcast. So we're going to see what it is. And it is the prismatics! I spoke it into existence. I'm sorry, dear players. I love you, okay? I didn't mean it like that, but I love seeing prismatics. They're just so fun. They send everything into chaos.
These are just also, like, weird to work with. Like featherweights free if you have a good reroll line are obviously very nice, right? It has the Draven pair in the shop now, so it could just be a Draven angle, right? Like featherweights is a very powerful augment, especially with more AD centric compositions that really benefit from that attack speed at the end of the day. So March of Progress from Kevin Parker. Okay, there's also going to be some rerolling going on here, and March of Progress
here's the augment card,
one of the strongest augments in the game from pretty much every single point of view. Like the stats are insane, the player feel when you play this augment is insane, the prospects of this is insane, the economic savings that you have all throughout the game are also just wild. So a lot of prospects here for Kevin Parker, depending on which angle he ends up approaching, but again has the option to go for pretty much anything right now.
Yeah, I really like that pickup here. And once again, I'm so sorry. I was just trying to speak about something that hasn't happened yet, okay? And somehow I manifested it, okay? Don't come for me. But I'm really curious to see what everybody else is on, as these prismatics first give so much direction, give so much speed to the lobby pacing. So we really need to keep an eye out where everybody else is on. You can see Kevin just playing for Passport right now. Windfall being picked up by Lyris here, so is going to start with a little bit of better economy going into the game. You can see players are just hovering around trying to see what everybody else is doing.
Yeah, absolutely here. Haldrauf, one of the German players that has won one of those regional tournaments. I still can't remember if it was one of the Sin leagues or one of the A1 leagues, but he has won some of those domestic events, and generally speaking is always in the top 8 when it comes to those domestic events. Like he is a very strong and well-respected player in the German scene here. As on the Triforce, I don't know why Armatruk is over there spamming the emotes. Maybe Armatruk is also on a line that is going to lend itself well to those recons further down the road, right? That's always the interesting thing here with the prismatic opener, because you gotta play what you get, what you got. And at the end of the day, some prismatic augments are just lending themselves very well to only one specific outcome.
Yeah, and you can see the Recon Ash right now in the shop is going to get picked up. Definitely what you're looking for as an opener is probably contemplating on what to do right now, whether or not to just slot in the Renekton, but we're going to hop on over to Snooty, who has picked up an Earth Scrap back and therefore got a little bit more components. And of course, the Spatula is probably hoping to turn this one into a Tactician's Crown.
There's a Tactician's Crown early outcome. There's also just the opportunity to go for something like a Renegade emblem or an Oxforce emblem, right? Like those are all. He has the Oxforce emblem available on the bench right now, so that's something to keep an eye out for sure as well.
Yeah, definitely. We are checking. There's a Radiant Statics on the side of Armatruck. So, you were just talking about the Triforce being kind of directional for the recons. Having a Radiant Static stick also has to be a direction for that Kaisa reroll.
Definitely right, especially paired with that X-Tech Gunblade as well, so they get pretty good items set up in that regard. So, gonna be interesting to see where this game is going out right now. Dollar we haven't spoken too much about, but now it does have a Gunblade and a Rage Blade open, right? That double rod opener kind of gives you a lot of options to play for, but this lobby is very high risk, as we've been talking about, right? The players have to be willing to play for that first place. They want to propel themselves into a position when it comes to winning the tournament overall, right? Like they just need to they need to win a top 2 this lobby at minimum to try to claw away at that points lead that the top of the standings overall right now do have here. And we can see Double has taken that Renegade crown early on, a slanted BT, which does it gets the BT right from the crown. Excuse me, I'm confused there for a second, right? So Augment's on the right side of your screen right now. Double Earth grab back with a Renegade crown as well in play. So a lot of potential contest for the Renegade line.
Yeah, absolutely. We were just seeing that Aug and Snooty both have the Spatula on bench. It is going to be the question of, is somebody going to go for just the Tactician's crown with 3 people in the lobby beelining for that Renegade direction, or are they all going to try and compete, which usually doesn't end well. But slowly but surely, we are looking for players' wins and loss streaks here. Double 61 currently second in the leaderboard standing is going to find a 4th win here. Maybe we can check in with him when we go to Crux for now. I'd like to see what Auk is doing, because he also picked up that Irv's grab bag, and I kind of want to see what's going on there.
The double is going to be going on a Renegade line for now. Again, the extra sword here is fine, right? Again, it could be a gun, but the thing that Renegade does very, very well when you have this emblem as well is it allows you to set up multiple carries. And that is where the items for double right now are lending themselves very well. Oh, we have a blue buff slam, we have a stone reroll potentially happening here. Like, I like
really
this a lot.
like that.
I like the utilization of just the blue buff and the early opener here as well, right? Again, hard spat Zoe is also an option with that spat opener and that way around as well. So a lot of options still present here for August. This is a very flexible spot.
Yeah, I really like that, especially with what we just talked about, players kind of competing on a line where you often go for these emblems. He's chosen to go into the AP directional, something that hasn't been forced too much in the overall tournament competitive meta. Now we need to check in with Double 61, because he was saying there is a buff to be gained from losing to Crux or something among those lines. I kind of need to see what's going on here. I hope he's not going to continue that role, you know? You never know, but he is going to make sure that's not going to happen here as we watch over his shoulder.
I feel like this never loses, right? Like you have a Nasus 2 with a T as well as a Renegade bonus, so I feel like at the end of the day this should be fine, but again, I can understand you're feeling a little bit skeptical about what's going on here, so that could potentially be a Giant Slayer line with a Gunblade now. That allows you to play around an open rod, which is very powerful in this combo, which means you can start prioritizing something like an Ionic Spark, right? And that's a big thing you need to keep in. Another sword is probably not ideal. You can only have so many Gunblades in play.
Yeah, not necessarily what he wanted. Just checking the admin here. Let's see if he wants to pick up something. We're going to figure out which one it is as soon as possible and get that to you. Snooty also running admin. He has picked up the killer will gain max health on kill. And Double 61 is on the admin's gain 20 AD every 5 seconds for the rest of the combat. So AD admin makes sense, checks out for that Renegade line that we're going for.
Yeah, so right now what we're looking for here is the players are going to be tailoring their boards, because there's a 40% chance of a hero augment coming through now, or a 50% chance of it being a gold augment. If it is a prismatic augment, it's a guaranteed triple prismatic. So keep that in mind, because that could send the entire lobby for a spin as well. So this is going to be super important. You can kind of see, like, with Double right now, he's trying to guarantee a Renegade augment one way or another.
It's not going to be the case. So that means after these gold augments, we're 100% are getting a hero augment. And that hero augment being in third place allows it to be a 5-cost hero augment, as we've seen quite a few times in this broadcast now. So I'm a little bit scared for that one, but for now, a little bit less impactful golden augments coming through.
Yeah, and like for me right now, the biggest story of this game at the moment is going to be what is Double going to do come Carousel. Because he's playing around like 25 swords, he's playing around like an infinite amount of rods here, right? Double Gunblade is not ideal. You can play one Gunblade, you can play two Gunblades even, but when you have that Bloodthirster already, there's not really any value in having a third healing option for a third carry even, right? So has to figure out, is he going to go for a spell crit? Is he going to be going for an Ionic Spark? Like there are so many options right now for Double. So we do see Hydrof has gotten level 7 with that Trade Sector Plus, but is still stuck on that Kaiser 1.
Yeah, Kaiser 1, not ideal, but might just be enough to beat what Double has on the table. Because right now, a Nasus 2 is not going to bring you the power that you needed. And the trade sector being picked up here for Houtrauf is so good with that Kaiser comp. I'm a huge fan of that pickup. Basically tailored augment for what you were already in line for.
Yeah,
so that's definitely something to pay in mind.
And it's also really unfortunate for Double, right? Because like he's trying to save as much HP as possible, then he's probably going for a roll down comp 3-5. I feel like at 30 HP, going for the Form 1 might be a little bit too greedy, but we've seen him take these risks before, right? In a very similar spot on day 1, right? He had this spot here where he went like very deep on like those. That was in game 5, not game 4 though, right? Playing for different aspirations across those. So keep an eye out for that now. Kevin Parker's board is looking like it's coming along. It's not that strong just yet, but he has so much extra gold to work with compared to the rest of the lobby. He's just going to be able to roll down, stabilize very effectively very early on, and then at that point, everything should be fine here. It's going to be another mana gain admin here coming through for Snooty. He has the max health on kill and now also has mana on kill, which means this LeBlanc potentially could start popping off. But with a LeBlanc 1, that is not necessarily going to be the case as for now. Has a potential 6 admin line opening up. I don't think that's going to happen. That, however, is going to be a Viego potentially opening up for Double here on the carousel.
Yeah, does not go for it, though, is going to beeline for that A-Soul and leave the Viego open for Snooty. Snooty picking that up, and we're going to see what everybody else is going for. Kevin picking that BF Sword, getting a little bit more offensive damage into the comp, and Armor Truck currently very high in HP together with Aug. Aug still streaking in 3-5.
So that's that Spatula open that he picked up from that grab back earlier on.
Roll down from KC Double.
That's going to be good. He has to make a lot of decisions right now in terms of like what he needs to hit here. He is looking for... MF is fine. He's still looking for that Viego. That is going to be the end-all, be-all of this roll down most likely. That's going to be the biggest stabilization point. Frontline upgrades are also going to be Alpha Omega. I don't think the LeBlanc 2 is necessarily that big of an upgrade, but it is something that at least is going to carry over these items until you find a suitable replacement. Cannot transfer over the Renegade emblem as of yet. So LeBlanc does slot on very nicely to this board, but the question is it going to be enough though?
Yeah, we're gonna see on the other side is Lusher. Lusher has found a Draven, but only one, it seems like, so not really something that could put enough in this LeBlanc's way. She is gonna find, target, and kill, and turn around that lost streak that KC Double had going. Houtrauf now also finding a win, really important, and more importantly, TFT Aug's win streak has been broken. That was extremely crucial for the rest of the lobby. Gonna see what comes next. TFT Aug is here. His win streak just broken. He is running the admins with a Soraka. Carry right now is gonna try and build that out. We have seen a bunch of Soraka carry boards do really well in this tournament, but he still has that extra Spatula that he could make something with, and I would really like to see that go into Tactician's Crown. There's just not been any extra Spatulas thus far.
No, but he's just, he's just playing on a very big item advantage right now, right? I think overall right now he's like 6 components up on most people. That's 3 completed items overall, right? So that is also something to keep in mind here in terms of like that has been the supporting factor for his win streak as of so far. It obviously was broken in the previous round, but for now I think it is going to be just fine as we do see Kevin Parker taking another massive hit here. Will have to commit to the roll down relatively shortly. Has hit that level 7 now, and that means that he is going to be having those good odds of hitting those carries.
Yeah, Zek 2 being hit here is probably going to wait for the Wolves to end. I'm a little bit worried for Lusha with that one Draven. That's not really what I wanted to see, but we're going to stay on Kevin for now and see what he does with it and whether or not he can hit a big upgrade. He is on March of Progress, so his gold can go into rolling whenever he feels like it. Basically, he is going to lose that extra economy bonus, but he doesn't need it for leveling, so he can lean back to just do that. Let's see. Is he going to roll? Yes, he is. A little bit of rolling is never bad. Viego being picked up. There's a second Belveth. One more for Belveth 2. That could be something he wants. Nunu in shop will pick that up. And same as the Sejuani is going to go even further to infinity and beyond. Lots and lots of threats left and right being picked up. There's a Leona that he can still go for. And now he needs to move some units and try to make some bank again. He still has a lot of items to slam. But I would say that was not bad.
I mean, if he's planning on sticking with the Leona now, he has BT plus Redemption as an option here. That is not going to be the case here. He's instead going to play around a more AP-centric backline carry, right? You can see here with that Spear of Shojin being slammed onto the Severe. The board itself is looking like it's going to be a little bit stronger now than it probably was before, but again, at the end of the day, still needs to find a 2-star 4-cost carry to really help set this place alight.
Yeah, and Lesher has lost again. Here come the hero augment. It's going to be 3 times 4 cost. Is that something that these players can work with? Kevin still has the reroll available to him. Casey Double just now hitting that Viego 2. You can see the upgrades on the right side of the screen coming through as the players are picking up their augments now. Void Mother definitely has to be smiling at you right now, but Extinction Event is also not bad. Doesn't have the right items for it, though, is going to be the Void Mother as he is going to pick that up. I think KC Double has found a Viego augment. If I saw that correctly, he got Viego 2 instantly. So either he had bought that one or he got it from the augment, but Lesher is definitely the one that I'm worried about.
Yeah, but he's ever so close. He's playing the super variant of Draven, right? That's not the variant that we've seen really have a strong showing today, right? He is a couple of copies away off those 3-star supers right now. You can kind of see there's the Malphite in the shop. There's a Lee Sin as well, but he's like 1 off of each as of right now. But this Draven 2 should be strong enough to hold on for a second more in time. One would assume at least, but it's going to be ever so close.
Yeah. The Ace really supporting here for Lesher. He doesn't have much gold to work with. Here's an upgrade, finds that Lee Sin 2, is now looking to buy that Draven out. Cannot do that as of right now. Would really like to get it, but even then, he still needs 3 more to find the Draven 3, which he really needs.
Yeah, but already right now, there's going to be a 3% damage increase of what he has to produce, right? With that upgrade from the supers being found. So that is going to be a good one for him as well, for sure. Right? Also going to give him even more front line. But Kevin Parker's board, we talked about it before, has found that Velvet 2 due to the augment. And with those Voidlings just being around the board and just creating chaos, that's also going to be a potential distressing factor here for this Draven.
Draven says more axes, less victims this time around. He's not going to be able to chew through what's in front of him. He's trying to take down as much as possible, but the Belveth is onto him, and she is going to die to the Ace. Kevin Parker's reaction, I think, is everyone in chat right now. That was a little bit surprising, but so important for Lesher.
Does Orc still have a spat open?
I think so.
I mean, it's a Mordekaiser, right? There are some people that will at least look for the Mordekaiser as a unit, right? Potentially, but for Orc, that is a potentially massive pickup. He does have that open spat. Is the lobby aware, or does it just grief their own game plan enough?
Armature coming in. TFT Orc is like, hey, I wanted that, but he's not gonna get it. Armature getting that one for himself, denying the tactician's crown really nicely, but unfortunate for Orc. We are seeing some moving around here on the board of Armaturk right now as he is looking for the 6 laser corps and has found them with that Mordekaiser. Lovely little upgrade and still has some items to slam.
This was actually a massive gift for Armaturk, right? Because it allowed it got him the spat and it got him the Mordekaiser. So this was essentially what helped him bridge the gap completely for that 6 laser core spike here. And as he is kind of like at 60 HP at the top of the lobby right now, and this should be at least help him save some HP. Sad is going to be on the wrong side of the board though. It's going to be stuck on the frontliners.
Yeah, let's see how it goes. Lusher on the other side, still looking for that Draven. 2 Dravens away, but can that Draven do it one more time? He is onto that Zoe. He is going to hit that X, and he is going to find another win. As Double 61 lost his win streak, he's on 5 HP. He really needs to look out for himself. Every loss could be his next. He doesn't have a last stand. He doesn't have anything else to protect him. So Double 61 being in a very tough spot right now.
Absolutely in a bit of a rough spot here now. He's paying the price here. He is taking the consequence, and he's going to go for the 6 Renegades opening here. Going to go for the Renegade Belveth here. But that BT is getting floated right now, right? It's going to be put onto the Leona, so he's going to get that healing through right there. But there is no built-in healing on the Belveth, which means that it is going to be able to... It's going to be taking a critical low. It's not going to be able to sustain itself when it does get into the mix in these fights. So another thing to keep an eye out for here.
Yeah, really, this board does not have much beef, it feels like. We're going to see how it does against Kevin Parker's board. There's extra HP bars from those Voidlings coming through, but Casey Double could get knocked out 8th here, so that's something you need to keep in mind. It's a battle of the Belveths, but one has been buffed infinitely on the side, but she is going to go down. Kevin is going to lose here, and Casey Double stays in the ring for one more round as we go into PvE.
And Lucia goes on to a win streak here by taking out Haldrauf as well. This gives a little bit of a nice boon here for Double, right? Because both Snooty and Haldrauf are going to be low on HP here. Kevin Parker finds an upgrade here. Snooty does as well. So some of the upgrades that might have been needed for the other players in and around of Double 61 right now are being found. And for Double, this is not a good spot to be in, right? He got kind of unfortunate with his item setup. This game has been produced with pretty much 0 defensive components all throughout the game, right? That's just one of the ones that... It's kind of it's a big downside at the end of the day, and you can kind of really not do anything about when you're playing an AP line and you get free swords naturally, right? That's just a rough situation.
Yeah, it is. But that happens sometimes, unfortunately. Snooty picking up a tier here, really nice. Something he was looking for. Doesn't have much gold to work with either, though. See how this one goes. Can see the augment that Snooty is running right now. It's going to give Omni Vamp, especially when the rest of the team has died. That's super big on that Fiddlesticks if he procs that Dark Harvest late. But it's also going to help that Viego and Azol to carry out the rest of the cleaning up. Not much frontline, I want to say. The only frontline right now is pretty much the Fiddle and a little bit of support from that Fiora and the Alistar. Annie not doing too much as we move in here. The Zed missing entirely. That's really, really good for Snooty as it comes in on the wrong side. But we're looking for the Viego, and the Viego is finding his targets like no one else. Finds a win as well, and so does Casey Double. Save one more time. Now Lusher is really in trouble with his 10 HP.
Yeah, and Kevin Parker here again, we see a lot of Belveth just in and around the entirety of the lobby, right? We see at least 3 people having an emphasis on the Belveth in their compositions right now. And again, it's worth noting that Double 61 is on the same augment partners in crime that we saw from Snooty. So that's a bit, because there is going to be healing for his Belveth, but it's not going to be a huge amount of healing compared to something like a Bloodthirster at the end of the day here. But now Haldrauf is going to go out in 8th. So a bit of a German 8th place here. Not ideal for you, right, Mix? But again, it's kind of unavoidable when there are so many Germans, though, right? That's it.
Yeah, it's true.
Because even if you had 8 German players in the same lobby, one of them would have to go 8th.
No, that's not true. They could have all gone top 4, but
Is they're in the same lobby?
Yes, top 4. No,
you're talking about.
Never mind then. One more Draven for Lusher. If he loses here, that could be trouble. He really wants to find that one. We're going to see if the Axis can do enough damage onto the Viego. Needs to take this one down and then chew through everything else. But everyone else is onto him. The Gunblade trying to do as much as possible, but it's not going to be enough. The Azol comes through, takes out Lusher 7th place. And now Casey Double has edged out 2 competitors, even though he's been on those 5 HP for what feels like forever.
So this board is obviously very strong, right? You just got unfortunate in one set of matchmaking right there, and Lusher as well has just been unfortunate all throughout the game, right? Was presented with a reroll line and then was unable to find that Draven throughout the entirety of the game. And again, when you're stuck on that insane amount of Ox Forces at the end of the day, it's very hard for Draven because he is so reliant on that execute. So having to deal that extra instance of damage when you're in that much of a pressure situation is just never going to be that fantastic here. Now, Double has been able to transfer this Renegade emblem onto an Aphelios, one of the best holders of this emblem in the entirety of the game. Also dodges the Sapphire here as well. That's going to be a big one for him.
Yeah, but Casey Double could find an end here. Look at that Aphelios as the board disappears. The backline is still strong for Kevin Parker, and that Azol is going to cast once more. The Belveth is making her way onto the Aphelios. The Aphelios will go down eventually. Casey Double finds a 6th place here, and now Snooty is in line to follow him. Stood. Armatruck also downed to 10 HP, and they're all kind of scrambling to make it to the top.
They are, right, and top 4 placements are just going to be ever so important, right? They are just going to be your best bet at getting those massive point swing, right? And with Armatruck and Snooty you're talking about, they are kind of in a 1v1 situation right now in terms of just stabilizing that top 4 position.
Yeah, Aug going straight for that Reach Blade that has been left open. Gonna check in with Snooty what he's doing. He is going to find that Belveth 2 here is going to slaughter in with the extra rapid fire cannon. Can go Ox Belveth, something we've seen and something we're going to continue to see as Snooty locks her in with that statics, and we'll see if that is enough. He could find Og, he could find Kevin Parker, and he could find Armatruck. Depending on where this one goes, this might be the last round for Snooty. Moving in, let's see where this one goes. Seems to be a ghost copy. I think it's a ghost copy of Kevin, right? Yeah, there we go. It's Kevin's board. Kevin's ghost copy. Let's see. Dark Harvest being procced right onto the Belveth, but she's not bothered too much. She is charging up and trying to take out some units left and right. The Viego is supporting, also still standing together with that frontline Belveth onto Belveth. She's still getting targeted by the front line, but making her way onto that Ace. One more ult coming down onto her, but she is going to survive. Oxforce standing strong, and Snooty lives one more round.
Who knows? Maybe did go to Oxford. You never know, right? Maybe it's
maybe
she's
she's
a very clever girl at the end of the day, right? That is, you never know. You never really know what is going to happen when it comes to that, right? Armatruck finally finds that set too. He's kind of been lacking here. But again, with both him and Snooty taking a win in the last fight here, that battle for top 4 is still just going to be one of those really, really massive ones that are going to have potential huge implications of the outcome of the entire tournament for them. So it's going to be a direct 1v1 here. It's going to be the ghost board for Armatruck, though, so that's going to be a big boon.
Yeah, it will be Armatruck or Snooty potentially leaving us and cleaning up those top 4. Skyscrapers are falling down onto the battlefield as the Dark Harvest procs, and everything is onto that Oxforce Belveth. I don't think there's coming back for this from Snooty's board as Armatruck stays in the lobby one more time, and it looks like he's going to defeat Aug's board as well. So both of them making it one more round as we go into PvE.
Anyone want the Rammus 2?
Just free Rammus 2 if you wanted it.
Just a question. I don't think that obviously it's not going to fit onto the board when you are so tight on your Snooty board as you are right now. If you are going to be Snooty, right, with the 6 Oxforce and the free Renegade, there are like no real upgrades outside of an Annie 2 really for him to find. So that's another thing that you need to keep an eye open for, because at the end of the day, that is going to be a pretty important. It's a pretty insignificant upgrade, right? Annie 2 is not a big one. I mean, Aphelios 2 all of a sudden out of nowhere could be a nice bonus, I suppose, right? Just some extra damage here at the end of the day, but none of these upgrades would be really realistic in that regard, right? Does have some roles to work with, though, and an item as well to come now from that anvil.
Yeah, we'll see what that is. Maybe going to see some more rolling as well. Trying to get that Annie to Annie 2 is going to pick up a Janna and a Viego. There she is, at least at last getting upgraded here. But
that's the
I don't
Aphelios,
think
though.
there's... Yeah. Gonna move that in. Anvil. Is this a Zephyr? Or do you
I mean,
go
it
for
could be.
offensive?
I think it's a Zephyr, right? I feel like you don't really need damage items on the failure side. It's obviously going to be nice, but you want to put the Zephyr, but you want to take it at last second possible here to hide it for as long as possible.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what is going to happen. The Zephyr being popped onto that Talon, lifting up the Janna for now, but everything is on to the Stingrays. Bel'Veth against Bel'Veth, fighting it out. Snooties does have the Ox Force buff, but she will go down eventually as everything is
Viego?
onto her. And yeah, maybe Viego can do something here. He is going to get some resets and comes through, finds a win against all of the units, and now he only needs to finish off the Zac copies, which is what's going to happen. But Armor Truck going in 5th place, cleaning up the top 4, and just look at the HP totals. We have 9, 5, and 4 from Kevin, Lyris, and Snooty. They're all so close to each other. This could be a triple knockout for Og. Potentially.
It could be a triple knockoff triple knockoff? No, triple knockout for sure, right? Actually, it can be a triple knockout, right? They're going to be double knockout no matter what, right? Because again, unless the person that plays against Orc is going to win against Orc, right? But there's a potential here for 2 knockouts. They're going to put us directly into the 1v1 at stage 6 free. That's a big one here for sure now. And again, this is going to be Lyris' board here. Had a lot of emphasis on the economy early on, and then gets that carry augment for that Samira now. So whether or not Snooty Boo's board is going to be strong enough, time will tell.
Oh, the undertow coming through here, immobilizing that Bel'Veth for just a second, but I am not sure if that's enough. She is targeted once more, another CC coming through, and the board is gonna win. Snooty taking a 4th place. Kevin and Ox still fighting for it. Kevin could go 3rd here.
This is a huge loss.
He loses, everything is on to his Azel. I don't think there's coming back from this. Kevin also gonna get knocked out here, does go in line for 3rd place, and it's Ox and Lyris fighting it out.
Yeah, and this board from Orc is very strong, right? He has the flexibility we've been talking about with that hard emblem, and it just really helps elevate the end stage of this board, right? So what you're looking at here, you're looking at a Sejuani 2 being pulled into the board, you're looking at Urgot, you're looking at these very strong utility units being brought into play. And that overall is just going to be super strong money, and you have the set carry augment, I believe, right? So he's going to knock random units off the board, potentially, if they are going to be further enough, like close enough to the side of the board, which is one of the more fun effects, you could say, in the game in general here. The Shroud place is going to be super important as well.
Yeah, Shroud is going to hit Bel'Veth. Oh, it's not even going to hit Bel'Veth, so it has gone a little bit into the deep end. Definitely not hitting that Urgot's undertow as it comes through. And you kind of want to watch the Soraka as she's somewhat of the main carry of the comp that Orc has built here. Orc could still lose, and we would go into another round, but it seems like Lyris is going to be on the receiving end here. Another ult comes down from the Soraka, and it is only the Samira and a little bit of beefiness that's standing in between. Lyris knows what's coming next. The Samira is going to get taken down, and TFT Og takes a 1st place in game number 4.
Yeah, and again, we kind of saw the power of this board, right? The high end cap of these hard spat emblems, and you got to figure out, like, Orc at the end of the day, he was, holding on for a long time, didn't get that Force of Nature as well, right? We'll put a lot of talking about the Tactician's Crown, should I say, instead, right? Where it actually ended up going over to one of his opponents instead. But strong play from Orc, and again, I've been talking about these tier openers and like how high their top end is, and this was a tier opener, I do believe, coming through from Orc, if I saw correctly, right? So again, I gotta give that an okay, right? I approve of that. That was a very good game for Orc.
1st place.
I do. I also approve of people taking tier opener, making the most of it.
All right, we're going to go into a quick break. We have an interview with Enzo lined up for you guys, and after that, our analyst desk is going to break it down for you.
My name is Enzo. I come from France, and my age is 22. Ladder is not really competitive, because we have not a lot of spot in the ladder, and player now think they just need to be good in tournament, but for example, the tournament of France is private. All players can't participate, you know. So I don't really like. But maybe if we have open tournament in France, it may be good. I think best comp at this moment is maybe Piba with Urgot, Fiddle, with all legendary too. I think. I don't really know. We have a lot of good players in Europe, and not one really afraid me. But yeah, I think yeah, maybe Daisy, Double 61, Ging. We have a lot of really good players. Thank you for all the support. I love all of you, and be ready for this year. It's for me, dude. Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone. We are so close to crowning ourselves our first Golden Spatula champion of the set. But before we do, of course, we do need to break down what happened in that previous game. And guys, we got our dreams fulfilled once more, starting things off with Prismatics. Talk me through here. What are your thoughts having that right out of the gate?
I think it depends on what augments were chosen. Players, especially with prismatic augments, have to really think and scout at 2-1 and say, hey, is someone contesting my line? Am I going to get into trouble and bot 4 because I'm trying to play the same comp as someone else? And there was a lot of little mind games happening between a few players that had the chance to have a really good augment to go for Kaisa, for example, March of Progress in the case of Kevin. We had Triforce for, I believe it was Howdroff as well. Howdroff as well. And Snooty had an Ashe too with a Cho'Gath opener with a Kaisa as well. He was thinking about it. So there was 3 players that were scouting each other and thinking, who's gonna jump off first? Who's gonna commit to this? And are we gonna be in trouble? In the end, Snooty went into Renegades and kind of contested double a little bit. So there was a lot of mind games happening, especially now we're getting to the last few games of the day where it really does matter a lot to be uncontested and try and hit that highest cap for your comp.
And I think, I think obviously if you look at Kevin Parker taking March of Progress, obviously it is the best performing augment right now in obviously statistically the highest top 4 rate. I think unfortunately, you didn't win out because you do need to look at 3-starring something, and with, like we said, a lot of people contesting those threat units, those are the ones you want to be 3-starring in that scenario. Every board pretty much had Belveth, so that's not a realistic option. So I think a third was probably the best you could do in that scenario, really.
All right, of course, we've got to address at least partially the composition that did win out that lobby ultimately. The set being put together, or set frontline, mecha frontline, being put together with the hearts in the back. Certainly, it's not the first time we see it, but it is a very unusual setup. Worked pretty damn well here, Barry.
Yeah, I think a lot of the people in the lobby were contesting the same units, and Org was kind of like, okay, you can all not hit your 3-star threats, not cap out your Viego boards. I'm just going to play build a beefy front line with that mech set. And obviously, he just guided that to a first, so really well played there. Just spotting an angle that he saw was uncontested and everyone else wasn't looking towards.
That's the upside of a unit getting nerfed like set. All of a sudden, it's just much more open on those roll downs, and it is still a 4-cost carry that or a 4-cost tank that can do its job, especially in the mech front line. So it's just a flexible change of the game plan there for Og that worked out in the end. Echo, I think, was on many boards as well, so it's harder to 2-star the Echo. Similarly for Annie and Alistar, you don't think these are the units in Oxford, but they are playing on one of those boards, and it makes it harder to hit those 2-stars and stabilize when you're rolling down 7. So I think just an unusual pivot, but still one that can obviously work if you're playing flexibly frontline and backline.
Well, of course, we did have our 4-cost heroes coming through as our augments in this game. I know you guys, we've spoken about this before, but it did feel like it made a pretty big difference in this game in terms of being able to bring those final boards together.
I think especially Partners in Crime, obviously allowing you to play dual carry with maximum damage items. We saw that being used to good effect here. Allowing triple damage items on both carries, just allowing you to cap so much harder. So, as well as obviously letting you hit the 4-cost 2-star, it opens up a few more routes, which was nice to see.
Especially for double. I think for Snooty, he had Viego pair off of stage 3 carousel. He had a Viego pair already, so I think he hit it naturally, completely before getting the augment. But for double, it allowed him to stabilize and maybe consider going to level 8 instead of having to roll more on 7. Similarly for Kevin, he was in a spot where he still had to roll more. He didn't have a 2-star carry, but found the Belveth 2 off of that Void Mother augment, and then was able to go 8 instead and try and cap out his board more.
And of course, as we're getting very close to bringing in our final 2 games, do have to, of course, keep you guys updated on the lore of Rising Legends. I personally, and I think many people were upset as well, Double 61 disregarding the Krug buff in this game could have been the thing that cost him. But let's take a look at our standings now, so very close to the end of the day.
Yeah, the Germans moving up into the first page. It looks like some of them at the very least, but Padebol definitely not having the best day of TFT, as you mentioned. For these 2 next games, just has to try and focus on getting as many points as possible to accumulate those GSC points. But for most of that bottom side of this page, the tournament win is already very, very far away. It's all about the points at this point.
Yeah, still got a lot to play for with those circuit points, but it's the players in the top side of the ladder that now it's make or break for them. Will you finally get that tournament win some of them have been looking for? Obviously, we've got some people that could look at a second-time win, like Lumarpin, who could obviously go ahead and get his second Spatula Cup win, which would be a statement, to be sure, of how much success he's had so far. But there's a lot of people up there that are angling for their first tournament win.
Hayden.
Yeah, Kafuzzle still managed to hold on, as you said, to Hayden right up at the top there. Yeah. So I think this has been a real amazing tournament for allowing a lot of people to be able to take the stage who haven't otherwise necessarily been able to grab the spotlight before.
Great to see an OG name at the very top of the standings with only 2 games left, especially a country like Sweden that hasn't had the best representation in GSCs compared to other the big powerhouse nations. So now I will officially denounce my Spanish nationality and switch over to Sweden. Let's go Sweden. Let's go Hayden. Lumarpin, maybe some kudos to you as well.
Northern Europe looking very strong here so far.
All right, guys. So as you said, this is the Golden Spatula Cup number 1. We are on day number 3 with only 2 more games to determine who will be getting that golden ticket through. As has been mentioned already, there are still points on the line to help find other ways through to the regional finals. But for now, we have an interview with Gunmei. When we return, we'll be moving on to game number 5 of the 6 today. By the end of game 6, of course, we will have our champion. So stay tuned, and we'll be back in a few minutes' time.
My name is Gunnar Mayol. I'm known as Gunmei. I'm originally from Spain, but I live in Sweden. I'm 28 years old. To me, it's probably the best set ever, actually. I'm one of those that like the old sets a little bit better, like set 2, set 3. But set 8 has probably been the perfect combination of every new system together with like old set balance. So to me, it's the best set ever. Yeah, I enjoy the new systems as well. I think it involves the countries more. Like you get a bit more of a regional pride out of it as well, like some rivalries. I think it gets more people involved. even if you're maybe not the top player of everything. I personally qualify through ladder, so I haven't really participated much in the TRC this set yet, but I think it's a good system. I think it's good. It was the first LAN event that I went to. Like the Spanish scene had like a LAN event for the players, the Spanish players that qualified. We were all there. We had a lot of people attend and stuff. So it was my first experience, like living, I guess the esports dream or whatever. Like I'm getting close to 30, so like it's kind of weird to say that now, but that was really fun. Thank you to everyone who supports me and cheers for me, whether it be from Spain or from Sweden or from any country. To me, it means a lot. I feel like I have a lot of proof. I put a lot of pressure on myself to get to the absolute highest level, and I hope I can make myself proud, but also everyone else watching. So we'll see how it goes this set, but I have a good feeling for this set.
Welcome back, everybody. As we said before the break, we are heading now into our 5th game. We're going down to Lobby 2, because of course, these are the players who will be trying to punch their way up into Lobby 1 to contest for that golden ticket. Guys, we're going to be seeing some names we're familiar with from that last game, but also a few new faces as well. It's still very mobile on the table.
Yeah, for clarity's sake, it's going to be players 9 through 16 on the standing. So as Peter mentioned, the players that aren't super comfortable at the top, aren't kind of already, oh, I'm top 8, I have so many points, I might have a chance to win, but the ones that have to really fight to get a first or a second in this game to be in that winner's lobby for Game 6.
I think a lot of the players will be making the decision at the start of this game whether or not I just play standard TFT, pick up as many circuit points as I can, I'm not going to win on the day, or whether or not we'll see some first or 8 play styles and try to go 1-1 and sneak your way into the top of the ladder.
A huge opportunity here for Kambiz. Of course, as has been mentioned before, Double 61's cousin. But I mentioned Double 61 for Kambiz, I think not because necessarily that's all that matters about him, but to highlight that at this point in history, that's the most remarkable thing about him. I think in this tournament, it's a real chance for Kambiz to change that and start really getting his legacy established on the international stage.
Did great in actually last set as well. So I mean, it's someone that's accomplished big things, not the biggest things yet, but I think he's someone that's on pace to do so. He has been exceptional throughout his entire career at TFT.
I think for sure he's someone that's established in the French scene. Everybody knows him on ladder, but this time he's really making a statement for himself of, look, I'm here, I'm one of the best players in France, and I'm one of the best players in EMEA.
Be rainy weather for Janus, so not quite windy, which is usually considered the best one for really any comp, just slot in at level 9. In this case, not going to be as appealing for most comps.
All right, of course, we'll keep an eye out for Laris as well. Still hoping to see them do very well as another player who's looking to try and emerge from the French scene in general to the international stage. We have got some interesting drops coming in here early on, but I want to hear from you guys again. We've already discussed this a little bit on desk. We know that the Oxforce Renegade board is the one to go if you can, but are there any other comps you've seen so far today which you could still see people comfortably winning out with?
Considering you want these players are aiming to get maybe a first or second, it is going to be, I expect a lot of players contesting each other on Renegades and contesting each other on lose streaks as well on stage 2. If you don't have an opener you're confident that will be able to get you that 5 win, I expect many players to not level to 4, instead try and play for maximum econ. But all of a sudden, we do have a hero augment at 2-1, which will restrict the options some of these players have, especially for carry hero augments. Spirits of the Exile, so good. We talked about it top of show.
Instant direction there. I mean, you've got to be tempted to pick it up. It's just, you know, it's such a safe top 5. You can get that Laser Corps online. We should expect him to pick it up here, I think.
Yeah, well, it will get picked in. But of course, we're scooting around to check on some of the other boards because we've seen it's not just popular, it's ridiculously popular. And we know the option will be there. Though, of course, I believe there was only just a 1-2 cost in the mix, if I remember correctly. So be a little less likely than we've seen for it before to be just everybody's augment.
Missing that third laser here, which is going to be a little bit detrimental to this fight. If he's able to win this fight regardless and then finds a laser in the next shop, that will be okay for Camus as well. But I imagine Camus took a while to pick this augment because he wanted to scout and see who else is picking Spirits of the Exile, and if that might contest the laser core angle a little bit too much for that 6 laser core spike at the end of stage 3.
I think the item slam here, he's really looking to try win this round, and then I think he was hoping that he could maybe go on a win streak after that. Slamming the Warmogs early, such a good item at this stage.
Elia, though, did find a good 2-cost augment of his own, so we know that Draven's going to be in the mix for the rest of the game, giving crit strike across the entirety of the team. As we can see here, we haven't yet got the mech online, but we do have a pretty good substitute for the front line in the Rammus.
Yeah, one of the best 3 costs to just find naturally in your shops in stage 2 does so much in terms of tankiness, but also that CC comes in so clutch when a lot of these fights at stage 2, if both players are trying to go for a win streak, usually come down to just 1 unit at the very end, and CC is so important.
It's just a dream opener, really. If you're getting the Draven 2 this early, just stabilizes you. We've seen a lot of Draven comps today bleed out. They've not been able to get that power spike mid-game to then go on and hit the 3 stars. But I think obviously Elia here will just be so stable early on with this board.
Up against the Spirit of the Exile board, we can see Laser Core certainly traditionally very good in stage 2. I think you're right. Even with the hero augments coming in early on, we've definitely seen a switch in what we'd normally expect out of our early game boards.
We see a second Spirit of the Exile there for Ensom as well. Ensom, for those who are unaware, is actually Lil Aware, who played in set 6, set 7, trying to bamboozle us, the viewers, his family, absolutely everyone, by playing on a different name for this tournament. But he does have history in GSCs. He is a known French player that has popped off in the past, even representing a big French team as well. So someone to watch out for in this lobby.
Maybe he was trying to give himself the underdog buff. He was going in thinking, maybe if no one recognizes me, I'll be underestimated.
That's too many already, Barry.
Absolutely. Well, for the time being, it looks like the win streak remains in place. Org and Uko both going to be trying to keep their own streaks going, with Org going for a cheeky little level up towards the end there. We do see that there's going to be a little bit more recon in the field as well.
I have bad news. We're going to be contesting a lot of players because we're getting the augments, and apparently 6 of the 8 players are angling towards Laser Core with their hero augment. 2 Renekton's, or rather 4 Renekton's Call of the Meek, and 2 Yasuo's with Spirit of the Exile, with Ash's core focus being possibly recon as well. So I thought it would be Renegades. In this case, it might be Laser Core, guys.
Well, I want to put it to you, Barry. We've seen this situation arise before, not quite to this extent, but it didn't go well for most of the Laser Core players. What do you do from here?
Well, I think already we've seen Wet Jungler is already angling towards Kaiser there. He got an Ashe augment. You can play either with it. I think as soon as you scout and see the entire rest of the lobby is going Laser Corps, you just find the Kaiser early and pivot straight out. It is difficult for the other players that have taken things like Colour the Meek and Spirit of the Exile, a little less flexible, but you could end up playing a different type of AD carry. You could end up with items that you could then flex onto a Belveth. So definitely possible to play a few different things with some of these augments.
Especially Wet Jungler, though, in a good spot. I mean, Kaisa uncontested, we've seen the power of it. Elia himself, he's in his lobby, played it a little bit earlier today, and was able to get that fairly easy second place, losing only to a capped out Renegade comp. So Wet Jungler has to be very happy. Everyone else kind of molding at the fact that they all seem to be contesting. You have to get a little bit more creative with what comps you go for. But Wet Jungler on the fast lane to go 7 and be able to stabilize pretty easily once everyone's not able to hit that Z2 into Johnny 2, for example.
And Delia getting the Draven in there as well. He's got to feel pretty good about that.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't even realize looking for the list of them that it was all but one player in the lobby. That's absolutely madness. But we'll say again, these are extremely skilled players, so we'll expect them to try and find ways through. Maybe this brawler angle is a way to at least still make use of your augment without having to contest for the laser core.
Saw Double try and go for the brawler angle in game 1. He went 5th in the end. It was a strange lobby, though, that kind of capped out a lot higher. I think, Barry, you mentioned it. The prismatic augment that was picked for that game kind of messed up the tempo on that Jax for Double. But we'll see. It's a possibility. Obviously, you have to look at creative options. I'm not sure, Barry, what you would consider are the best options to go off of Laser Core for players that have Spirit of the Exile or for players that have Cool the Meek. What would you consider kind of the plan B or plan C in this case, maybe?
I think you have to be not afraid to actually just drop your hero augment potentially. Obviously, especially if you're one of these people with Color Meek. If you're only going to find Z1, Sedge 1, you're going to be contested. You're going to be bot farming from that position. And if you can end up playing something like Oxforce, which has been the strongest comp, it doesn't matter if you are playing down a hero augment. You can still have a lot of success with it. So I think a few players will end up pivoting off it, but they won't be too happy to do so.
I suppose at least for Koldomiki it is going to be sort of a general damage buff across the team, rather than being strictly to try and make that Renekton as strong as possible. As we actually seriously Uko with our very own eyes getting taken down means Alaya will be the only player to remain undefeated through stage 2.
Not surprised. I mean, there's 2 Dravens on the board, not just one. The axes are flying in every single direction. There's no safe spot on this board, it looks like, for Elia's opponents. And as we saw, the opposite happen in the last game. If you're playing Draven from a low roll position, if you can't 3-star him in time, if you're not win streaking stage 2, it becomes much harder to have a really good game with it. But as you mentioned, Barry, for Elia, this is a game that it's almost impossible to not top 4 from this spot unless you really, really miss on your roll downs.
Oh, it's a dream scenario for sure, especially Rammus this early, such a stable unit, like you were saying, Panda. So I think Elia's got to be really pleased with how the stage 2s went.
It is worth noting here that we're not playing in the checkmate format, so the players who win out here or come in the top 4 here will possibly get onto table 1 to play for the final game, but they'll still have to finish extremely highly to overtake the players already there.
Items here, maybe not ideal. Yeah, going to be forced to slam the Vow here. Obviously, the AP item's not going to be doing too much for Draven. It's a good start, but you do still need to have 3 items for Draven. You have to hope that the Krugs and, well, the Wolves in this case are going to help you out with that because you do not have carousel priority. So it's not really up to you to choose that glove or that bow to get the last whisper on the Draven, for example.
Yeah, it's the one downside to actually being this strong early. Draven really does rely on having best in slot or close to best in slot. And if he doesn't end up getting it, it could end up being really rough. But hopefully it doesn't go that way for him.
Up against Cambit, who has been taking some pretty serious losses in the early going. You can see their board coming to get into what looks like it might well be going more in a recon direction, but it cannot stand up to what Elia's bring out. They'll keep the win streak going. Notable as well, Lyris is also on a streak, and I think they're going to have maybe a little bit of trouble keeping hold of that streak.
Finally does lose it. For, one silver lining for Cambit is the fact that he does have Underground in, so he is, to some degree happy to lose those rounds, but 3-2 augments are here. They will be silver, so nothing too crazy happening just yet. I think today, on average, we've had pretty crazy options at 3-2 in terms of prismatic and hero augments that really change the direction of the game. Here, not so much, but Brawler Emblem does help Lyris say, hey, we're contested on Laser Corp, maybe we go the Brawler angle instead. Maybe not the traditional Jax angle, there aren't items for it, and there isn't a single Jax on the board, but it can just be beefy frontline plus some amount of damage from anything at all in the backline could carry Lyris into a top 4 as well.
Could be angling towards a Soraka possibly, obviously depends on what the admin is, but you could play that with a big Brawler frontline, so could be angling towards that.
Well, talk to me guys, said about the silver augments coming here, we've got the hero augments very early on. What does this change about the game overall that we're less likely to be seeing the augments being a major factor in the comp strength?
It just maintains the current kind of direction the players are going in. It doesn't drastically change it one way or another, depending on if you have gold, if you're playing this comp or another comp. They really just don't add that much total power compared to everything else, on relative terms. So not going to change too much. I think Elia will continue win streaking. Not sure what he picked, but from his spot, I think that's not going to change. And similar for Canvas, his stabilization will come not from the augment, but from the roll down once he finally does end up using up that gold.
Yeah, Aaliyah will be the most pleased with that outcome for sure, seeing a silver augment. Just a sigh of relief there, knowing that the win streak can continue. And everybody's not going to get too strong. We actually see it being featherweights as well, so perfect for the augment, really.
Yeah, we saw that prismatic featherweights last game, of course. You mentioned being frustrated on hitting the Dravens doesn't seem to be a problem for Aaliyah this time round. Keeping the win streak going, the money flowing in, though has been spending pretty aggressively to keep that board strength up.
This cannibalism going on here, Draven on Draven action, sacrificing the Draven for the other Draven. But only one set of axes will be flying out throughout this board, and it's going to be a good angle here on all these brawlers. We're going to clump up pretty well for this Draven to be able to dish some good AoE damage across the board.
See what Laris is up to currently in the middle of the table. It's worth noting, of course, that while Laris is in the middle, Cambiz, of course, one of the players we're keeping an eye on to see if they can definitely make their triumphant return, does get a win, but is still very low on health in the early going, in stark contrast to what Aaliyah's doing.
Keeping that streak going there for Aaliyah. It's just going perfectly so far. Obviously, we don't want to curse them. You could end up not finding the Draven 3. We've seen it already happen today, but it's a great start, and hopefully the items don't end up being too bad. See what we'll get left with on the carousel.
Cambiz seeing the Viego with chain may be hard to resist considering how well this comp has performed without a day, but as you mentioned early on, Barry, maybe with this Viego with a chain, it is the option for someone to pivot off of that laser core, to pivot off of what's very contested, and just sack the first augment and go for a high cap comp instead, whereas if you hit, maybe it doesn't matter too much anyway that you don't have that power from the hero augment.
Yeah, I think especially Viego with a chain, you obviously can become a Titans quite easily. So we'll see, of course, whether or not they end up sticking with it, or whether or not they are just committed to the laser corps having the edge. Maybe they are, but yeah, it looks like so.
Renegade was available as well with the Silas in the shop, but opts not to take it.
All right, so guys, talk to me about this here, because we're seeing some levels coming in. Approximately, how far in the future do you think it's going to be when, will Aaliyah be starting to be threatened to be dropped off, before stage 4, shortly into stage 4?
Ideally, he wants a max tempo of the lobby to continue being a step ahead all throughout, and that involves hitting Draven 3 early on in stage 4, maybe before stage 4 even starts at Wolves. So that's really the biggest difference maker. If he's able to do so, he can maybe continue win streaking, and that just snowballs completely out of control with the 10+ win streak and the gold you get.
I think, obviously, everybody tends to spike their boards around 4-2. We're going to see a lot of people that are rolling, people on the lower end of the lobby. So if he hasn't hit it by then, he'll maybe start to lose a few rounds. Already losing one there, actually. But still got plenty of HP to work with.
That is going to be Aaliyah dropping quite a lot of money, though, which could have been gathered on the next PV round and turned into more Dravens. Of course, the new headline is going to be that Uko has moved up into pole position and also has a win streak running as well, while Cambiz down on 32. We know they've been working very hard to keep that loss streak going, but perhaps it's working a little too well.
Looks like this playstyle runs in the family, taking a page out of Double's book, and also being at, almost less than 30 HP going into Wolves. Gonna have to be a very big roll down post Wolf to try and actually stabilize and stay in contention for this game. We talked about it, the players are trying to get a first or second. It means you have to sometimes accommodate a risky playstyle like this one, lose a lot of HP, make sure you get a lot of gold, and try and hit a comp that can stabilize you in stage 4.
Yeah, he might have taken some tips from his cousin, like we were saying. At least he has some direction here, though. Obviously, already having the mech set, having Belveth. I think the stage 4 roll down could be looking good for Cambiz. Obviously, depending on if he's able to 2-star any of these.
Yeah, I mean, the Belveth's doing a pretty good job. I mean, we've seen, of course, we saw Sirach in the previous game standing behind the set and doing a good job. In this case, Belveth not having to worry so much about taking aggro when I suppose set is, just staying alive most of the round and all the aggro is being focused on him.
Very curious to see what Jungler's board looks like. He was the recon player, or the player that could have gone recon with corpse focus on that Ashe. And yeah, it is going to be the case. Double Gunblade on the Kaisa for now. Double Ram is on the board as well. A big roll down going to come down in level 7. We see almost a pre-level here. Maybe he gets enough gold. He will just fully level here to get that one extra level 7 shop coming in, and a free Kaisa as well.
And the Cho'Gath as well, and the Rammus. So,
all right, keep talking, Barry. Keep giving him the caster blessings.
I mean, hopefully I don't curse him, because this Kaiser does need to show up. He's rolling a little deep here, and it's a bit of a shame for himself that he hasn't actually found it already.
Find the fiddle, though. I think
Yeah.
that's worth the trade-off of not finding the Kai'Sa 2 just yet. You have to consider perfect chance to stabilize Kinsella Nunu if he chooses to, and go exactly to 20 and ramp back up to level 7 and slow roll for these upgrades. Again, uncontested on this comp makes it so much easier to upgrade everything.
Yeah, looking fairly stable already.
Oh, well, we get to visit with Kambiz again, who again will have that set. Though we've actually now gotten a new addition to the Kambiz family. You've got the Misfortune in the backline. Has been a sneaky unit to just fit into a comps and take those AP items and make pretty good use of them.
As we were talking about here, the players that were low on HP were the ones that had to use up their gold to stabilize. And Kambiz side of the field, it looks like it has worked out, fighting against Wet Jungler and beating him pretty handedly, which means it's a good sign for the strength leader board and how it is relative to the rest of the comps that your opponents are running, because Wet Jungler was one of the stronger players coming into this stage 4. And of course, Prismatic to top it all off, Peter.
Do it. Everyone needs to click on their screen on the golden egg. No, it was too late. Oh, gosh.
Oh, it's got to be a bit of a shame for some of the people playing the reroll comps to see that. Especially Elia. Obviously, so much HP to burn through. The top 4 is still on the cards.
Oh,
but whether...
Yes!
Oh, an egg.
We've done it!
The egg chant might come back for this set. We had it in set 6. We had it in set 7 as well. We need at least one big tournament egg moment, Peter, and this might be... I know you're very excited. Egg is your moment to shine with the egg chants.
It's everyone's moment to shine. And Elia's doing this from the very top of the table as well. There couldn't be a better spot to pick up that egg from.
Yeah, already got the Draven 3 online. I was saying Elia might not be too happy to see Prismatic. Boy, was I wrong, because it couldn't have been a better one to find. Already the Draven 3, golden egg.
I love this Samira, just chilling in the air, levitating, because that is a Radiant Zephyr on the side of Ensom, which means that your unit can be up in the air for 8 full seconds. With Future Sight makes it that much easier to predict where those units will be, and every single person in this lobby is now very, very aware has this Future Sight, and they have to be very, very careful.
And that was very risky as well, because of course Salvi has the Cursed Crown. If that had turned against them immediately, we could have seen Salvi plummeting out in 8th place in just a few rounds.
Cursed Crown making it a lot easier to actually keep your hero augment in as well, even if it isn't something you ended up angling towards. Obviously, he's still got his Cult of Meek in play, which having so many extra units on the board with the Cursed Crown is just going to give him so much extra power.
Iris did pick up Woodland Charm as well, a very fun augment to play around. If you lean into it heavily, you can get some huge gains by copying the correct unit, and especially with those HP pools for some of the bigger tanks in the game.
So, of course, we have got the Veil in here for Wet Jungler. We know how influential our legendary units have been. Both Fiddlesticks and Urgot having a large factor of crowd control in there that Wet Jungler will be able to totally ignore.
I think Verdant Veil was a little bit unpickable in set 7. In this case, a lot of CC coming in from Urgot and just so many units going to later stages of the game. And I think for Recons especially, it's going to be very useful. It was for Jax as well, was essentially kind of a QSS or a 4th item when Jax reroll was so big. And that was kind of a completely pickable augment when playing Jax reroll. I think similar in this case for Recons.
Let's get on to the carousel as we check in with our players again. So Kambiz fighting back from the bottom of the table, now on a win streak, even if on currently the lowest HP with Org just above them. You can see that a lot of our players have been slamming their items pretty aggressively. Only Wet Jungler holding on to 3 right there in the middle of the table. Ilya still stays up at the top, but we only got the 1 streak running right now for Kambiz.
A Draven on the carousel could have been really good for Ilya. I'm not sure he's hit the Draven 3 just yet and can just pop off the belt no problem. So in the end, it was picked up by Lyris and kind of maybe takes that away from Ilya's spike.
I think he does already have that Draven 3 online, actually. Right. So.
Oh, well, I'm sure we'll be able to tell in a second. A nice look again at our options here. To mention, of course, the Future Sight for Ensom will be very annoying for the potential opponents, which will, of course, need to keep scouting where that Zephyr is going to land. That knockup, absolutely enormous. Kambiz tries to keep their streak going.
Is a Z2 coming in? No hacker just yet, so they're going to have to walk like the rest of us pedestrians And in this case, though, the Fiddle does come through. The Zed not quite able to get the good angle to get onto Draven right away. Even if he does, he has to do it from the side, or else Draven Axel will just hit him in the face and kill him anyway. So a tough fight here, I think, for the Laser Corps player, especially with this Draven and Leah being as strong as he is. Despite being down in Prismatic Augment until this egg hatches, I think this Draven is more than enough to do it here and has a chance to become even stronger if he's able to get that glove to get this last Whisper onto the Draven.
It's a dream setup for Aaliyah there. He's still managing to win rounds, still really strong with the egg, just waiting in the wings. I mean, this spike could be insanely strong.
And I was a little bit worried for Aaliyah because, Aaliyah was on a loss streak coming into that round. Of course, the egg will hatch much faster if you are winning. To check in with Salvi. Now at the bottom of the board, Kambits has overtaken him. Things are still looking a little spicy. We know that every loss that Salvi takes is pushing them twice as close to the edge as it would be for anybody else.
This is dangerous when players like Aaliyah are on this game as well. Once that egg hatches, it makes it very hard for Salvi to guarantee wins despite the extra units on his board. So we'll see how that ends up panning out. For now, the Zed kills off the Senna. Samira still left untouched on the left there, able to use the Ace Execution to kill off units one by one. With Urgot's help, especially the Undertow, helping to CC, but not in this case in the Zed. Now, finally, onto the Samira. Samira dead, and another big loss for Salvi here.
Yeah, it's just not playing out the way he planned, I think. With the Cursed Crown, you want to get a lot stronger than the rest of the lobby when you hit it. And maybe late game, when it gets into stage 5, people might cap higher than you. But to already be losing rounds this early, it's just, it's looking rough.
Well, if you'd like to join in the conversation, there's very little time left because this is our penultimate round. Use the hashtag TFT Rising Legends to make sure that everyone following the conversation can see what you are up to. Guys, for Salvi, in a dire situation here, of course, no more losses can really be allowed or Salvi's just going to be dead. So he's going to pretty much have to make this work with what he has right now and whatever he can get out of Aurelion Sol.
He hasn't hit his spike yet, has 40 gold to roll with, 50 after this round, probably going to go 8, and then try and find another unit to fit in, even more numbers on the field, and hopefully something like an Aphelios can help as well, considering he has that sure shot already with Samira, and swap out of Laser Core and swap out of the Senna at some point, but not that much gold to work with, really, and the items, good for Leona, but bad for pretty much everything else.
Yeah, I think it's a tough spot for him, really. He knows he has a lot of units on the board that he wouldn't really want to keep on there, but doesn't have the gold to replace them, unfortunately. And I think he's going to be fighting some really strong boards in this stage as well. So we might be seeing. Well, and he is the strongest.
Uh-oh. Egg hasn't hatched yet, at the very least.
Well, Egg's not hatched yet.
We know we've at least definitely got the Draven 3 in the field. We'll see what it does to Salvi, which could well spell his doom. Remember, of course, where we are. We're in Lobby 2. Anyone who goes out an 8th here is not even going to be in the conversation to try and battle for the crown of the Golden Spatula Cup #1.
Oh no. And this is a really bad sign because Salvi has picked up the ultimate combat strength augment and Aaliyah the complete opposite, but still Aaliyah manages to win and Salvi's knocked down in 8th. So there was a massive disparity in board strength there that even a prismatic augment could not help balance out.
Aaliyah basically playing a separate game to the rest of the lobby at this point. He's just chilling at the top, waiting for his egg to hatch, still winning rounds. Everybody else scrapping for their places, and things are looking really good.
And we have received confirmation this egg is almost ready to hatch. So Barry, I don't know if you're familiar with the procedure when the egg hatches, but you will be required to chant egg in a terrifying manner. As it does so, I hope that you are ready.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
So Barry's forced to do 2 chants on his first day on the broadcast. Come on, Peter, cut him some slack. This is a little bit mean, I think.
We're gonna get a use out of Barry coming on the show.
A disposable chanter? Is that what you're saying, Peter?
No, I'm saying you're going to join in as well, Panda. Otherwise, I'm going to be very upset. All right, it's time. Egg. Yes, he's getting you as well. Egg.
Egg does hatch. What is the reward? It can be almost anything. 2 Aphelios, 2 champ duplicators, a Fawn, a Nunu, a Janna. A lot of different options, but for this board specifically, you already have your main damage here, which is the Draven here.
Yeah, I think he's going to be keeping those duplicators for something like Urgot, Fiddle, these more flexible legendaries that you can just play anything with. Maybe just opts to make a Aphelios, but without items, I think we're going to be seeing him wait for the likes of Fiddle, pick up one more Fiddle, pick up an Urgot, and try to 2-star both.
All right, so we live in the land of the hatched egg. David, you did mention before, of course, how this is going to completely warp the power level in the lobby now there's so many more resources in play. We saw the Draven come before not even hit the Draven 3, let alone get into this 8th endgame state where you can start building up another carry.
I want to give a big shout out to Cambiz, who was 8th place running the double 61 playstyle all throughout stages 2 and 3. Coming into 4, he stabilized and has not lost since then. Still 32 HP for Cambiz, now sitting 2nd in the lobby. So this is one of the playstyles that it's a perfect example. It can work, but you have to have a very good understanding of what board strength is in TFT and your relative board strength to the rest of the lobby.
I think the family's preferred.
Just want to note that Org has been knocked out in 7th, so we do move closer to finding out who will be moving up to Table 1.
The family's preferred playstyle, clearly, with double opting for it, 1st or 8th so often. Canvas deciding, being in this 2nd lobby, needs to really finish in that top 2 places to have any chance of winning today. So obviously took some advice from his cousin there.
And it's not always the right playstyle to go for in every patch, but I think Double mentioned yesterday, I think he thinks that legendary 2 costs or 2 stars are so valuable and so strong relative to everything else that it is worth playing for these greedier lines.
Well, normally, with Cambiz coming up from the bottom of the table so aggressively, we're kind of seeing the effect that mostly comes from players dominating at the top, which is that most of the HP values in this lobby, with the exception of Aaliyah, are actually pretty damn low. Cambiz has got a real opportunity to end very strongly.
And a Wet Jungler, because of that prismatic augment, because of having to pick Verdunville, which isn't necessarily best in slot augment for this comp, he's fallen a lot in the HP totals. As Kaisa is good, but is she good enough? I don't think it's the case. Many units left alive here, and Wet Jungler will be getting knocked out. Exactly 0 HP and 6th place for the German player.
Never able to hit that 3-star, unfortunately, and then coming up against an Aphelios too. Unlucky not to hit that 3-star for sure, but obviously... think chose the right angle to play there, just unfortunately didn't materialize.
Iris, with 1 life left in hand, as Aaliyah will use the contents of the egg to birth a new golden god upon the field. We were promised we would see more madness today, and now you can witness it for yourself. 3-star Zac.
All right, get your bingo sheets out. That's a new one for sure. Zac 3 has not been found yet in the tournament, but now you can finally cross that off. And of course, big prizes for the bingo winners. Almost bigger prizes than the gold cash out that Aaliyah was able to get with the egg there. But this Draven still has not stopped his killing spree ever since stage 2. Such an early 2-star Draven. And Aaliyah has not really stopped the dominance on this lobby. He's been 1st in the standings pretty much all throughout.
You can't get a much bigger front line than a Zac 3, that's for certain. And I think we initially thought maybe they'd be angling towards 2-star legendaries. There wasn't that many Zacs when we last saw the board, so I'm not sure how so many appeared in such a short space of time. But that is the biggest front line, and that Draven's just going to be firing away.
Bear in mind, that was a Zac with only a single item as well, so it even has the potential to get even stronger than that. We check in with our HP values again. So Lyris, winning the last round, does stay alive. The Ensom on 15. Cambiz on 16, no more streak for them. It does feel like while we had the egg cash out a round or 2 ago, it feels like for Aaliyah, the results of that egg are starting to now really be felt.
And so important to get the Sejuani upgrade with Woodland Charm. Doubly important because you have 2 Sejuanis that are just 1-star now, and the HP obviously will matter. So a huge upgrade that Lyris has to hit if he wants to try and continue fighting for top 4 in this game. Talia, that's not the right 4 cost. Please do not appear in my shop ever again. Is it Sejuani? It is not the case for now. Rolls as deep as he possibly can, and he's still off of this key upgrade.
I think we've seen a lot of players pivot off the Laser Corps as well, as we kind of predicted would happen. So Lyra's sticking with it. A lot of other players opting to not go the 5-way contest, as we kind of thought may happen. Interesting, he's actually got the Spark on the Z here, which is actually one of the best performing items right now. The damage from Laser Corps is mainly actually from the drones themselves. So survivability on the Z and something like Spark is actually pumping out a lot of damage right now.
I don't know if Danny, our observer, will be able to show us actually after this round how much damage that laser core is doing, because by mousing over the trait, because it should be a pretty crazy number, even potentially in a loss here. Oh, never mind.
The answer is not enough, Counterfeit. That's how much damage laser core is doing. Lyris gets taken down in 5th place, unfortunately for France. Well, not so unfortunate because we still have 2 French players left in this top 4 alongside Uko representing Finland and, of course, Elia representing Germany.
Uh-oh.
We're not done with recos. We said the bingo sheet, take it out. You already knocked off the Zac 3. Now you have the MF3 as well.
Well, we've seen lobbies which have had, multiple 4 costs at 3 cells. We just haven't seen them be on the same team before.
This set going to do a really good job with 10 Resolve and the Redemption. Would have hoped to have maybe a Declaw and a Bramble instead, but it's better than nothing and still has 1 slot open to make that front line even scarier. MF, as long as they get CC'd, will do a lot of damage in this fight. That will be the case here. Almost deletes the entirety of the board on that angle. Still Aphelios and Samir left alive. Not for very long, though, and Aphelios is good, but not that good despite the Ox Force, and that's Ensom also taken down in 3rd.
Zac 3 versus MF3 coming up. Canvas is going to win a lot of rounds, though. There's a lot of HP left on Elia. So all he needs is one win.
I'm going to pitch this to you. Which would you rather have? Zac 3, Misfortune 3?
Considering MF got nerfed recently and she's been slightly unpickable in many different comps, I would go to say Zac 3, but I think I have to look at the whole comp as a whole. And there is a Zac 3, but there's also a Draven 3 that's been carrying Elia the entire game. So I think this has to probably go to Elia in terms of the board chunks right now.
I think the Zac 3 especially, we don't see it too often, so you'd gotta prefer to pick that one up.
A literal clash of a Titans looking to end out round number 5. Both of these players should have a chance, or should have a pretty damn good chance, of playing at table 1, which of course we'll be covering in our next game. But we have the answers to the question, or do we? Misfortune rips through the front line. You can see Elia physically rocked by the power of that cannon.
And the positioning here, not just to dodge certain ults or units, but the positioning to change the direction of that cone from MF will be vital in terms of keeping certain units like Draven alive, past maybe even 2 or 3 cats from MF. It's going to be very interesting, this puzzle. I think it's not one we get to see replicated very often in top games, but we'll see how Elia navigates this, and if he can take down Canvas, who's only at 3 HP now, so it's just 1 fight.
Oh boy, all right, Barry. Walk us through this. What are these last second changes going through here? I mean, if we do see Misfortune continue to work, we're in for a slog, but we know that for Elia, there's only 1 victory required.
Yeah, and I think it's so difficult to get to that MF in the corner. But obviously, Draven can obviously hit that MF, but it's just going to keep firing away. I think you really want to get the Zac to protect the Draven and body block some of those MF ults that are coming in.
And the MF now on the same side as the Draven. There's a 3rd item on the Zac, though. We'll see if it ends up mattering. It looks like it's not going to be the case. The Zac blobs come out already. Set's still alive. Urgot's still alive. The Undertow will be hitting the Draven if the cast does come through in the end. And MF still completely healthy thanks to the Thrill of the Hunt as well. Draven taken down once again, and slowly Cams is chipping away at Elia's health total.
And we knew this was the time to see Cambis try to come back and re-establish himself at the front and center of people's minds. What a game it would be to go charging into the top lobby to challenge for the crown. Again, still at a disadvantage, likely being behind the other players in lobby 1. But based on this game, anything is possible.
It's so unfortunate that he doesn't have a Declaw on that Zac, so that you would be able to body block, because he's getting deleted out there with that Bramble. It's not doing enough.
There was an Aphelios 2 upgrade, though, for Elia. That may be the difference maker, but it was a pretty lopsided loss in that last fight, and already the onto the Draven. The Draven's been deleted, and this should be a very easy win for Canvas, even easier than the last. Only the Zac left alive, and he's right in the face of MF, so we'll be dying here to Set and the MF. The Blobs are here, though. They're kind of on the left side of MF. She might not be able to hit all of them, but the Thrill of the Hunt will help for the healing. And I don't think the Blobs, even if it's a Zac 3, will be able to do enough to kill this MF.
Oh my gosh. Alright, so we've still apparently got a few more rounds to wait. At least for Elia, who, of course, we thought there was no way they were ever going to drop the game, having had the egg cash out, having had the Zac 3. They now find themselves in the ill-charted lands, far beyond the point where anyone will have experience, or at least extensive experience, with this power level of composition.
Elia already starting to move his board around. I think he's tried Draven in each corner. It's not working out too well for him. And I think he's trying to think exactly how can I avoid this Draven getting clipped by the MF, but it's just so difficult.
I think board strength now seems to be pretty fake against this MF3. Maybe it's Hacker Draven that has to be the way to solve this position puzzle.
I mean,
if you know you're losing so handily every one of these fights, it's the time now to try very wacky things that might just end up working.
Yeah, I mean, certainly it would put the Draven in a very different position, but for Leah, there needs to be something drastic to change. We have got Deathblade coming in, setting up for the Aphelios to be a larger part of the team's damage profile, but we don't see any weirdness from the Hacker. We will see switches around. Can Biz keep this going?
The MF and Draven now on opposite sides. The Draven axis might be hitting the MF, but as I mentioned so many times before, the throw of the Hunt makes it so the MF really, any residual damage he takes throughout the fight will be healed right back up. But yeah, it seems like MF is just too much for this Draven to handle. An insta-kill once again. The Aphelios is firing away, but the Cone drifts to the right, kills off Aphelios. Belveth alive as well as a secondary carry, and that will be a wrap for this fight at least. Is it enough for Aaliyah to get taken down? It looks like it's not the case. Down to exactly 3 HP as well.
Cambis dragging this game out as long as possible, chipping away. Just one unit wins every time, so that giving him the false hope that maybe, just maybe, he can come back. But it's looking like nothing's touching this MF in the backline.
We have seen a chance, as you said, Pano, for to try and get hacking into the composition just for the absolute wild swing, but so far it hasn't mattered at all. Maybe we'll see Elias stick the Draven on the front line or something different. Going to separate Draven out from the rest of the pack to try and make sure Misfortune doesn't target for long enough for Draven to do his work.
The Shroud comes through in the middle, but really, I think there's not really anything that will change the outcome of this MF. The Draven doesn't get hit with the first ult at the very least, survives a little bit longer than he did in the last 2 or 3 fights, but already fully surrounded. The blobs are out, and the blobs are gone just as quickly as they came in. The Draven is still alive. He is targeting Misfortune, but the last ult will come through.
That was close.
Elia taken down in second, and Canbiz, perfect double 61 style, loses all throughout stages 2 and 3, stabilizes at 32 HP, and then takes that all the way into a first place.
And now it really opens up the argument. Are we seeing the new model arriving in here, gentlemen? We know that these two players have been practicing together, developing their skills together, but perhaps, just perhaps, this will be the day of the Canbiz. What an absolutely incredible end.
And Rounder, this was lobby 2, so this is the 2 players, Aaliyah and Canbiz, now both have a chance to leapfrog into the top 8 and be in that final lobby with a chance to win the entire tournament as well. So extremely relevant results for Aaliyah as well, even if it's just a second place.
Yeah, I think Canbiz has done so well. Obviously, the cousins are finally, one of them's already a champion. Could we be seeing KC cousins to KC champions? It would be a hell of a storyline to have both members of the family get a title today, but obviously he's going to have to repeat it because he's still a few points behind some of those at the top of the standings.
It's an absolutely amazing thing, and honestly a testament to where we are as a scene that is even a possibility. Of course, we'll be updating you guys as to where the standings are overall, because of course we're really looking for the composition of the final lobby, because everything else being as expected, that will be the place where we will see our champion being crowned. Guys, we've seen pretty much everything we could possibly ask for now. We've seen an egg being hatched. We've seen a comeback from the brink of annihilation. I mean, what are your hopes? What are your expectations for our final game coming up?
My bingo sheet is already full, so I'm not sure what other options there are, what combinations of augments and comps can still come to fruition that we haven't already seen yet. But even without anything new, it's still a game 6 in day 3 of a GSC, so I think the excitement will be served no matter what.
I don't think things are going to get much crazier than Urgot 3 yesterday. Zac 3 versus MF3 is a new one. You don't see it too often, really. So I don't think we'll get as crazy as that, but we're still going to have a really good last game.
All right, guys, we're heading to a break before we come to a final desk, before the final game at least. Of course, you do not want to go anywhere at all. We will crown ourselves a champion once this next game is done and dusted, so stay with us. We'll be back after the break as we head into our final game of the day.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Paris Hadjic, known in Jasu on the US ladder. I'm coming from Bosnia and Herzegovina, and I'm 24 years old. I think this set is great. Like, feels very refreshing after the set 7, which I skipped for the most part, and I got really hooked on this one after the set 7. I think this set is very, very good. I think, like, Polish players are really tough to face, like Lelouch, Travis Siwat, and such. On tournaments, it's kind of different story though. I think French players are way more feared at tournaments, like Double 61, Voltariux, and other French players. Oh, I think this patch is by far the best we had since the start. First patch was a little bit bad for me specifically because it wasn't really my playstyle, and it was kind of long because of holidays. But I think this current patch and the patch Golden Spatula Cup will be played on is like the most balanced patch we had for the entire set. I really like it. Okay, I want to shout out K6. I love you guys. I want to shout out Team Ambition, and I want to shout out Boises. I think Boises is one of the best organizers in the entire TFT community, and I think Riot gives him attention. He was organizing TFT Summit as well, and I think he should definitely get a chance in Riot.
A vision, a city full of don'ts and do's. Night lights, decisions to stay in or go out soon. So I sit and pray we're gonna see come what may. You know that heaven is a disco ball, heaven is confetti foam. It might sound like a lot, but that's just my neon god. Heaven is a disco ball, heaven is confetti foam. It might sound
Welcome back to our analyst desk here. Of course, my name is Mix and I'm here with Wida. And after this game, I'm a little bit confused because with the hero augments coming in at 2-1 and giving everybody a little bit of directional turn for those lasers, players in the end had to scramble to find other openings. We saw the prismatic coming through as a third augment as well, which definitely took this lobby for a spin. But Wida, you wanted to talk a little bit about that game-winning Misfortune 3.
I mean, it's just at the end of the day, right? Like, Misfortune Freeze is such a high impact unit. If you can get her executes online, Campus again showed pretty great awareness, in fact, of how he tried to ensure he had the correct items on the MF when he combined it, right? Something that we have seen people not necessarily doing correctly over the course of the weekend. Again, at the end of the day, his board did have that Spirit of the Exile, which is one of the strongest support augments in the game. Just allows you to do so many different flexible things. Had that strong frontline with the set and the secondary carry with the cleanup and the Belveth. This entire comp was just, overall, it is a high roll at the end of the day. Like, hitting a 3-star forecast doesn't come without a high roll at the end of the day, but still well navigated by Campus.
I kind of want to give like a shout out to that Thrill of the Hunt. It definitely made so much of a difference when we went into those later fights against Elias Draven 3 board. The egg, I'm getting distracted by lines. The egg definitely has to be mentioned here. Has picked up two of the German players going a little bit more of a risky situation. Our casters mentioned it, Egg being picked up by Elia on one hand and then Sali going for that Cursed Crown. Unfortunately, Cursed Crown not paying off. He wasn't able to translate that into direct board strength with everything that was going on around him. But unfortunately, or fortunately, that Egg hatched, and it brought with it some legendary units and a tactician's crown, which definitely helped Aaliyah get up there. But that Draven just lost out against that MF3 in the end.
Yeah, absolutely right. Again, I feel like it's also slightly unfortunate, really, for Aaliyah, right? The fact that Campus was on 3 HP, right? Like, had there been like 1 or 2 other fights that had gone in a different fashion in the early game for Campus, he's taking a little bit more damage, then maybe this would have just been an easy, straightforward win for Aaliyah, right? And again, this roll down, I think there was a bit of controversy in terms of whether or not going for the sack free was correct. I think that in literally any other matchup here, the sack free is not frontline, but due to the ability of the MF to just kind of just pass these massive, like a sack in the front line, just made it very hard to avoid getting clipped here on the Draven.
Yeah, I think that's definitely right. And with that, Zach also giving a reset on Nostrils. A little bit of unfortunate matchup for Aaliyah, but second place nonetheless. Definitely a deserved first place for Canvas. But I really want to see how that one translates into our standings. I had a sneak peek, so I already know 2 of our fellow casters are wiggling around in their seats, being very happy about who's leading. But we're going to start from the back end. Padibol, unfortunately, here coming in last is not going to be able to make something with that. But if you're looking at the players who are on the first page, they all can still throw a fighting hand. They can all still try to take down the #1 player in the standings.
I mean, everyone here might be a little bit of a stretch, right? I think that the top 8 players...
This page.
Yeah. Even at this page, right? Kevin Parker cannot reach first place. Maximum 31 points. No, but like we can't sell a fake dream, Max, right? We gotta sell the correct dream at the end of the day, right? And that's why we're gonna be watching our top 8 players at the end of the day here. Even the players as Ensam and Enso, for example, they're only going to be able to get to 33 points, and Kafossil is guaranteed that, right? So maybe at the end of the day, we're looking as and Tyler, but again, from Snooty and up, there are options. Like there are going to be math that has to be done, but for like Hayden and Campus and Cats and stuff like that, it's still doable, but it need Kafossil to kind of go back down to like an 8th place finish. And again, Kafossil has 2 8s on the day, right, and has had some pretty strong days overall, so has really good tiebreakers to work with.
Yeah, keep in mind the first tiebreaker is going to be overall performance in this tournament. So that's definitely going to play into it a little bit with Kerfuzzle not being too game breaking day 1 and day 2. But for now, looking really, really strong here. And even though Peter did his best to jinx them, it's not worked out. Still going strong here with another 2nd place coming through. It seems like Peter's jinxing powers are much less than my own, because once more, Germany not really making in there. We're still going to see if Aaliyah can ink one out for the German fellow friends, but yeah, maybe. We'll see. I think our in-game casters are getting ready to bring you that final game. Everybody's just hyping themselves up. And with that, we're going to go straight there. Here are Counterfeit, Barry Batten, and Apache's Panda for you guys.
They tried to keep us from our UK player, Barry. They tried to make sure our bias couldn't affect the broadcast, but they failed. We are here on the brink of the UK's day in the sun.
I thought I was blessed just to have a UK player make it to day 3, let alone being with a shot at winning it, a really good chance. Already having 2 firsts as well for potential tiebreakers. Obviously, the main tiebreaker being performance over the weekend, so Kubix coming in with a really strong case for that. But Kafuzzle's just blown everyone away so far, and we'll see how it plays out.
You guys might be wondering why I'm also smiling so much. I'm not secretly also from the UK, but I'm just so happy to see Snooty in this final lobby. It's going to be very hard for him to win the tournament, but for a player like him that needed the mental validation of, hey, I belong among the very top players in tournaments as well, it is absolutely huge to see him in a day 3, but especially so in the top 8 coming to the last game. So I'm really, really pumped for this last game.
And of course, recognition to Maisie Marzipan for making the prediction that Snooty Boo would win the tournament. Of course, that's going to be a hell of an ask here, but it's, well, going to be making the attempt, certainly, the one remaining. Did mention Kubek, of course, as well, and Ketzer. Both of them have been enormously consistent throughout the competition, and for them to be in the top 8 now is, again, a testament to how well they've been playing all weekend long.
One thing to note, 10 countries represented in this day 3. 8 of them in this final lobby, or 7 rather, with only France doubling up with Cambiz and Ketzer. So really nice to see that there is parity among the top countries in Europe. I think it's only the Czech Republic and Turkey that aren't actually here from the players that we're representing, with not having the best days for players like Cavalli and Dai, unfortunately.
I think we've seen a lot of dominance from other regions in the past, where, you know, the likes of France and Poland always having strong showings. But now we're actually seeing a few more countries, a few more regions popping off. And I think that's down to the TRCs this time round, giving more practice, giving more routes to make it to the Spatula Cup. And these players have been getting much better practice in.
We have, of course, heard from our players how important it's been for, you know, particularly countries like France and like to be kind of accepting of these newer kind of burgeoning communities, allowing them access to the resources and discussion spaces to be able to grow and eventually make that impact themselves. But yeah, as I said, it's a huge day. It's seeming like so far, guys, the TRC system is working and it's getting us these new voices in the film.
It will be once again rainy weather. A Jax drops out. Rageblade can be built, but I think it's going to be the Talon and the Silas and Shop that are going to be more appealing. With a Rod start, you already have one half of an item to build towards a Gunblade, towards Ionic Spark for Viego, for example. And this is a lobby where you do want to try and get first. Top 4 does not cut it. It's not just trying to play safe and trying to play consistent. It's a completely different game plan for all of these players. And as we've all mentioned before, and we've seen in every single one of these days in this tournament, Viego Oxforce is the comp to go for if you want to win a lobby.
I think obviously Quetzer having the Jax open it, maybe if it was someone like Kafuzzle, they could angle towards it. Cost a third on the day in this game could end up being enough. Quetzer on the lower end, so needing really a top 2, so unlikely to opt for it.
Once
again, Hero Augment 2-1.
We've got 1 2 cost and 2 1 cost, which means re-rolling to try and find the perfect 2 cost is going to be pretty risky. Ketzer decides to take what's directly in front of him right now, so again, we're expecting to see the Oxforce Renegade board come together longer term.
And I think a lot of this decision comes from the awkward items he has right now. Doesn't want to slam anything. Doesn't really want to slam CZ Rod or Morello, obviously going for this comp. So is going to play a comp that naturally wants to lose streak anyway in stage 2, which is this Oxforce comp, trying to have as much gold as possible to roll at level 7, either on 3-5 or after Wolves. So I like the direction. I like the game plan from Ketzer here.
Not as many Laser Corps augments as last game, thankfully. A bit more variety coming out from the players here.
Well, so of course, as we get deeper into this game, we need to remember the situation we're in. As David said, our players are operating from very different positions. For Kafuzzles and for Saro, they're up on 32 and 31 points. They've got a 2-point cushion over everybody else. The majority of our players are around 28 or 29 points, with Snooty Boo coming in on the lowest points total, 26. Means, again, they're going to need to get into first, and they're going to need for Kafuzzles and Saro both to go out very low.
And a reminder, if the first and in the win of the tournament is unlikely, the points do still matter. You accumulate more points for that total accumulation going into Rising Legends Finals, looking at the points from both GSC 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, finishing 2nd, 3rd, 4th on the day, you might feel a little deflated after coming so close to winning. But if that gets you the ticket into Rising Legends Finals come the end of the set, I think you'll be more than pleased with that.
It's true. It's very difficult to even get into these events at all. So oftentimes people will be able to get into the EMEA regional finals just off one very strong finish, even if you don't take the guaranteed ticket through. But as we check in on our next augments, we can see that we are going to be living in the world of Draven again.
There's 2 Wukongs on the bench as well. Not quite the projection that Aaliyah had in stage 2 last game, but still, as we mentioned, if you're able to hit this Draven, we've seen it in pretty much every game today. It is a comp that can cap out to maybe a first. I think last game was a bit of a fake example with the MF3 ruining that for Aaliyah, but it's a comp that if you hit the 3-star, if the augments work out for you, if everything kind of goes to plan, it is a comp that has the ability to hit a first place.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't think it'll be as good of an opener for him last game with the Draven comp. Last time it was already 2-starred at 2-1. Very stable early on. I think one thing we've got to mention here as well is how far some of these players have came through qualifying. With the TRCs now, the likes of Hayden didn't qualify through TRCs, played 3 days of it, came through Open Qualifier, played 3 days of it. We're on to the 3rd day here. So I think just the mental fortitude that takes to go through so many games and to get to this point where you have a shot at bringing the title home.
Yes, it's a massive mountain to climb. Of course, this is really you're looking to get through to the EMEA regional finals and then potentially have on your very distant horizon the Monster Attack Global Championship to compete against the very best players in the world and to try and break through the hold that China has on those top spots. Try and get EMEA higher than 10th this time round. Certainly, our players are going to be trying their damnedest.
Big win here for Kubek, continues that win streak and ruins the win streak of Ketzer as well, which is a player that might be leveling to 5, might be strengthening the board to try and, if they were to fight in the last fight in before Krug. So huge win there for Kubek, and so many pairs that if he hits a good natural shot after this carousel, he might be able to go 5 win streak.
We do see Cambiz down at the bottom of the table, of course. We've established Cambiz's style, similar to Double 61 from before, of trying to get as much resources out of the early game and turn that into a ridiculous late game board. Again, Cambiz is one of our players roughly in the middle of the pack who will need a very strong finish to claim the crown.
Yeah, I think we expected him to play this style again, obviously needing a top 2 placement to have any chance at finishing in those higher positions. So it's no surprise to see him already opting for that loss streak.
There are the augments on the right, incredibly important with Hero Rock, especially because they really do dictate pretty much a very clear direction for almost all of these players. Cambiz, very comfortably going to be playing for loss and also playing with Edgelord, with Talon, and with Renegades in general to try and cap out this board as high as possible.
There will be extra mana on kill. And we should be expecting to see this Talon make a mess of the early boards. I did notice in the pile of augments there, we have got a couple of different players, Hayden and Saro, both picking up Draven in the early going. And we know how damaging it can be if that Draven takes too long to get online.
There's a perfect example of, despite this being a big loss rate for Cambiz, the Draven or the Talon does help in killing off units thanks to his ability to kind of execute those backline carries that are squishier now at only 1 star.
Yeah, I think with the 2 Draven augments coming through, obviously they are both Ruthless Blades, so you don't have to play Draven, you can play 4 Ace and just use it as crit chance. So it's definitely possible that we see at least one of our players pivot off and look for 4 Ace to be a little less popular this patch than it has been in far, but still obviously can cap really high with Mordekaiser too.
Speaking already as being a strong board, Sunny Lou with one of those Ruthless Blades Draven set up with a very strong win streak, has got one more chance to hold on to all of that money. We'll see if their opponent's up to the challenge of taking down this early Behemoth.
And you can tell this is a Game 6 lobby because it's getting real sweaty. Cambiz holding on 2 Dravens on his bench. As long as Econ allows it, you want to try and grief your opponents, especially players that are depending on hitting 3 stars or are trying to go for a reroll on Draven, for example. It's even more important.
Yeah, these are the type of things we'll see players doing in this lobby. Throughout the day, you're probably not going to be as focused on how can I deny my enemy player. Obviously, we're into the final one now. Every inch, every minor advantage you can gain.
Well, I suppose, Barry, this is what we're talking about when we're talking about the difference between players who have got tournament experience and those that don't, is that presumably, if you're coming into this and you haven't played in tournaments like this, you haven't been in this particular situation, you just don't have that, kind of play practiced.
Yeah, I think that's definitely true. Obviously, on ladder, people don't tend to hold each other's units to this extent that you will in the final lobby of a final day. So some of our newer players, this might be something that they're aware you have to do. They'll have watched our tournaments in the past, but it's something that you've definitely got to adapt on the fly to.
Quite a few players with this laser core or kind of the Vi opener with boxing lenses that's very flexible. We see them flexing between the possibility of both laser core and recons, with Ramesses, with the recon Ash, of course, naturally in laser core, and kind of scouting and seeing if a specific player is going to commit to recons or not. And if not, if the avenue is wide open, it might be a chance for someone to try and go for recons as a path to victory.
You can see Ezreal is available right now. It did feel a little bit like Kubek was thinking about trying to get the underground in early on, but didn't ultimately pan out. For Leah, he has been stacking up underground and getting that little bit of extra late game power. But for Kubeks, on the beginning perhaps of a win streak, we'll start preying on the lower table, where we can see again these Dravens not up to full power and perhaps never will be.
Huge Rammus ult there with the Sunfire as well. 2-star Rammus at this point in the game is going to be so good for all this stage 3 with both the CC and the tanking, especially with the backline there. Ezreal too, the Ashe as well. The Vayne in the shop is going to be big in terms of saying, hey, are you playing for your econ? Are you playing for recons at all, Kubik, or is it just a transitional period where you want to end up in something different? It looks like that will be the case if he doesn't pick up the Vayne here.
Yeah, such a strong early game unit to hit that Rammus too this early. Ezreal, even without items, going to be able to have so much time to just pump out damage.
All right, we've got a second augment coming in, so we followed up the hero with the gold choice. TSW5 will get rich. Guys, we have seen this cropping up more and more. What's generally going to be the right move, you think, for Kubix here with all of that money and all the potential interest?
I mean, we've said it before in the first few, across the day, that the highest cap comp is obviously the Viego, the Oxforce, looking for a Felios. When you get richer, when you get something like that, you are angling towards that late game, high capped board to get that win on the final lobby.
Full roll down for Cambiz is playing, of course, the Talon carry, so trying to 3-star the Talon instead of pumping up levels to go for Viego. At least for now, we'll probably go into Viego later on if he's managing to stabilize, but has not hit the Talon 3, has rolled down all his gold, now at the mercy of these natural shops to fully stabilize, has a Silas 3 at the very least, and the Randuins for some immediate board strength.
Yes, perhaps would be happier if maybe if there was only the one Draven comp and the Wukongs were being sucked out of the one cost pool. But for the time being, Talon with his identical twin will be able to leap onto this side. And remember, of course, the Edgelord Augment will mean a mana refund for Talon, allowing him to chain cast. If you remember, of course, our previous iterations of Talon, that will seem familiar.
I'm wondering now if we do have a clear answer if players like Saru and Hayden are actually rolling for Draven, or as Barry mentioned, just playing for Draven for the crit chance with a 4-8 board like we saw a patch ago, where that was the most usual line actually for taking Root of Displays. You would go into 4-8 and have the extra crit chance, and you would play Draven on the board anyway to get the set mecha online.
Snooty obviously opting for prep. He could be angling into reroll, but he doesn't have any of those mechs.
Oh, Snooty's chaotic here. He's playing a Draven too as well.
Boy. Well, we've seen it be, a decently strong item carrier, so if you can grief people and still not weaken your board too much, why not?
Draven versus Draven action here, but so many more items on Snooty's Draven and Last Whisper especially. That might be the difference maker here. The prep as well. Could Snooty just immediately pivot into actually trying to play for Draven reroll and go 3-way contested? It's a very risky line. I'm wondering, I mean, he's not really fighting for the tournament win in this case, so...
I think he's already got that Samira getting prepped, so I think with the Senna as well, he's already angling towards maybe just running this Draven for a few rounds till he gets those prep stacks and then playing that Samira.
Well, we'll keep an eye on that if it develops longer term as we see what Sarah Wins is doing there. 5 Defender coming in with the early setup for the Wukong. I mean, we have seen a little bit of Defender creeping in across today as well. As a pretty, seems like it would be at least on paper a good answer to all these sure shots we've got floating around.
Looking at the open item components for Kerfuzzle, 2 Cloaks, hasn't decided to build a D-Claw, so I guess not really at the mercy of thinking he's not stable enough, and he has to just slam items right away in this case. Yasuo with a chain, and the last pick is going to be that Vayne with a belt. Not looking too appealing for any of our players. Hayden still at 100 HP, hasn't lost that win streak yet.
We have got a intriguing cash out, and Aaliyah will take it.
Obviously, you can maybe end up running something like an ASOL on the board just to get that Mana Zane in use with Laser Corp, so you could be doing that. Obviously, it goes on Yasuo for now, that makes a lot of sense. But it could be angling towards something later game that could hold that item.
I want to take a moment to point out that Sunny Lu is still on a win streak and is on 29 points. So we'll lock a lot of players out of getting further up the table if Sunny remains strong. Kubix just below them. Sarah Wins on 51, along with Cambiz very close, and Snooty Boo as well. We've got a lot of players who've taken a lot of damage in the early going.
Still not found any more Talons as well, unfortunately, so not looking great there. Obviously, ideally you want to be hitting them early, then you can maybe win streak and push levels. but not 3-starring it yet. You're going to be falling behind on tempo pretty soon.
Seeing Saru's Draven now finally getting another win here. Finally gets a win on the board. Roll down to only 10 gold. Stays level 6, trying to roll for this Draven, but still very, very far away.
All right, as things keep on developing, Sunday keeps on winning, perhaps making it all the way through stage 3 in our final game of the Golden Spatula Cup number 3. This lobby almost certainly will determine our champion. And Sunny is looking pretty damn good right now as the contested Draven will finally hit 2-star.
So late. I mean, compared to Aaliyah's game in game 5 where he hit it basically at 2-1, I mean, it's a world of difference, and I think the outcome, the result here for Saru, for the Greek player, will be pretty similar unless he hits a crazy amount of Dravens in the next few shops.
Yeah, it's not looking ideal for certain. Obviously, Kafuzzled a little bit low down there, Peter, unfortunately for ourselves, but might be about to roll down, I have a feeling. Obviously, we saw he had quite a bit of gold earlier. So.
Well, I mean, again, this is an interesting approach for Kafuzzled as one of the players, along with Saru, who has got that points cushion. 3 points ahead of Hayden and the rest of the players who are playing at 29. So can potentially not finish first and still win the competition. Saru will be their closest immediate rival for that number 1 spot.
Very curious about the roll down for Snooty, a player that I think is going to be rolling at 7, trying to stabilize. He isn't absolute last in the HP. That will be Kerfuzzled for now, but is a player that we saw was prepping the Samira, was prepping the Senna as well, and this should be a pretty big roll down level 7 to try and find a beefier frontline as well. Has a set with a 1 chain already. Potentially going to be a mecha frontline in this case.
All right, we'll see. Snooty's going to be able to get a few bits and pieces in, going straight up to level 7 with time to spare. Hoping to get something a little bit more prepped. There's the second Samira coming in. She says Snooty Boo lining up to have a very strong comp. The Samira is at full stacks on preparation. She's going to hit like a truck.
Ooh, that's so big.
You can see Snooty was relieved to hit that one. You can see on the camera the huge spike for his mod.
But Canvas has just hit Talon 3 as well. As we come into stage 4, it does look like Snooty Boo is not the only player who's ramping up their board power.
The frontline is still lacking a tiny bit, needs a few more upgrades. I'm not sure if he'll directly go fast 8 at this point, considering his 5 loss streak right now. But the Samira 2 is so big. Gunblade as well, pretty much perfect items. The Deathblade may be a little bit more, or less justified to be BIS, but still very good items for this Samira, and should be stable now with the extra damage he's going to be able to dish out.
We've got Hayden still at the top of the lobby, going to go fast 8. Somebody that's really angling for that first. Obviously, tied 3rd in the standings right now. So, having a great game here.
Oh, and I think the wrong Riven is on the board. No, the Riven 2's on the bench. He was prepping and forgot to swap it back in.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Well, hopefully he'll course correct there.
He still won, so I mean.
Yeah. Oh, hello. We have got ourselves, as befits our final lobby of the Golden Spatula Cup number 1, Prismatics to bring us out. So, of course, we'll be scouting around everywhere to see what's going on. On this board, it's going to be saying no to crowd control.
Yeah, I think it's a good pickup having the Janna as well, currently on the board. The downside, obviously, to playing Janna is sometimes you are getting hit by that CC. This just makes that positioning a little bit easier.
Saru has a chance for 6 Defender if he wants it. But Cyber Implant is also very, very good for Draven.
I guess the question is, okay, it will be Cyber Implants. I know, Panda, this is a real throwback to previous sets where really... Wait, forget everything I just said. Canbiz knows how to deliver in Game 6. Hits the Talon 3 and hits the egg.
Committed to that first or 8th. He's on a win streak here. Not the strongest board though. People are going to start capping with these Prismatics pretty soon. But Canvas doesn't care. He knows this Talon's going to do a lot of damage for now and hopefully get him to that egg hatch.
I love as well that Cambiz is the player that was facing Aaliyah and beating him after Aaliyah cashed out the golden egg. So I think that's a noted moment where Cambiz like, look at the cash out. He's like, oh, pretty nice. A few 5 costs, 2 champion duplicators. I will consider this augment in the future, and the future is now. 6th game golden egg online for Cambiz.
I couldn't put it better. I said it myself. The situation for Cambiz is pretty different to what we saw before, though. Last time we saw the egg being picked, it was from a player up at the very top of the table with a big cushion of HP. For Cambiz, that's very much not the case.
I mean, it's a similar spot for the aspect that you've hit your 3-star on the Talon, similarly to Draven from Aaliyah, and that already guarantees you're going to be very, very stable, at least for stage 4, which buys you the time to maybe catch this egg, no problem. Compared to other comps where you haven't stabilized yet, it's way too risky to pick an egg, for example.
The fuzzle's still pretty low there as well, and that will open the field up if he does go 8. It could really, anybody could win from that point, and he's not looking too strong.
We have got a blue blessing, though, on our friend Yuumi, so she should be going off pretty wild, as long as she, of course, can stay alive. But against this torrent of damage, Kerfuzzle goes down to 15, and as much as I hate to admit it, it does seem like it could well be on the cards that Kerfuzzle actually goes out in last after being so strong all day long.
First place in the standings, putting it all on Yuumi for Game 6. I mean, it's a brave decision to make on the side of Kerfuzzles. I will give him that. But so far away from the Yuumi 3, I was wondering when I saw Channel Firmaments he picked up as the first augment if that's the direction he was going, and it seems to be the case.
Yeah, I think Travis mentioned it when we had him on before, that it is a bit of a coin flip comp. So when you are first in the standings and maybe not needing to win out on the day in this lobby, it's an interesting move. Unfortunately, I guess he didn't hit the Yuumi quick enough, the 2 stars that maybe save you a bit of HP early on.
Snooty Boo from this carousel will be hitting, in this case, managing to swipe themselves on Aphelios at level 7 to help pump up that board even further.
Senna gets sold, level 8 now, gonna have a few roles to go down into if you want to go for them. Did lose the last fight, so maybe a little bit scared to just lose out all the way. Finds an Urgot, which is a big upgrade as well. Still considering the set, but I'm not sure if he really has the rest of the mechs online either, and just not enough gold to roll with. Yeah, the set will be sold in the end. It's a Sejuani 2 on the board.
It's looking pretty stable for now, obviously. I think he knows that he's just got to survive long enough. Hopefully, can climb up a few places in the standings. Maybe with the likes of Cambis taking the egg, the win might not be on the line today, but if you can get a few more points for Snooty to angle towards qualifying for Rising Legends finals, I think he'll be very pleased with that.
Checking with Sarah Wins, you can see, of course, has managed to run the gauntlet with all these Dravens, and it looks actually pretty close to getting some other mech 3 stars as well. Honestly, astonishing compared to where they started.
A big loss for Snooty here as well, down to 17, which is almost going to be a 1 loss if it's big enough, but still should be realistically 2 losses to get eliminated at this point. Kerfuzzle, not so much the case, down to 7 HP and a dream, and still so many Yuumis off of the big power spike. Also doesn't really have that many Nyla copies either, so it looks like he's not really going to get much stronger in the next few fights.
Yeah, Saru in particular, obviously second in the standings, will be really pleased to see Kerfuzzle looking like dropping out. Obviously, can hopefully finish above some of the other players in the lobby and push on towards that win.
All right, Kerfuzzled, don't break our hearts. He's been doing so incredibly well. Might have a chance to be able to... Well, no, of course, won't be able to snipe out the Dravery, because he's have a massive amount of HP. This could be the end of the line for the UK player, doing incredibly well here at the Golden Spatula Cup #1. We'll be able to snipe away most of the front line fairly quickly. Draven, of course, will continue to be an absolute monster on the backside as just ripping through everything. The Yuumi is gone, and with that, the UK hearts sink into a morass from the likes from which we may never recover.
I mean, it is a shame to see him drop out here, but obviously, still you've got to be very proud to make it this far, have such a strong showing, and I'm sure we'll see much more from them in the future.
And this opens it up for everyone, not just second place Saru, but everyone else. Snooty, thinking that Kerfuzzle, even if he gets like a 5th or a 6th, there's no chance Snooty can win at this point. With Kerfuzzle going out, that makes it a little bit less likely, essentially, for the 8th and 7th players coming into this game. You have to flip the standings and make that the lobby result, so at least a good start in that case.
Yeah, amazing news for everybody else. So it puts Kerfuzzle directly onto 33 points. So, absolutely the heir apparent to the throne, but only on 31 points himself, so not a guaranteed thing, especially with Snooty Boo fighting back out of now the lowest HP position with a lot of board strength.
And Cambis has dropped a lot, obviously, after picking the golden egg. It does make sense. You essentially are down a prismatic augment all throughout until it hatches. but curious how close he is now to hatching that egg, because he went from 60 or so HP all the way down to 30 at this point, and we're starting to take much more damage now in stage 5.
We are receiving news. It's 5 out of 10. So Kambiz, 30 HP, really needs to get a win or two in there to accelerate that timer. For Snooty Boo, though, time very much not on his side. We'll be going up against our laser core friends from earlier, and we can see that Belveth on the backside just absolutely titanic.
On the wrong side here again for the Sedge, but you do have Verdant Veil, so does not matter at all for the CC. The Aphelios can fire without any stops, and on an Aphelios pair as well. Snooty is able to hit this Aphelios too, that could completely change the outcome of his game, and he could leapfrog his way into the top 4.
Now, you could be looking at winning out if you do hit an Aphelios too. Obviously, like we said, Belveth cropping up in a lot of different comps, even in vertical laser comps there, Belveth 2. The player's really favouring it today.
Amber's taking another L there, down to 2 out of 10. A single win would get them access to the egg. Of course, it would be a glorious way to go either way. 14 HP feels pretty borderline.
There you go, 2 no items though, but massive. It is something maybe to try and help. You're able to get the reset on the Zephyr as well. So again, it's all about winning 1 or 2 more fights, and then you have an enormous spike off of the egg hatching. So it has to do everything possible to try and win at least 1 or 2 fights here. Maybe have some good matchmaking as well.
All right, Kambiz, show us you've got what it takes to take home the crown.
Good Zephyr.
It's going to be a hell of a fight. You have amazing Zephyr on Leona. Belveth isn't a massive Belveth you saw from before. Cheering through the front line will be torn apart by the space laser. The Talon dancing through the hail of gunpowder. I think it's going to be just short of the crown. Kambiz goes down and goes out. We shall not see an egg today.
It's devastating for him to drop off like that, but like you were saying, Panda, it is the risk, and I respect him for going for it. He knows he needed, really, to finish in the top 2 places to potentially win today. So obviously took that risk, hasn't quite paid off. Coming up against a high-end board as well there, with the Fiddle 2 already in play. So obviously Hayden looks like he's getting really strong.
Especially if he's able to hit that Ergot too. I mean, high-end shopping helping so much with finding all of these 5 costs as well. And these are the kind of augments you need if you want to win out a lobby. You need augments that are able to help you cap out. They don't give you immediate strength on the board, but they give you the projection of strength for the future.
Snooty Boo holding on. Sarah wins, starting to drop down. With 3 of our players out already, that does remove the possibility of seeing Sarah drop out without gaining too many points at all. Currently leading the pack with 31. For Sonny Lou, aka Hayden, they are going to be having a pretty rough hit here. Of course, they've got the HP to stay alive, but Ketsa is on a roll.
Check out this last fight from Snooty. Takes a big hit. Is it big enough? No! Hangs on at 1 HP and a dream. Maybe if he finds an Aphelios on this carousel, not going to be the case, but Civilian Janna going to be good just as a generic emblem to get more mana for your team, and possibly a 2-star Janna for some of the players that were running her in their comps. Maybe Snooty is one of those players. I'm not sure if he had a pair or not on the bench. He had one on the field for sure.
Oh my gosh. I'm pretty devastated that Kambiz didn't get to break the egg there. So he could have not only been an edgelord, but also an egglord.
How strange is this? A renegade emblem on the carousel, no one takes it.
Yeah, Kambiz would have been picking that up if he'd managed to cling on for a few more rounds for sure. So everybody else must have been relieved to see him drop what he did, because he would have been capping out higher than everybody else if he'd got that egg hatched.
Snooty Boo holding on by 1 HP. Do again remember that Snooty does not come into this one favored. Has the lowest points of anybody in the lobby on 26. Saro still standing alive right now. Hits a 3-star Wukong. Has 31 points. Snooty Boo cannot make a single mistake.
Going to face off against the only real AP player in this lobby who's currently win streaking and leading the lobby in HP. 3-item LeBlanc, 3-item Soraka. A strong enough frontline can do so much work for these AP casters to just start dishing out damage and stacking the extra damage on hearts as well for that Soraka especially. But the Aphelios is onto Soraka. Can he kill her? No. Soraka stays alive, still dishing out damage. The Undertow comes in on the wrong side. Soraka left untouched on that right corner. A super close fight, but Soraka wins out in the end.
The last caster prediction gets thrown from the game in the bottom 4, so we shall see no miracle run from Snooty Boo. For, of course, every player eliminated is fantastic news for Cyro Wins for coming in from the Eastern European TRC. Primed to take the crown here. Ketzer on 28 points coming in. May not have enough runway to get over the top.
I think Hayden probably a little disappointed to not find something like a Felios when you take high end. Obviously, Belvet's still a great carry to run, but not quite capping out just as high as you'd have liked.
And coming down to this fight, we're down to 4 players. Kerfuzzled is out, which opens up a lane for Saru to maybe even win without having to place first as well. Possibly the top 2 might do it. Hayden is also in contention, so it depends on Hayden's placement as well. But Hayden's in big trouble. He's sitting at 3 HP, 3 gold, still level 8. And this fight, it looks like it's not really going his way. It will be a loss unless the Fiddle can do some kind of miracle. Not going to be the case. The Draven comes through, the Swedish player taken down in 4th. And I believe if Saru finishes 2nd or above at this point, or maybe even 3rd already, might be the win for him.
Yeah, we could well be seeing our first representative from Greece bringing the title home, which is obviously great to see for that region. They've had a lot of support in the chat today. They've had a lot of fans pulling up for Saru, and he's ever so close now.
And being, of course, champion of one of these Golden Spatula Cups is something that will follow a player for the rest of their TFT career, to know that they've tasted victory on the international stage, and especially for the underrepresented regions. We've seen, of course, for Brazil, the archetypical type, Slooper inspiring a country to push further. Maybe this could be the start of something big for the Greek scene as well.
Yeah, we're already among I think it was the 5th most represented country in this tournament, with 8 players coming in, with players like Alg, for example, who did so well at this tournament, not quite in this final lobby though, and Arrogante as well, of course, being an OG name from Greece. Looking at the options here, you have 3 items on both of your main carries. You want tank items, I assume, for this Echo instead. We'll see what the final pick will be. It's going to be a Warmogs here for Ketzer, who is still sitting at a very comfy 59. And we talked about it. When you're solo, uncontested on AP, when you hit everything in stage 4, you're allowed to go level 9 with so much gold to roll with. And this caps so highly with things like Syndra, for example, if it's found.
Finally finds that LeBlanc too as well. That only had to wait until 6-1 for that to appear.
All right, let's have a little bit more of a scrap. Aaliyah holding on, has no streak to back up the money, so this board is going to be absolutely it. Good CC onto Draven to keep him from the door for a second, but that damage is coming. Knocking on the door, Draven left all on his own, but he doesn't need any friends. His Axis Alaris going down so low and can't quite get the shot off. Saru goes down to almost dead, but not quite.
So he needs like 1 or 2 friends then. That's where we got to, I think, right, Peter? I think no friends is a bit
no man
too far
is an island, as it turns out.
Maybe some friends, some family, I think always helps for Draven. He is a pretty egocentric character overall, so maybe you are right. You're in the right direction, Peter, but not quite enough to win that fight. Look at Aaliyah's board, though. Level 8 isn't really what you would consider an extremely capped out board that wins a lobby. I think in the case of Aaliyah, happy enough to be in this position, 2nd place right now, considering it does have scope weapons, which is really great with Belveth. But yeah, all in all, not the scariest board to look at.
Got some really nice augments. Yeah, I think the combat augments are really helping him squeeze out a top 3 here.
Let's see if what Ketz has got for us here. Talk about scary boards. This is terrifying. The Camille will go on the wrong side from the Draven, though, so won't be able to keep him from casting too much longer.
Ketzer trying to win his best to win at least this lobby. The casters are going in. The Undertow's going to be good. Angle here on the Draven, able to knock him up just a tiny bit, but still this Draven does so much damage on every single one of these axes. 2 shots, the Urgot, the diagonal there kills off the dummy and the Alistar, but not quite enough to win. Ketzer wins the lobby. But I believe Saru wins the tournament. We'll see the standings later on, but still a great final match from Ketzer, really showing us the power of AP if you're uncontested and if you're able to go 9 as quickly as Ketzer did.
The double kill there just to knock them both. Didn't even need to see the other fight. He was just knocking both of them out, confident, taking on that first.
I mean, that was still a pretty damn impressive end to it. Of course, we'll be running on numbers and making sure exactly how things call out in the end. Still, though, we said, even if it doesn't necessarily change the results finally, for Ketzer to end up the final game of the Golden Spatula Cup number 3 with a win, and an impressive win as well, certainly speaks very well to them of them going forwards. I'm still horribly disappointed, guys, we didn't get to see the egg being cashed out, but we know it's a capricious miss just indeed.
Yeah, a lot of the different mind games happening both for Cambis, thinking he could hatch the egg in the end, just one round away essentially after that last loss. So close to really spiking. And similarly for Saru, who didn't hit the Draven 2 until Wolves, essentially. That's a spot that I would say you're absolutely doomed. You're going bottom 4 guaranteed. Snooty was in a similar spot yesterday on the Game 6 to qualify to day 3, but somehow both players made a comeback. And thankfully as well that Hayden didn't decide to go for Draven reroll and left that lane open for Saru to find that 3-star later in the game.
Yeah, he stuck to his guns and actually went for the Draven, whereas the other players pivoted off and, like we said, might happen just playing an ace board. So was the one to stick it out and be rewarded with that Draven 3.
Alright guys, we will do our final number crunching. We'll head to a short break where you'll be hearing from Darkest in a pre-recorded interview. Of course, our guests will be coming back after the break to confirm who is our champion of the Golden Spatula Cup number 1 and has that guaranteed spot in the regional EMEA finals. Of course, we'll be revealing the rest of the standings as well to see where those points will be to help push our other players there. So stay tuned, we shall return in just a few short minutes time with our final results.
Hi, I am Darks1903. I am a competitive TFT player from Turkey. I am 24. But with this new format, with the TRCs, people can see the players they are watching in streams, they are supporting. I think it's a really good approach to the competitive TFT scene. I think Dasik, I want to say Dasik is great. He can play a lot of different angles that I could never see. Last set he was great. He made 2 words. Yeah, I like his play. This patch, I think Trico's role AP carries are really great with their carry augments. Sona, Zoe, and LeBlanc, if you can 3-star them, they can easily win the lobbies. I want to thank Turkish community. We are not that many people, we are a small community, but most of the people love each other. We talk about the game with theorycraft. I think Turkey can achieve more. Also, I want to thank my viewers, my fans. They have always been there since set 7. Yeah, thanks.
We were born from night before there even was a dawn. So pure, so bright, falling from the skies above into our darkened fate. The time has come, walking through this world, we bear the secret of our lives. The light we share, not in destiny we shine, for we are meant to be the star guardians. Gone in a flash before our time, up in the skies together.
Welcome back to our analyst desk here. And of course, that was our final game. In just a little bit, we can reveal who won. But for now, we're going to talk about that game one more time. I kind of want to mention our key feature here, Rita, which has to be the Ruthless Blades that Zaru was running.
Yeah, right. And we kind of almost got to see the duo aspect of the Ruthless Blades. It's an augment, right? We saw Hayden go for a more capped out late game board, was playing the more tempo angle, whereas we did see Charu at the end of the day get rewarded for sticking with the full reroll angle, went for the more defender approach as well, buying even more time for those crits to really set in.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think with that, let's have a look at our highlights from that game. Of course, Ketzer taking first place, but there was a lot going on early with those hero augments. Several players seeing that direction for going for that Draven reroll. Zaru was the one that stuck it out and went with it, was rewarded by it in the end by the other augments that came through, ran that defender, which really helped to get a stable front line in front of that Draven, protect him a little bit, and he was able to just, you can see it, slice and dice all around the board, doing really, really well here.
Yeah, and I think also another big story that really ended up opening up the entire lobby, right? Kerfuzzle, the breakout name of the tournament to a certain extent, a name that none of us really had heard anything about going into this event. Comes in here as the lobby leader towards the back end of the tournament and then ends up just going out in 8th place, right? That's got to be heartbreaking for him after a more than stellar weekend not being able to come across the finish line.
Yeah, I'm a little bit sad. Of course, I have to mention seeing Elia not making it. I know you feel similar about Hayden. A lot of our team being sad for Snooty, but that's just how the cookie crumbles. There can only be one winner at the very end, and that will be the person who gets a golden ticket straight to the EMEA finals, and everyone else, of course, will get rewarded with golden spatula points, which in the end can add up to qualify you for the EMEA finals as well.
Yeah, if you are in this position now, if you're someone like Ketzer or someone like Hayden, right, that are in a good spot now and get sitting above those 60 points, I think everyone right now at a top in this final lobby are going to be pretty happy with where they ended up at overall, right? I think that's something that when everything is kind of settled down for a moment in time, you are going to be pretty okay with what eventually ended up happening in this game for them, right? I think that when you are looking at the greater perspective of it, because again, the end goal of every single competitive TFT player is to make it to the championship. And first step on that route is to get to the Rising Legends finals, right? And right now, if you made the top 8 or even top 16 of the first Golden Spatula Cup, you are putting yourself in a very good spot to do exactly that.
Yeah, and with that, let's have a look at our standings for a final time for today. 32 players moved into day 3 of our Golden Spatula Cup 1. Out of those 32 players, 12 came from local TRC, so tournaments from their regions. And out of those 12, there was one that was able to eke out the win here and managed to take everything home. And of course, at that point, we have to call it out. Our winner of the Golden Spatula Cup is Zaru, taking a win for Greece, taking a win for the Greek Star Cup, and just so happy to see that.
Yes, and I think that again we are going to get to the second page of the standing here. Again, Paddleball, not a fantastic showing for him, neither for double, but that is what it is at the end of the day here. And eventually, I know that going into the game beforehand, there was like, oh, we're going to have 2 Spanish players in the top 10-ish of the standings. And then, wait, where did they go, David? Just asking. It's fine. Right. I mean, he was talking. He was like, okay, cool. Spain is all over the place. Like Germany has so many players. They're not
Germany also had many people in the run here at the end. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to take this home. But we're going to talk about our winner a little bit more. We are getting an interview ready for you guys. I saw the chat rallying throughout that entire game. They were going crazy. They were going wild for Zaru. So I feel like with the support from Greece and EU, Annie, everything behind him, he managed to eke this one out. 2 wins in the tank for this day. So really lovely to see that.
Yeah, an Eastern European winner coming through, right? That is not something that we see every day. We've seen strong individual performances from Eastern European players. We've had them win the inaugural Super Brawl back in Gizmos and Gadgets. We've had Noel, we've had Sadi, all doing incredibly well throughout our regular systems, but now I believe it's the first time that we do get an Eastern European winner of a Golden Spatula Cup. I think that is also a huge testament to the player level that is present in the region.
Yeah, absolutely. Once more showing that it's not only about, the main EU countries in TFT. France has been so dominant. Of course, they still are. Not going to take that away from them. But every other region is just getting closer and closer and closer and sneaking up on them. This time able to get that win and bring it back home to that region, which actually makes me pretty excited for a very diverse EMEA finals in terms of region representation. I think that would be the absolute coolest thing.
Yeah, and we've seen that over and over again, right? But in back-to-back sets, we've had, as I was mentioning before, Sadi and Noel doing incredibly well in our regional finals coming out of that region. That is also something that we need to keep an eye out for sure.
Yeah, and with that, I think Saru is here with us, so we're going to welcome him on desk. Saru, welcome.
Hello, how are you?
I'm really good. I practiced this for you, okay? So I'll try my best. I don't speak Greek. I'm going to say Sincharityria. Is that right?
Yeah, kind of. It's Sincharityria. Yeah.
That's right.
But yeah, thank you for congratulating me. You are very kind.
You played really well today, and it was a deserved win. Now, looking at this weekend, can you tell us a little bit about how you prepared for this cup?
To be honest, I prepared more on a ladder. Unfortunately, not in custom lobbies, with would help me a lot more to be ready for the tournament. But that's okay. Even day one and day two was really helpful for me to be ready for the final, for the last day.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to talk to you about something. You play primarily on EU Nordic in the East. Am I correct in assuming that? Or do you play EU West mainly?
Yeah, you are right. I play in the EU.
And do you think that is a server overall that is like deserving of more respect than it might get by other high elo players? Or because I feel like we see time and time again strong EU Nordic and East performances in our events.
Personally, I think that every server has some good players. Yeah, of course, EU West is have a lot more good players to play against, and it's a better practice for sure. But I think in every server you can find some good players. I have played in other servers on other sets, not in this set. This set I played in EU West just to master, not climbing, because I want to be rank 1 or rank 2 for the qualification for the finals.
Yeah. To qualify for this tournament, you played in the Star Cup Greece, right? How do you feel about the new change that we have for the Golden Spatula Cup, where we are moving from bringing people in from tournaments like the Star Cup?
Yeah, I like that. I would qualify to Golden Spatula from ladder also, but I think it's a great option for main players to play in Golden Spatula without to hit the rank they need for playing in the Golden Spatula.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me for my English. I know my
it's fine. Don't worry.
It's good.
It's fine.
You're great.
It's a bit low.
Don't worry at all. It's great. Okay. So with that, we do want to give you the option. I saw chat, right? I was watching chat. I wasn't casting this game. They were going wild for you. I asked chat to spam 1 if they want you to win, and it went like, brrr, everybody was like spamming it. Is there anybody you want to greet? Do you want to shout out your community, friends, family? This is the moment. You can take it.
For sure, I should thank everyone that supported me. Yeah, I'm very hype about that. That there were some, people that don't know me personally and were supporting me. Because I'm not a streamer, so people don't doesn't know me.
Awesome. Yeah. Thank you so much for your time. I'm really happy for you. We're going to see you again, of course, in our EMEA finals. So go out and celebrate your day today. I'm sure you have a lot to celebrate with your friends. And thank you so much for your time in that interview.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Awesome. I love that. So with that, of course, that concludes our winter interview. And I do want to remind everybody that that is not our only Golden Spatula Cup. The next Golden Spatula Cup is just right around the corner. We're going to continue on the 10th of March. So in a little bit more than a month, with our Golden Spatula Cup number 2. Of course, there's going to be an open qualifier before. If you want more info on that, then head on over to our website, risinglegends.tg. Maybe you are going to be one of the players in the next Golden Spatula Cup. And why don't you take us through where to keep posted?
Yes, so over on Twitter, you are going to be trying to follow us on TFT Esports EMEA. You can also scan that lovely little QR code down there in the corner or exclamation mark Twitter. Hashtag, as always, TFT Rising Legends. On Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube, it's going to be @PlayTFT. Remember that all of the live streams now are also on YouTube, so that's going to be VODs over there for your viewing pleasure. In terms of following the casters, it's going to be @Mix. It's going to be @ImpetuousPanda. It's going to be @Barry Batten, who had a very solid debut today, I will say. Counterfeit Cast,
Big
as well as myself, going to be @WeederCast, as you can see on your screen right there. The same thing for Mixes. With that being said, thanks for watching, and we'll see you all next time.